Jazz de ville.
Jazz de Ville.
If I should write a book for you that brought me fame and fortune too, that book would be like my heart and me, dedicated to you. me fame and fortune too. That book would be like my heart and me, dedicated to you. If I should paint a picture to you that showed the loveliness of you, my art would be like my heart and me, dedicated to you. To you, because your love is the beacon that lights up my way. To you, because with you I know a lifetime could be just one heavenly day. If I should find a twinkling star, one half so wondrous as you are, that star would be like my heart and me, dedicated to you, dedicated to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start. Welcome to this UNESCO conference. I invite you all to take a seat. Ministers, excellencies, experts, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your presence here in Paris on a beautiful sunny day. My name is Mathieu Guével. I'm the Director of Communications at UNESCO. I will be your host for this morning. I have been asked to share with you some very important indications, elements, so I will try to do it to the best of my ability. First thing, we have a full day of discussion today, and here at UNESCO we are really in a safe place, very protected place. As you can see above your eyes, the ceiling of tons of concrete, fully blinded door. It's a beautiful sunny day outside, but no, we are here to talk about Neurotechnology. There's one of the most iconic buildings in the world, the Eiffel Tower, just behind this wall. But no, don't get distracted. We are here to talk about neurotechnology. And you can talk in English, you can talk in French, you can talk in Spanish, in Arabic, thanks to the interpretation, and you have headsets on your seats. Technology is helping us on that. The Arabic translation, the Arabic interpretation is brought to us thanks to the support of the Sultan bin Abdulaziz Al Saud Foundation. We are deeply grateful for that. This whole conference is brought to us with the great support of the people of Japan, and we are extremely grateful for that. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I have seen you somewhere, but thank you for that. And so, as I said, neurotechnology and the path towards an ethical framework to neurotechnology is really one of the great topics, not of tomorrow, but of today. It raises huge questions. And here we are extremely lucky to have the best experts, ministers, policymakers, to start this discussion. The Executive Board of UNESCO made a proposal to the General Conference to mandate UNESCO to craft this ethical framework. So this discussion starts today, and when in a few years there might be and there will be an ethical framework on this, we can all remind that it all started today, it all started now. anybody who is anybody on neurotechnology in the world is either in this room or via Zoom on the webcast, ready to discuss. So thank you again for your presence today. It's going to be an exciting day, and without further ado, I give the floor to Madame Gabriela Ramos, the Assistant Director General of UNESCO for Social and Human Sciences. Gabriela, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mathieu, and welcome to UNESCO. It's really a pleasure to have you all here. Dear ministers, dear ambassadors, I see you there, our members that have really looked into the issue closely, our dear experts. I know you come from all around the world. I just say hello to somebody from Australia. I know Rafael came from New York. From Africa and Asia, and so it's great to have you, the academics, business sector, you are leading the chart, and of course the representatives of our member states. As Mathieu said, we are really honored, because when we started discussing these things with our Director General, and then when we got Hervé Snijwijs, who is here with us, the former president of the International Bioethics Committee, who produced a seminal report with his colleagues in the committee, we started looking at the issues and then looking at how we can deal with neurotechnologies and how we can ensure the positive impact. And then we move, discussing with members, as Mathieu also said, who brought this decision in the executive board the last executive board, to look into the possibility of UNESCO developing a normative framework for the ethics of neurotechnology. Hadn't we know that when we make this call, you all come? It's just amazing, because it proves the issue right, it proves the time right, and it proves that we need to understand better these issues and look and exchange on how we can deal with them. So thank you so much. I can say that just the experts and the policymakers and the interested people in this room, we have an amazing critical mass of expertise and commitment to ensure that the neurotechnologies deliver for good. And the stakes are high. You know that thanks to neurotechnology, we are gaining deeper insights into how the brain works. And this can really go into the area of science fiction, but the reality is that it's amazing how much we now understand the brain. In the last 2 decades, the progress has been amazing. We can better diagnose illnesses, we can compensate for faulty neural circuits, control brain activity. Today, it is possible to interact with the nervous system via implants to modify its activity, to restore hearing or movement. For example, we are using deep brain stimulation techniques to treat certain forms of Parkinson's disease. We know the question of Alzheimer's, depression, or to control damaging behavior like eating disorders. There are so many promising interventions. We all have stories of people we love with mental health illnesses. How much could we make progress in their quality of lives if we can support them with these kind of interventions that are so impressive? I have to share with you, I have my daughter who is a neuroscientist, and she's looking at child brain development, and with very simple interventions, when child are neglected, you can ensure a fulfilling life. It's just amazing. It's just promising. I think it's very inspiring. But to these medical treatments that are usually well framed, because all the health issues usually are much better framed, we need to add the explosion of devices and procedures that allow to track, read, write, or monitor the brain without the right frameworks. And thus we are here. Be it the commercial encephalograms that are now very handy everywhere, the headset to help you meditate or to measure your blood pressure, the earplugs, the hand wrist, that register our vital signals and brain activities, and this neural data that is being generated is massive. This is the convergence with artificial intelligence, and this is the convergence with the digital platforms that are allowing for this progress in sensors, in cloud computing, and the power of the computers to understand and capture this signal is just massive. And this also includes affective computing, neurogaming, metaverse, neuromarketing, and many other devices, for example, tracking the productivity or concentration periods that could prove invasive in the lives of workers and students, because the question here is who is in control? This is the question, who is in control when all this information is being gathered, and who decides how to use it, when and how? And there is also the massive increase in research and investments. Our analysis indicates a remarkable surge in the overall number of neuroscience publications since 2000, exhibiting a nearly 35-fold increase over the period considered, reaching 1.2 million publications in 2021. So this is the question with the digital transformation, and we have here the ministers and the ministers of states that have been in charge of this very dynamic field, is not only the disruptiveness of the progress, of the technological progress, but the speed. We have many waves of technological drivers before, general purpose technologies, but the pace is just really impressive. And then the investments, recently more than $1 billion were invested in Neuralink, the famous Elon Musk brain-machine interface company, to develop brain implants to improve memory. Facebook paid about $1 billion to acquire Control Labs, a brain-computer startup working to develop augmented reality glasses that will be able to transcribe thoughts onto a computer screen without the need of a keyboard. So this is, and I'm sure when I say these things, you feel, wow, this is amazing, and at the same time, it's very scary if we do not frame it correctly. And the fact is that our brain and the brain data contains unique information on the physiology, health, and mental status of every individual. And as such, this data has tremendous market value, but human value, and has become a sought-after commodity. Especially far-reaching and potentially harmful is the ongoing convergence, as I said, between these technologies and artificial intelligence. Because by capturing your brain signals, it's not that everybody is going to know what are you thinking, but at the end, just by gathering all this information together with the capacities that artificial intelligence have to decide on patterns and predictions, you can be profiled not in a distant future. These technologies enable us to decode people's mental processes and sometimes manipulate the brain mechanisms underlying intentions, emotions, and decisions. And this development can deepen social inequalities and open new ways to exploit and manipulate people, affecting social cohesion and democratic processes, among others. And this is happening now. This is not something that we are putting up in the table for you to consider in the future. This is happening now. And we here in the room, we have very prominent scholars that have been raising the alarm bell to take a very close look at this. And it could profoundly alter some core human characteristics related to freedom of thought, mental integrity, and individual agency. This is something that the IBC put the emphasis on. And this growing exploitation of brain data poses challenges for ethics and human rights, profiling, and mass surveillance. And I'm very proud to share with you that when the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence was adopted by member states in 2021, it already contained a very important provision that calls for due attention to AI-powered systems for neurotechnology and brain-computer interface to preserve human dignity and autonomy, and the possibility to use AI to manipulate and abuse human cognitive biases. So it's already there, but I feel that the conversation should be broader and should be focusing on neurotechnology and how do we grapple with this. We believe at UNESCO that neurotechnology requires an ethical framework. The ethical reflection calls for a multidisciplinary, inclusive and multi-stakeholder dialogue. It calls to make the right questions to align this technological progress with the protection of human rights, human dignity, fairness, and inclusive outcomes. It calls to ensure that technological progress serves human purposes and not the other way around. Many times these technologies reaches the market for commercial purposes, for geopolitical purposes, for competition, economic competition. And then in a second stage, we ask ourselves, how does it fare regarding the human rights framework? As usual, given that there are a handful of technologies and a handful of countries at the leading edge of these technologies, there is also the call to ensure that this is a global discussion and the Global South can also be engaged. Because with the report that you will be hearing today that we produce, this, the business model of neurotechnologies is even more concentrated than artificial intelligence. And I think this is something that we need to take into account. And UNESCO comes to this meeting very well prepared because of you, because you came, because you're going to be sharing your expertise, but also because we are the only institution in the international landscape that has this ethical mandate. A solid foundation, as I said, has been laid out by our International Bioethics Committee with the report they prepare, Professors Neiweiss and Emily Cross, on the ethical issues of neurotechnology. We also produce a report with Bocconi University, and today, Maria Grazia Squiccerini, who is here with us, will be presenting the latest report. This is being released today, so it's also news for you. The unveiling of neurotechnology landscape, scientific advancements, innovations, and major trends, which features cutting-edge AI-based research methodology to understand the neuroscience landscape. And this is really a very important contribution that we hope will be useful for these debates. And this work is not without a purpose. I want you to become also part of this purpose-led institution and group of people that want to do something about it. Because it's good to know, it's good to be aware, it's good to understand, it's good to listen to the experts, but then we have a duty to do something about it. And this is exactly why we are very proud that our member states had considered that UNESCO has a role to play and that we will be looking into this issue at the General Conference. We have also worked with the UN system. The UN system is taking a very hard look, the Secretary General, with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, with the Council of Europe, with the OECD. Yesterday, we were at the interagency group for bioethics to try to coordinate, because this is also important. Many institutions are doing important work, and I think it's important that we coordinate. But the main message of this conference is to explore the breadth and depth of the ethical issues arising from the progress of the domain of neurotechnology. And this will chip into the reflections and inspiration that member states will have when they approve the mandate to go for this. We come also well prepared, and we are inspired because the reality is that when we approved the recommendation on the ethics of AI in 2021, it's a very thorough recommendation, and I thank here with our Minister of Slovenia, who's going to be hosting the Global Forum on the Ethics of Artificial Intelligence, the Deputy Minister of Chile, who's going to be hosting the Roundtable for Iberoamerica for Artificial Intelligence, because what we want to do is not only to have a very solid international instrument laying the ethical and the human rights issue, as we do with the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, we want to have an action plan, a roadmap for implementation, for policy thinking, for regulatory frameworks, for instruments that we can use to shape the technological progress. And this is the main message. We can shape the direction of the technological progress. We can do it. And I think this is a very important message. Because in this world where we feel that everything is overpassing us and surpassing us and surprising us, sometimes it feels that we can be powerless, but we're not. And I think that the ministers that you will be hearing soon have proven that this is not the case. We have the knowledge, we have the means, we have the drive, we have the resolve, we have the commitment, and we know how to do it. So I feel that I hope that when we shape this instrument with your support, we will be putting the basis to ensure that the amazing applications that these scientific developments have will thrive, and that we will be able to control the downsides. So thank you so much for being with us. The journey has started, and we're very happy to be accompanied with such a fantastic group of committed individuals. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ADG Gabriela Ramos. Indeed, you said it all, the journey has started. In fact, it's the continuation of a long journey, and in a few minutes, we're going to have the first technical test of this day. We will connect with Amandeep Singh Gill, who is the Special Envoy of the UN Secretary General on technology. And you said it, indeed, there is a journey. This journey has started a long time ago. Indeed, every time there is a challenge, every time there is new questions, as you said on AI, today on neurotech, tomorrow on something else, UNESCO comes with one simple answer every time. We have done so for the last 75 years. Every time there are things we don't understand, we say we need to share our humanity. We need to share what makes us human. We did it with the bioethics teams. We did it on the artificial intelligence. Every time there is something we don't understand, we have to grasp. We say, okay, let's bring forward what makes us human. Curiosity, intelligence, values, ethics, and this is exactly what we are doing today on the new field of neurotech. We are not alone. UN Secretary General sent us a message of support. We are also in live connection, as I understand, with the Special Envoy on technology from the UN, Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill. And in a few seconds, or in a few moments, he should be with us. I told you, it's the first technical test of today. This is why it's a technology conference.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Singh, do you hear us?
I hear you loud and clear, but can you hear me?
First test is passed, and the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you so much. And thank you to UNESCO for hosting this timely conference. Thank you to all the experts who've contributed to the preparations. In particular, I want to thank the International Bioethics Committee for its seminal 2021 report. All the experts present, all the representatives of member states, in particular Japan, with whose support UNESCO is moving forward with this event. The Secretary General has sent a written message to this meeting today. And in his message, he has underlined the speed at which neurotechnology is moving and the potential it holds for breakthroughs in health, in particular brain health, which is becoming, with the advance of diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and MS, a key concern for the future. Now, while we applaud the progress in science, we must exercise caution. We must safeguard, as the SG says, ethical standards and ensure the full protection of human rights. In particular, we need robust standards for mental integrity, mental privacy, and mental freedom. So this conference couldn't be more timely. I think there are a few aspects that I would like to highlight from my perspective as the SG's technology envoy. The first aspect is convergence. You see different technologies converging rapidly in this space. The brain-computer interface, the ease with which we can read brain signals today and apply foundation models of AI to it, just like they work with human language. These models can also work with genetic code or brain signals. So that is leading to very rapid advances in R&D. The second aspect that I like to highlight is that while ethics are very important, they are an essential foundation, but they will not be sufficient. We will need to rely on established human rights frameworks, treaties such as the Convention Against Torture, the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and others, to ensure that there is accountability. The third point that I like to highlight is the importance of an ecosystems approach. The private sector, the investors who are investing in the startups, the agile companies that are springing up in many parts of the world, working on these issues, they need to be engaged. They need to be brought into this discussion early so that the standards we create, the recommendations we make are designed to be impactful not only today, but into the future. This ecosystem approach also requires coordination across the broader international system. As Gabriela mentioned, there are many other agencies and forums that are engaged on this issue, including outside of the UN system, the OECD, the Council of Europe. In particular, within the UN system, we have the Office of the High Commission on Human Rights, the World Health Organization, the Executive Office of the Secretary General, which has been ensuring a light coordination across these different forums for some time. So we need to work together so that while we respect different mandates, different processes, just to cite one example, the Human Rights Council has asked for a report on this by 2024 in Geneva. So while we respect those various processes and mandates, it's important that we work together so that whatever comes out of any process is with the full knowledge of other processes and with the full participation of other processes. I'm glad that this conference is off to a good start. And yesterday we had the interagency discussion, not only within the UN system, but across the UN system. And I want to wish you all the very best for your deliberations and thank the UNESCO once again for this timely action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And I know that you will stay connected throughout the day if we have other questions or other interactions to see. The more we go into this conference, the more I understand I don't know much about neurotechnology. And so I feel a bit awkward here in this place. But luckily, we have two experts who will come on stage. I invite now Hervé Schneeweiss and Emily Cross to join me on stage to do the presentation of the seminal report that you have done together and that will help us set the stage. And so we'll have a short discussion and we get this journey starting. Hervé Schneeweiss and Emily Cross, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent. I understand you will have also a PowerPoint presentation. It's connected as well, so that will be the second technical test of today. Welcome to both of you. It's such a pleasure to count on your support, to have you with us. We are together approximately, we have a little bit more than 30 minutes, so you can present the report, you can explain to us what is at stake. Hervé Schneeweiss, you are an eminent professor, neurologist, neuroscientist. I have here an impressive resume. I don't want to forget anything. Director at the CNRS, head of the Research Center Neurosciences Paris-Seine, and so many more. You will tell us more about this in a few moments. And as ADG Gabriela Ramos said, you chaired the Bioethics Committee of UNESCO for a while. Emily Cross, you are a full professor at the Western Sydney University in Australia, professor of cognitive social neurosciences in the Department of Humanities in Zurich. And I'm very grateful that you are here with us. I give you the floor, and then we'll have a few questions to get the conversation going.
Sounds wonderful. All right, I believe we do have a few slides that I'm going to begin with introducing the report here. So, do I press this button, or does the technology just appear? There we go. Fantastic. All right. So yes, as was introduced, Hervé and I were two of the three co-organizers of this report, and I'm going to take the first part of the report, and then I'll hand it over to Hervé to introduce the second part, and hopefully we can have a bit more of a discussion of some of the issues that Gabriela Ramos introduced right at the start of this session. So, between 2020 and 2021, the end of 2021, the International Bioethics Committee, we were working together to hold a series of meetings to discuss the ethics and what would be involved with putting together a report on the ethical issues related to neurotechnology as they were at that time. So we should also say that our report, which is hopefully some of you have picked up, it's on the tables outside there, while far from being exhaustive, and of course acknowledging that these technologies are continually advancing. This is a theme that's going to be touched on by speakers again and again, that pretty much as soon as this report is written, some of the issues, some of the technologies we're thinking about are already yesterday's technologies, and we're trying to look to tomorrow. So keeping these caveats in mind, we did try to cover and address certain issues related to neurotechnology and ethics. That's kind of one of the biggest parts of this report. Neurotechnology in the law, as well as the governance of neurotechnology, and some recommendations. And I'll be taking the first two of those, and Hervé will be taking the second two in just a moment. So we'll begin with what the IBC's report defined as neurotechnology. So again, this is something that we take for a given that we all know just what we're talking about, but how we defined it in this report, we said that brain activity provides information inherent to all human feelings, regardless of gender, nationality, language, or religion. The centrality of the brain to notions of human identity, freedom of thought, autonomy, privacy, and human flourishing makes of paramount importance the ethical, legal, and societal impact of recording or reading, as well as modulating or writing brain activity through various devices and procedures that are collectively known as neurotechnology or neurotechnologies. So keeping that, it's a bit of a broad definition, but keeping that definition in mind, we kind of talked about four of the biggest different themes or types of neurotechnologies that are currently available. These include neuroimaging, so this might be familiar to some of you as we talk about magnetic resonance imaging or functional magnetic resonance imaging, electroencephalography or EEG, positron emission tomography, PET, or MEG, magnetoencephalography. Lots of acronyms, but all of these are types of brain imaging technologies. We can also talk about neurodevices. So these are technologies that can replace parts of the body, such as prostheses, as well as help us to stimulate or inhibit different functions of the brain. So we can talk about deep brain stimulation, transcranial direct current stimulation, transcranial electrical stimulation, devices of this sort. We can also talk about brain-computer interfaces. So these are technologies that aim to translate brain processes underlying thought and action into desired outcomes, such as enhancing mood in a person who might have depression, or moving a prosthetic limb, or we also see a lot of these in the neurogaming and the neuroeducation areas as well. And finally, we can talk about the intersection of AI and neurosciences. So we know that the history of artificial intelligence is intertwined with the history of neuroscience itself, and AI-based algorithms for computational neurosciences are one of the absolutely fastest growing fields of neuromedical research and innovation, and this is absolutely one of the areas that the Neurotechnological Report covers as well. So when we talk about neurotechnology and ethics, again, this was a really big part of the report, and I want to make sure I'm doing justice to all of these things here. This won't be an exhaustive coverage of the issues that we considered, and again, you can all pick up the report outside, but some of the issues that we did cover include cerebral and mental integrity and human dignity. And just to say a few words about this, we know that the growing neurotechnological possibilities to modify the brain and the mind in an invasive and pervasive way serve to reinforce the idea that the value of a person ought to be considered as a whole. When we talk about personal identity in this ethics issue, this is referring to our ability to think and feel for ourselves, regardless of how neurotechnology is applied. It's possible that when brains are connected to computers, an individual's identity can become diluted, in part because algorithms help them to make decisions and can consequently blur the participation of the individual self. Thus, we need to preserve individuals' control over decision-inducing neurotechnology. We also spoke and covered issues of autonomy, which again, Gabriela Ramos also mentioned in her opening remarks. And if it is the case that neurotechnologies can change, so improve, treat, obstruct, enable, or enhance a person's capacity, then the degree of autonomy of that person after the intervention perhaps needs to be questioned, and relevant ethical concerns relate to the role of therapeutic neurotechnologies in restoring or possibly disrupting a person's capacity to exercise autonomy and identity. And another very big issue, which we spend quite a bit of time in that report covering, are issues related to accessibility and social justice. So problems that are posed by brain disorders could be seen to present more significant challenges in less developed regions, where they may carry more significant stigma and where public health infrastructure or treatment access might be limited. We therefore suggest that it's desirable that research scientists, technologists, funders, and industry partners work together to increase access to novel neurotechnologies for those who need it, or perhaps those who need it most. Principles of non-discrimination with specific consideration for the particularly vulnerable, as well as ensuring equitable access, are paramount concerns for UNESCO. I appreciate that that was not being advanced. I apologize. There's all the text, but again, all of the actual text is in the report itself. Sorry.
You want some help? Maybe I can pass the slide if you
sure,
want. Sure. Just tell me.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you. Apologies. Yeah. Okay, next slide, please. Right, so just to talk about two more points in the neurotechnology and ethics section that we covered that are particularly important, so I'm going to draw particular importance to them on this slide here. We talked about mental privacy, so this is when we can think about specific issues that arise from brain data collected by neurotechnology. We know that mental activity is the most intimate part of the human being, and it should be protected against illegitimate interference. Next, please. So neurotechnologies can and will acquire a lot of data from users, and these data need to be protected. Some aspects of these data are already subject to regulation, so we know that health data and personal data, at least in jurisdictions that have adopted laws, such as the GDPR, these data are protected, but this is far from a kind of worldwide consideration. Next, please. And another specific consideration that we try to draw quite a bit of attention to in this report concerned the interests of the child and the interests of the developing brain. So special attention needs to be paid to the way neurotechnologies could affect the brain in both childhood and adolescence. At this rapidly changing, life-defining period of brain development, it's crucial to preserve the future rights of children and adolescents and to enable them to make autonomous decisions and to preserve their privacy. Next, please. So specific considerations and specific guidelines and regulations must be implemented when neurodevices are used in healthcare for children and adolescents or by them for personal use, such as neurogaming and neuroeducation. So we see quite a few options here that are going to be impacting children and where children are going to be coming into contact with these devices, and we need to be particularly mindful of the ethics of these. Next, please. So the final piece that I'll cover before handing it over to Hervé to take kind of a step back and think about bigger picture issues related to governance and to recommendations concern points regarding neurotechnology and law. And again, this is a quite extensive section in the report, but kind of three areas I'll highlight attention to concern issues of consent. When we consider the potential for changes in perception of personal identity and cognitive abilities, additional safeguards and robust context-specific informed consent procedures must be followed in view of the nature of the technology. Next, please. Another very big issue, which is hardly captured by kind of one point here, concerns freedom of thought, cognitive liberty, and free will, three very big issues. We know that the brain activities allowing free will are intertwined with personal identity, and neurotechnologies that interfere with or call into question one's free will and thus one's responsibilities could profoundly impact justice systems and social organizations. Again, these ideas were alluded to in the opening remarks we had this morning, and they're really big points that are going to require quite a lot of thought. And finally, next please. We can think more broadly about neurotechnologies, law, and democracy, and think about the fact that the reasonable organization of human social life requires reciprocal recognition of freedom, and the improved knowledge of the brain will improve the functioning of criminal law, perhaps, but it's difficult to believe that neuroscience will replace law in our societies. Therefore, we can address huge developments in neuroscience and neurotechnology without devaluing the role of law and justice, and we want to really think about how these things can work together. So with that, I'll hand it over to Hervé for the next parts.
Thank you, Emily. Yes, it's working. Thank you, Emily, for this wonderful presentation of the issues and for the interest of diversity and inclusivity. I'm going to switch in French for this second part of the presentation.
So, what we have demonstrated as key ethical questions connected with scientific progress and as a fundamental question. If I could have the first slide, please. No, it's the second one, actually. Next one, anyway. So what we've been able to show, and the issue we first looked at, was to what extent are brain data specific. We know that there are certain types of data that are collected, health, geolocation through your smartphone, but what's specific about brain data which requires particular attention? I would say there are at least two factors. The fact that when your brain data is collected, we are able to deduce from that what your mental state is. I hope that you are listening to me and therefore you are wide awake. So perhaps hearing some French generates emotions in your minds, and that can be detected. And with the certain translation techniques, we can read your thoughts. So we can not only identify your cognitive and mental state, but we can deduce from that the future state you will be in and what sort of behavior you will engage in. So it seemed to us that brain data, for example, with respect to GDPR, are personal sensitive data, for example, in Article 9 of that, it's mentioned. Next slide, please. So this means that we suggest there be governance that we would call anticipatory governance in order to make the most of this in health, education, and social relations, but also to prevent any risk of discrimination or worsening of inequalities or manipulation of individuals. So we're not going to be working alone on this. As Amrindeep Singh was saying just now, there are already other groups, for example, at OECD, that have come up with suggested principles, and we are working with them in designing these principles. The approach must place ethics at the very start of our governance development, along with respect for privacy. So there are three big questions here. Who benefits? Who will benefit? Then what are the certainties? That's the precautionary principle that we all know. And if things go wrong, who will control access to the science and technology and under what conditions? And of course, good governance has to be based around 4 pillars that we all know: openness, transparency, honesty, in particular scientific integrity, and accountability, as we already saw with AI. Now, as has been stressed, It's vital for us to bring together all stakeholders, starting with the public itself, because people don't know too much about neurotechnology and the related challenges. And of course, along with academia developing our knowledge in this area, we have to get the private sector involved because they're developing the tools. And in our report, we stressed how much in neurotechnology collaboration across academia and the private sector is vital and has to be ensured, but needs to be properly organized at every level, starting with the individuals. We're talking about an oath for engineers right the way up to governance. We have to consider all of this. In this context, as stressed by Emily, neurotechnologies, next slide, please. Neurotechnologies are going to raise basic challenges to rights, and we're fortunate enough to have with us today colleagues who have been involved at a very early stage over the last 10 years in this issue. Marshall Amanda, Raphael Euster, for example, who will, I think, be speaking to us later today. And we have demonstrated that the question of physical integrity, say the brain tissue and the brain functioning, the mental integrity is important. It's a question of mental privacy, freedom of thought, and free will. But we can't forget the right to enjoy the benefits of scientific progress in neuroscience and to be able to decide freely on whether to use this or not under conditions of informed consent. And this has to be free of any kind of discrimination, coercion, or violence. And in general terms, we feel that these are very sensitive rights should be referred to as neuro rights. That should be a concept, as has been done for reproductive rights. There is the right to reproduce and therefore combat infertility and therefore combat fertility through contraception. Next slide. Does this mean we need to come up with new human rights? In our process, so we decided this probably isn't the case because we feel that neuro rights can be included in the general body of human rights and the various treaties and legal instruments that regulate that area. But probably it will be useful to be more explicit in some areas. Next slide. And it's in that sense that we have turned to UNESCO. As the ADG Ramos said, UNESCO is the holder of the mandate and the leader of the UN and human rights organizations in the area of developing neurotechnologies and neurosciences. We feel UNESCO should draw on its broad range of expertise to come up with the three types of tools. One which will be about interpreting and application of existing human rights in the field of neuro rights. We need to be more explicit in what we mean by neuro rights in that framework. And in some cases, it will be necessary to suggest adjustments or adaptations of these rights so that they're not purely theoretical but become real. And thirdly, we need to organize a global dialogue, so what we're starting on today, to make sure that the various rights, once again, are not just lip service or theory, but actually have a material impact. Next slide, please. So we suggest convening a multidisciplinary body that will give political guidance and will be able to monitor progress and see what has been done and be able to respond, be reactive in this area. So this question of adapting regulatory framework, given how fast science is moving, is of prime importance. And so based on the existing HR architecture, what we want to do is come up with new normative instruments which would allow us to develop neurotechnologies at the same time as protecting our rights. And now I'll come to the last slide. Against this background, we would call on this multidisciplinary group to focus particularly on 4 areas. Firstly, the fact that our brain activity requires a protection regardless of race, gender, socioeconomic status, and cognitive abilities. I think this last point is extremely important. As Emily had said, we need to take into account that the brain can develop, for example, children's and teenagers' brains all can be vulnerable, as is the case for elderly people or those suffering certain mental disorders. And all, I stress all, require the same level of protection, perhaps even stronger for some. And we know what was done in the 20th century in the field of eugenics and people with so-called cognitive or reduced cognitive abilities suffered. And above all, brain data must never be used by surveillance or profiling without proper informed consent of the individuals concerned. We cannot use neuroscience, which should lead to freedom and emancipation, as a basis for discrimination. Thirdly, states and non-state actors must scrutinize all of their possible neurotechnological applications for any risk to human rights. And we have to start at the beginning here. This is what neuroscientists with a number of initiatives tried to do over the last 10 years, but they haven't received the correct audience. So it's about dissemination of information and education, of course, but above all, dialogue. We need to get the feedback of the people affected by neurotechnologies so that they can be used to benefit society in general and not be allowed to lead to a regression of mankind, as some pernicious ideologies are seeking to do. Thank you.
Vous avez parlé de la
You talked about the specifics of data, neuroscience or brain data. Would you say there is something specific about the subject of neuroscience and neurotechnology with respect to other areas of scientific progress? In UNESCO here, we were involved with AI, human genome, bioethics, and now neurotechnology. In your experience, do you feel this is just, new type of technological scientific approach, nothing new under the sun? Or is it in the pace of research, the way this landscape is set up and developing? Is there anything specific about the challenge of neurotechnologies today with respect to other scientific progress of the past? Hervé. Well, this is a question to which I would answer both yes and yes, but. Yes, because what's at stake today is ourselves. The very fact that I can say, my brain is the locus of my mental activity that makes me a human being. The yes, but is that humanity only exists through interaction with others. I am because the others are. I am human because I have developed in my parents' eyes, the eyes of my friends and family, my teachers. It was Erasmus who said back in the Middle Ages, we are not born human, we become human. We can say that we are born with a Homo sapiens genome, but without interaction with other humans, we will never become human beings. And this is where we have convergence with other emerging technologies that you referred to. what is common to AI and genomics, genome sequencing, and the massive collection of data and other emerging technologies still, is that these technologies at the same time promote individuals and therefore human rights, and at the same time challenge the interrelationship between individuals. Algorithms of AI algorithms might seem neutral, but they're not because they challenge our ability as human beings to interact. And massive data collection might be seen as separate from human rights because separated from individuals, but that's not true. Because all of this challenges the right of each individual to be autonomous, to have a dignity and privacy and health. So what all these emerging technologies have in common is that neurotechnology include mass data collection and AI, and they all challenge our humanity, this relationship between ourselves.
There is also one prejudice that I might share with you, because when we see, I admit I know nothing about neurotech and neurosciences, and so when you look at how we speak about it in the magazines, in the media, it was also a little bit like this when we talked about artificial intelligence. It's mostly about the enhancement of human capacities. Oh, great, with artificial intelligence, we are going to be even more intelligent. With robotics, we are going to become Iron Men, Iron Women, and it's going to be great. Today with neuroscience, we have heard a couple of weeks ago, the agreement to test a neurochip on animals and mice, I guess, so that they can become more resilient or cure disease, etc. Of course, how do you see that maybe distinction between what exists in the public landscape, what is shared in the media, and the key challenges that you have highlighted that go well beyond this?
I think this is a really important question, and I think this is, why meetings like this are so important, and this report and the work that UNESCO is doing, because it's for the experts and the specialists to have this dialogue with the public to kind of set the expectations and to ensure that people are informed with what the actual, like where we are right now and the direction of travel, where we're going. So of course the media is going to pick up on the most sensational bits, the brain chip that's going to make you, never have to type anything else, or, never respond to an email again, because it's all going to be right there, kind of from your brain into the world with no kind of full action on your own behalf. So I think it's really important that we help to make that, to help translate where the technology is now, where the technology is going, and what the actual capacity is. And of course, you talk about how, what's really sold to people by a lot of these big companies are the benefits. It's all going to help us. It's all going to make our lives better. It's going to be for the good, for the good, for the good. But what this report focuses on, and I think what a lot of these discussions that we'll probably have today focus on as well, is that there are some dangers. There are lots of risks. Once money becomes involved, of course it is, there's lots of other aspects we're going to need to consider as well. But I think, that some of the recommendations that Hervé just spoke about towards the end of his presentation were making sure that we keep people we keep the public up to date and bring them in as part of this dialogue about where the technologies are now and where they're going and kind of what we should be concerned about, so we can be more critical consumers of it and kind of understand what's hype and what's reality in this domain.
But then there's also a matter of speed, I should say, because maybe I don't know, but a few decades ago, we saw it on TV, we saw it in the news as well. There was new attempts to clone animals. There were discussions about genome. There were discussions about how a few scientists in a few remote laboratories in few places in the world could lead super advanced research. And it sounded amazing, but it was extremely limited, or it sounded very limited to few people, few countries with a lot of means and we could say at the time, there is time. We can prepare population, we can prepare people, including in schools, to skill, because we have time between what happens in laboratory and what will become mainstream. It takes decades. We see with artificial intelligence that sometimes we have on the market tools that are already there, everybody can use, and we haven't asked basic questions. And so there is no time. Maybe with neurotech, you will tell me, do we have time and how do we deal this contradiction?
I definitely think we don't have time. I mean, I think these are yesterday's problems in some ways, but perhaps, Hervé, you have some more.
No, we absolutely need anticipation. The question of time is that it will take time. It will take an incredible time. For example, if we move to the recommendation here at UNESCO, it will take at least 2 years. And then to implement into legal framework, it will take even more. And during that time, technology is advancing, and it's advancing very fast. For example, we can really easily see that what is invasive today, requesting electrodes placed inside the brain to record, will be non-invasive in the 5 to 10 years because of the development of computing technology, nanoscale things, and things like that. So we absolutely need to start. And a very good example to show how we need to start is the recent pandemic of COVID. Clearly, the fundamental research was there with mRNA vaccine developed for 15 years. This was the role of these very few labs where you have this innovative knowledge and innovative technology arising. But then you absolutely need all the infrastructure to be able to translate this basic knowledge into technology, and technology at a scale that will reach the real people that really need it. And our failure to provide enough vaccine in enough time in Africa, for example, result in a dramatic distrust now of any kind of vaccination in many parts of Africa. You see a decrease in trust in vaccination, which is essential and low-cost technology to prevent so many diseases. So we see that we need this anticipatory governance because we need to see with the ethics by design, privacy by design, how we will develop this technology, how we will help any country in the world to have not only access to the technology, but develop the infrastructure to allow such kind of technology, develop the peoples that will operate such technology, whatever it's in the field of health, highly regulated already today, but also in new fields such as education, to help children with dyscalculia, with dyslexia, to help children with some elements of the autistic spectrum to be reintegrated in the usual corpus of education, to help elderly to preserve their autonomy. How we will develop such an infrastructure, such people that need to be trained, that need to be educated, everywhere where it's needed to have this access to the technology, which is one of the main challenge, because if it's only for the happy few, and if it costs millions, like now it's for gene therapy, what does it mean on an ethical point of view? So yes, we need to start today. We have seen the drama of warning with the climate change in Rio in '92, and doing nothing for 40 years and realizing today that the house is burning. We need to anticipate, we need to start today.
You highlight we talked about the time, talked about trust also, we see the connection because we had a couple of months ago in this very room, we had the same debate about internet for trust, the trust in the information, the fight against mis and disinformation. This issue of trust in the media, trust in science, trust in governance is really a transversal issue, and it's very interesting that you highlight this key aspect in here as well. But let's be honest, We need to anticipate, we need to start now. If we don't act now, it will be too late. We've heard this about climate change, about biodiversity loss for decades. You talked about Rio 40 years ago. There is an issue also of narrative, isn't it? Because how can we compete? How the ethical experts, the International Bioethics Committee, the World Commission on the Ethics of Scientific Knowledge and Technology, how can those bodies, including UNESCO, how can they compete with the super powerful narrative that you mentioned earlier about AI is for good, neuroscience is for good, it's going to be great, we are going to become all superheroes. When you talk, I speak for myself, when we speak also to journalists, when we speak to the public, when we try to communicate, you say, oh, we are going to elaborate a global framework on the ethics. I mean, it's not very, yeah, you see what I mean. So how can we build, or can we build a stronger narrative, a stronger approach that at least helps the ethical framework, the human rights framework, the neuro rights to compete also in this area? Can we, and would you have insights for us?
I think this is a really good question, and you think about, with modern technologies, modern life, there's so many things competing for our attention, but also competing for our concern and our, brain space, our brain capacity. So whether it's climate change, the pandemic, kind of what the next big thing is. And maybe in part, it is a little bit of a PR problem. Like, how do we kind of excite people and get them interested and get their eyeballs and brains engaged with questions having to do with ethics of neurotechnology and thinking about kind of the risks as well as the benefits of these technologies. This is a really big challenge. I think UNESCO is taking really big and important steps towards reaching more people in terms of having lots of different media channels through which they're trying to reach people from different demographics. But I think part of it's also a general, education and scientific literacy challenge. So how do we get, children, how do we get the next generation, young people, but really people of all ages to be interested in understanding kind of more about, the risks and the benefits of these technologies. And I think, we need to have lots of dialogue about making people or convincing people that being more critical consumers of this information and taking an interest for how it can benefit their lives, but also, potentially risk their aspects of their lives is a really important and challenging thing. But it is a PR problem to some extent.
Hervé, you want to comment also on that?
The main challenge, and I will just continue on what Emily just said, the main challenge is this question of trust. And we have to restore, to set back the church in the middle of the village. We have to make the difference between news, information, scientifically grounded information, and fake news. We have to restore confidence, trust in our organizations. So if you consider that everything is equal to everything, you consider that an opinion is the same as a scientific knowledge, you consider that the way that you could meditate is exactly the same value as research, scientific research with a method and with proofs, nothing is no more possible. But it's exactly the contrary with the development of technologies. The reality is that technologies are based on scientific knowledge. And the question is now, who is going to profit? Who is going to benefit? Are we going to continue with billionaires that are promoting first their views and their wealth? Or are we going to make the science and the technology for the benefit of the people? Are we going to have the courage to take in charge our own life? Are we going to upgrade our humanity by using new tools? Or are we going to downgrade our humanity by becoming tools? This is the main question. And each of us, at least in democratic countries, we have a choice.
We've been, as I discussed earlier at UNESCO, we say our mandate is is to share our humanity, is sharing humanity. Maybe I should have changed it into upgrade humanity. That's a better intake, maybe. You know, the good news is we have in the room all the ministers to respond to the questions you just raised. So it's well organized, this conference, you see. Thank you very much for your participation today. I think it was a perfect stage setting, so you say. And I suggest we move directly to a panel discussions with eminent ministers who are going to take on your questions and tell us what they do and what we can do in the future to tackle this issue. Thank you very much, Hervé. Thank you very much, Emily. Thank you all. I now invite, with your permission, I would invite to join me on the stage Minister of Slovenia, Madam Emilia Stojmenova. I'm sorry, I hope I don't make a mistake in the pronunciation. I will ask also colleagues to bring me some chairs because I think we will need them. From Spain, the Secretary of State for Digitalization and Artificial Intelligence, Madam Carme Artigas. From Chile, Carolina Gainza, Undersecretary for Science and Technology. And from Saudi Arabia, Madam Basma Al-Boairan, the advisor of the Research Development Innovation Authority. I ask you to give a round of applause for Madam Ministers. We have enough chairs. Yes, excellent. And of course, Assistant Director General Gabriela Ramos, who you know already by now. Excellent. I sit here, and I sit here. Excellent. Oh, Gabriela, maybe here.
Very good.
Yeah. Is that okay? I'm Director of Communications. I'm not in the protocol unit, so maybe it's... And it's a very good news that once in a while at UNESCO we have a gender-focused panel on... welcome again. It's very impressive to have you all here in this setting. We have heard a lot of questions, a lot of issues, and I'd like to start with a very blunt and simple question to each and every one of you in your own country, because we have heard a simple question: why should we care about neurotechnologies? Why is it important? Why should we care? And I'd like you to frame it depending on the experience you feel at home, so to say, in your country. Why do your country care? And what are you doing to address it? Maybe you, Basma, we could start.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure and honor to be here with you all today. And I'd like to start off by thanking UNESCO and all the efforts that they've actually undertaken to address neurotechnology from a holistic perspective. I mean, actually, in fact, at the Executive Board 216th session, the Kingdom welcomed the desirability of setting a standard instrument on the ethics of neurotechnology. Now, neurotechnology has significant opportunities, as we heard this morning, but it also presents a wide array of challenges for all countries, including Saudi Arabia. And it provides opportunities, as we also heard this morning, in healthcare advancements. It has the potential to revolutionize healthcare by predicting early detection, diagnosis, and treatment of neurological disorders. And so neurotechnology can also be both invasive and non-invasive, as we heard this morning. And it also has a potential to improve outcomes and quality of life and enhance cognitive abilities as well. And so we also heard this morning about how brain-computer interfaces, which enable direct communication between the brain and external devices, are also opening up possible opportunities for controlling prosthetics, virtual reality experiences, and even facilitating communication for those with certain disabilities. And just very recently, the World Economic Forum published its report on the top 10 emerging technologies for 2023. And this report identified the various technologies that are actually poised to have a direct global impact in the next several years. And some of those technologies that were identified include technologies that are related to neurotechnology, that include, for instance, generative artificial intelligence, metaverse for mental health, and also flexible neural electronics. So, for example, we know that generative artificial intelligence, when we compare that to the regular learning models, generative AI is actually more broad than those typical learning models that we're all very much familiar with. And so recently we know that researchers have also developed brain-machine interfaces that conform to the brain, and these can also deepen our understanding of neurodegenerative disease, provide greater control of prosthetics, and also boost the development of brain monitoring devices and brain stents. And further advances may actually eventually lead us to true human-artificial intelligence interfacing, though the ethical issues, as we also heard this morning, must also be addressed. Now, from an ethical perspective, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we constituted the National Committee of Bioethics by a royal decree back in 2001. And this is a national reference body regarding bioethics that focuses on medical bioethics, health bioethics, and bioethics. And its main objectives include formulating and following up on the execution of standards and ethics of biomedical research. And it's also focused on preserving the individuals' and communities' rights in compliance with the Kingdom's rules and regulations. Now, in 2022, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia also announced the AI ethics principles for public consultation. And this was developed by the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority. And this is meant to be a practical guide for incorporating AI ethics throughout the AI system development lifecycle. And so the AI ethics principles recognize the importance of developing artificial intelligence and technology innovation into the kingdom's services for its citizens and visitors. And so we also heard this morning how artificial intelligence and neurosciences are very much, intertwined. And so after analyzing the global and domestic standards and guidelines for AI, the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority developed an operational framework that entities can actually use to promote artificial intelligence while limiting the technology's irresponsible use. Now, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia also recently announced or set out its national aspirations and ambitions to become a global research, development, and innovation powerhouse. And this is in line with our ambitious Vision 2030 that I'm sure all of you have heard about. And this is also in line with the competitive advantages of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and our desire to protect the future of generations to come. And His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who is also the Prime Minister and Chairman of the Supreme Committee for Research, Development, and Innovation, also announced the national aspirations that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is going to focus on in the next 2 decades. And these include health and wellness, sustainability and supply of essential needs, energy and industrial leadership, and economies of the future. And so all of these priority areas have at the heart of their focus digital technologies, and one of which is actually neurotechnology. And I'd also like to point out that we also have institutions that are also establishing artificial intelligence-based programs for early detection of neurodegenerative and neurological development disabilities, such as Parkinson's and autism. And these programs are going to integrate in their studies omics approaches that can identify biological markers that could be used to actually confirm the AI early-based predictions.
Thanks. So I see indeed there it's very uplifting to see the number of institutions and programs that are already putting through. One example of that, of course, is the country of Slovenia, who has been who is a leader in the development of internet technologies in general and neurotech particularly. Could you let us know what's maybe a little update of what's happening there that is fascinating in Slovenia, and in the question of why should we care? What are the challenges? What are the opportunities that you see from your perspective, which is really at the front line of things? Thanks again for your presence today.
Thank you so much for having me here. It was just this week when our government had a lot of discussions about the future budget and about the priorities of our Slovenian government. And we named three priorities. The first one are the people, of course. Then it was the health and well-being of our people, of our citizens. And last but not least, knowledge. So we decided to invest in these three top priorities. And before I became a minister, I was a scientist myself. So I was working as a professor and as a researcher at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering. And you can imagine that I understand how technology works and that I can also understand the impact that the technology has on people's life. It would be a pity if we don't use the technology, all the benefits that are provided by the technologies for the well-being and the health of the people. And Gabriela started presenting us all the benefits from the neurotechnology. Also, the previous panel was excellent, where we were able to see how these technologies can help to the citizens, to the people, which are our priority. So this is why we care about neurotechnology. Before I started working at the university, I was working in a telecom organization, corporation, and I was developing technology there as well. And from my experience, I know that human rights considerations only come at the end. So when we are developing new technologies, we start thinking about ethics and human rights once the technological applications are already established. And once the pathways might become irreversible. So now, when I'm a policymaker, I understand this and I know why it is so much important to start discussing ethics, to start discussing human rights at the very beginning, and not to let the development of the technology first come to the market and then see what you can do with regulation and so on and so on. And this is why it is so important to have conferences like this one. Why do we care? It is about, because we don't want technophobia, what we are seeing nowadays a lot, to stop us from using all the benefits that are there available because of the technology. Although now neurotechnology help us to understand how our brain works, but still the brain is the organ which we understand the least. We have yet very little information about how the brain works, and neurotechnology can help us improve that. And I really enjoyed the previous discussion, and then it was that this is a question for us, the policymakers, so what we are going to do, is it only a narrative? I don't think so. What you're doing today at UNESCO, how we can change things and not to stay only with the narrative, you brought us at the same table. You brought the researchers, the businesses, you're having the discussions later with them as well, and the policymakers. So after this event, it's not yet another conference, but I'm looking forward to hear what Chile has done and how we can incorporate that in our legislation, in our regulation. I would like to hear from Saudi Arabia, from Spain, and from all of you, and how we can address the risks of the neurotechnology. But I really believe that this phobia of the new technologies and what scares us the most should not stop us from the development.
Thanks, thank you. Secretary of State, Carmen Artigas, how does the debate is framed in Spain? How do we care? Why do you care from the Spanish perspective on this issue of neurotechnology?
So good morning. First of all, thank you very much for organizing this great event. Thank you, Gabriela, for your leadership in tackling such an important topic, and I think at the right time. For us, it's a very important time because for us it's the kickoff of the Spanish presidency that we are hosting since July the 1st, and it is one of our priorities to put this debate at least at European level and gain this consensus. So all the conclusions are going to be very helpful. During our presidency, AI is going to be the hot topic, not only because we are leading the AI Act, trying to come to the final version of the AI Act during our presidency, but we are also leading the AI Sandbox, which is the exercise we are doing to putting in place, together with the industry and with the community, all the future implementation of the regulation. We are also going to include a panel on neurotechnologies during the AI Assembly that is going to be held in Madrid in November, and we are aiming also to have a final declaration on neurotechnologies in December during the official ministries meeting and council. So I think it's very timely, but we have been working around this topic for the last 2 years. Yesterday we celebrated 2 years since Spain launched its Charter of Digital Rights. And that was very innovative, together with Chile, who focused, and we learned a lot from your experience on the neuro rights, but we had like a broader view on how can we ensure that the rights we have in the offline world, the human rights and also principles that we enjoy in the offline world, are also preserved in the online world. And during this exercise, we realized that that translation is not enough. We should ask for new rights associated with the new dangers of some disruptive technologies, and especially in the domain of AI, such as the right not to be discriminated by an algorithm, or the right for a second human opinion when an automated decision is excluding you from a loan or a medical treatment. And now we're seeing that was very foresighting. And of course, we have created a special charter on neuro rights, right not to be augmented, or right not to be altered on your own will, and also right to have a digital identity which is preserved. So all these topics are very, very relevant, because these are the fields where we cannot wait until seeing the results to correct. So the potential harm that we can have, even existential harm from the human being, if we cannot prevent it in advance, we'll not be able to revert it back. And I think that is so important to approach human rights and neuro rights together with neurotechnology development. They must be encompassed. They must be evolving together. And this is why Spain wants to lead that at the European level with the launch of Spain Neurotech, which is the National Center for Neurotechnologies that the eminent Professor Rafael Yuste is leading from the scientific advisor point of view. And that we're putting in place this year with initial investment of 200 million euros. We want this to be a really a benchmark together with other 4 or 5 international centers that are already in place, but probably this one will be the first, focusing also on neuro rights, as it will include a national observatory of neuro rights. So I think that that is the right time to do so. That will be the center of a European network. We are inviting other European centers in this field to join us in the European EDIC project. So for me, also collecting back some of the main ideas of previous panel, there are 2 areas I'm very concerned about. First, that we don't commit the same mistakes as in the development of AI, where instead of being led by the academia, is being led by the industry. I think neurotechnology should be led by academia. And the reason we can keep that on the hands of the academia, and the reason why AI has been developed by the industry, is not because they have more access to money, it's because they have had more access to data. And I think the important thing is who owns the data, who has access to the data. And brain data cannot be just treated as any other biometrical data or even personal data. GDPR is not enough, because GDPR is based on consent. And in the same rule of thumb, I could consent to sell my kidney, and I'm not authorized to sell my kidney. So I'm more close to treat brain data as a human organ, and therefore ban internationally the commercialization of a human organ. But we are studying human organs. We can use human organs information for research and academia. So I personally, it's not something that I have a consensus at the national level, but I put it because it's the right forum to put it. I think we should not be happy just protecting our brain data as any other biometric, because my fingertip does not define who I am. It does not define my potential. but my brain data does. So I think that's a very important discussion when UNESCO can bring a lot of light. And the second is accessibility to the research and the potential benefits of the research. So we can really allow for equality. I mean, if we can enhance human potential, human flourishing, that should be accessible to everyone, not creating superhumans of those who can pay for that, and a low-level humankind that is not accessing to those treatments. So I think that are very, very important things to discuss. I agree that the potential is huge, that there are a lot of potentialities, not only in the data, but in developing a whole industry. The focus of Spain Neurotech will also focus on the startups, on devices, on new technologies that can apply it for brain, and I'm sure it will apply it for human-machine interaction in the future. So I think that are more the starting point, that technology must be encompassed with rights. That are two critical things for me, which are access to brain data and the access without divide of the benefits of neurotechnologies.
Thanks, that's indeed very interesting. We see little by little the different components, because we talked about neural rights, ethical challenges, philosophical questions, and now we touch into issues of technophobia, access to data or access to money, who has the academia or the private sector. It's starting to get very, very indeed interesting, this landscape. Of course, Chile, Under Secretary of State, has been at the forefront. I spoke about Slovenia in Europe, but I know that for neuro rights and all these issues on the neurotech, Chile is also leading the game, so to say, just outside, and I think it has been distributed somewhere in the room. UNESCO published a special edition of the Courrier de UNESCO Correo, on neural rights, with a specific reportage, if I remember, on Chile. So you are very, very close to our hearts and minds. Let us know how the question is framed in your country, in your region, so to say, and why do you care so much about neuroscience from the Chilean perspective?
Thank you. First, it is a pleasure to be here with this amazing woman. And also, I would like to know if it's possible to speak in Spanish. Is it possible, or you prefer?
It is.
Yes, it is?
It is possible.
Okay, because preserving diversity of languages is part of this discussion also, I think, regarding with technologies.
No, I like to gratify the audience with my French accent, but English is not mandatory at all. No problem.
Okay, great. So, bueno, el desarrollo de la neurociencia.
So the development of neuroscience and neurotechnologies, as we've seen during the discussion, there has been significant progress over the last few years. And Gabriela mentioned this in her introduction. That is to say, mind mapping, accessing memories, controlling electronic devices directly with our mind. And this is almost a reality. And neurotechnology, and we have talked about this here, and you mentioned it too, has incredible potential. And it can allow for better understanding. It can enable us to treat neurological disease and disorders. It can help us with personalized medicines and many other things. And also, there's great potential as it relates to facilitating research and the understanding of our brains. And we can make scientific progress in other areas, such as the cognitive areas and psychology. And so, coming back to this potential, this technology also has risks, and this is the discussion that we're also having in Chile. And since it's a technology that interacts with an organ and our thoughts, we need to ensure, well, it's about what it means to be human, about free will, etc. and it could be a threat to human rights and to democracy. We need to take into consideration the advances of neurotechnology and AI as well, because in some way that is linked. And we need to ensure that we have a discussion about what society would be, what society would we like to see. And so this progress in AI leads to more progress in neurotechnology, as we saw in the previous presentation, and it leads to a number of questions. That is to say, what does it mean to be human? Can we reduce humanity to our brains? Can we reduce our identities to our brain activity? Regulating AI, that we're also working on in Chile, and neurotechnology must be led by the answers that we wish to have to these questions. And so neurotechnology affects and can affect everything that we're doing, and we need to know how we approach this development. And this is not just an individual question or questions for businesses, but we need to ensure that we have a social consensus. Human rights, diversity, equality, and also new rights that we need to think about and even create. These should be the principles of the development of new technologies. And neuro rights is also a key theme. Neuro rights are a set of new human rights, the objective of which is to protect brain activity in light of the development of neurotechnology and artificial intelligence. This includes the right to privacy, as was mentioned earlier, personal identity, free will, the fair access to technology, and also protection as well. And these rights are in the Human Rights Declaration, and it's important for this to be strengthened when it comes to these new technologies. Chile is a pioneer in protecting neuro rights. In October 2021, Chile became the first country in the world to explicitly deal with the challenges of neurotechnologies within its constitution. The Chilean Congress approved a law that modified an article of the Constitution, and currently the Chilean Constitution requires that technological developments respect the mental and physical integrity of persons, and the law clearly outlines that it must protect mental privacy and everything related to it. In addition to this, Chile is currently working on a bill which seeks to protect mental integrity, neuro rights, and the development of research in neurotechnology. The objective of this is to protect, as I said, mental privacy, free will, again, these things that we mentioned, all challenges that we see when it comes to the advance of neurotechnology. And there's the Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation in our country. We see that these technologies should not be based in fear of technology. We understand that this is a complicated task that we have, because we have to ensure that it's comprehensive enough to develop technologies, and but we need to go slow enough for innovation and scientific development, but we also need to ensure that we guarantee the protection of all citizens. Therefore, we need to ensure scientific freedom to delve into this knowledge, but at the same time, we need to ensure that we know what the direction we're headed in is. What do we want to preserve? What rights do we want to defend? And also, we need to ensure that we're open-minded so that we can imagine new possibilities that may exist, rights that maybe we haven't been able to imagine. But there are others to do with robotics, for example. And as the Undersecretary of Science, I'm convinced that we must encourage and a discussion that's evidence-based, and we need to include citizens through developing more participatory discussions on neurotechnology, and we also need to link this debate with cultural, social contexts that are historical and specific. I hope that we can move in that direction, and I hope that we'll be able to move this legislation forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's also very fascinating. We just discussed an hour ago about the fact that neuroscience touches upon human identity and like the identity card of the human brain and the human personas, and indeed by changing the constitution and by modifying the constitution, you touch also the identity card of a country and of a society. As you also said, I find it quite interesting indeed. It's not just about what kind of humanity we want, but what kind of society we want, which is both not more simple, but which is also more concrete and practical. You also refer, and this is quite interesting after this first round, because you spoke about initiatives in Saudi Arabia, spoke about the constitution, then there was an observatory, I don't remember if it was in Spain or in Slovenia. Then there are lots of institutions, lots of different mechanisms, and not all countries choose to do the same. Maybe, Gabriela, you would have a vision or a synthesis, and we will give the floor also to all members of the panel. But could you let us know from your perspective, and maybe if UNESCO can have an observatory position on all those developments, are there any trends? Are there any institutions, equipment that countries put in place, and what are the trends that we see nowadays?
Well, this is actually very, very interesting, and I'm really honored to be here with our dear ministers and deputy ministers, because you are the one in charge, and you can see it, you can feel it from the comments that we are having. In UNESCO, we feel the duty to support member states in these reflections and to hear from you and learn from you, because at the end it's you who is going to be delivering for your people a more safer environment. But I think that, Mathieu, that this is the core of the question, and I feel this is also from the experience of UNESCO in developing these standards. I have to tell you that the very first standard, and Daphne Feinholz is here, who is the head of the bioethics session, was on the cloning of Dolly. You remember, l'éthique de vivant. And then everybody was super excited because you can clone a chip. And then UNESCO just raised a hand and said, should we? I feel this is very important. Before getting into your question, the framing of the discussion. Because it seems that we are so in awe for the technological developments. We are. I mean, I'm like you, I love these technologies, and you just look at them and the promises are just amazing. But this is not a technological discussion. This is a societal discussion. And all of the speakers have pinpointed to the question of how do we frame the issues in a way that whenever we make progress about the technologies, they will contribute to solve our problems and not create more. They will contribute to underpin the human rights. But then the pace and the speed and are the governments prepared? And I would actually go back to the speakers to tell us, are the governments prepared? We have gone through a period in which this narrative about letting innovation alone and then letting the developments of this technological progress reaching the markets even before we can do an ex-ante assessment of their impact on human rights, it's prevailing. And I have to say that you all are confronting, I imagine in your debates, the very different objectives that governments have. Because of course, we believe that the higher objective is protecting human rights, and your countries align to that. But then when you go out, there are geopolitical competition, there are economic competition, there are many other objectives that seem to be sometimes prevailing when decisions are taken, when these technologies go out. And then the question of the institutions. And I think this is really very important, because this is one of the conclusions that we are having in implementing the recommendation on the ethics of AI. The technologies are so pervasive. cutting across not only all the sectors of the economy, all the areas of our lives, but also cutting across all of the government institutions and ministries. So you are the ones that are coordinating, that are looking around. But I really feel that sometimes, and this was discussed by many people in the US Congress debate, do we need new institutions? Do we need a supervisory agency, independent? Spain, you created an institute to ensure the transparency of algorithm. I think that's a very good innovation in terms of institutional setting. I really feel that this is the kind of conversation, because the ethical reflection is not only to call the attention to the fact that we need to frame these issues in a societal way and put human rights and human dignity first and foremost, but it's the how, the how. You translate it into law, fantastic. You create an observatory. You bring the experts, you bring the evidence, you set the agenda, you inform, because there's a lot of information that needs to be done, even in elaborating the instruments that we do in UNESCO. We need to speak a lot, because countries have different societal preferences, different thresholds for risk-taking, and therefore I think it's very important, this conversation. But then to learn from you. What kind of institution? Do we need new institutions? Do we need somebody that is the FDA? Somebody mentioned the Food and Drug Administration to approve technological developments before they reach the markets. How do we equip the judicial system? How do we ensure liability systems? Because at the end, bottom line, if there is harm, the duty of care is in the hands of governments. So I feel this is a very important question, because it comes with what we have been hearing in terms of setting the agenda, changing the narrative, looking at the champions, because we also do that in the multilateral system. You are not here because, of course, you are here because you have been a fantastic supporting countries of UNESCO's action, but you are here also because you have been leading in these issues in your countries, in your regions, and we learn from you. But at the end, how do we handle these things? How do we translate the laws into change on the ground? How do we ensure that these things happen, and that we have this mindset also about the capacities in governments to deal with these issues? I think it comes with the debate. And we are, happily, I think that many times having benchmarks is amazing, because I'm sure that many people, and all of those people that are connected, are hearing you, and they get inspiration. That's not a minor issue in the international context.
Indeed, and let's dive into this. Basma Al-Boiran, you are yourself managing director of an institution, of the Fourth Industrial Revolution Center. How do you see this question raised by Gabriela? You yourself, as a director of an institution, with whom do you collaborate more? Do you feel there is a need for more such institutions? If so, what kind? And maybe we could open up then to the international perspective, because of course, as we have seen, this is not something we can deal at only at the national level. We need to have global frameworks, ethical thing at the global level. So how do you assess that from the Saudi perspective?
Thank you for that question. But before I answer that, I'd just like to just mention a couple of challenges in relation to neurotechnology that are, I think, very specific when it comes to research that many people are working on. One is around, how do we move from the proof of concept stage to more scalability and wide usage and adoption of neurotechnology, and in particular neurotechnologies. And how do we decipher the impact of neurotechnology devices on brain activity itself, and in relation to the effect of disease progression? And the last one that I'd like to mention is in relation to how do we actually establish the baseline when we know that there are actually variations, in brain activity. And I had just wanted to mention these three particular challenges because I think the discussions early this morning and now we're really more focused on, broader challenges as opposed to very specific ones that I think also would need to be addressed. So at the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution, a center that I am leading, This is actually in affiliation with the World Economic Forum, and we are one of many other global centers around the world. And our focus in Saudi Arabia is basically, just like the other C4IR centers, is how do we bridge the gap between technology and policy? How do we ensure that we have the right governance protocols in place or frameworks in place that would enable the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to harness and adopt emerging technologies while ensuring that they're safe and they're ethical and they're inclusive and that they leave nobody behind, which is similar to the work that UNESCO is also promoting. So we do this by working with multi-stakeholders, and multi-stakeholders are comprised of government, and government is our primary partner and collaborator in the different projects that we work on. We also, as part of our multi-stakeholders, we work with private sector, and private sector is key. And we heard this morning, earlier, that it's important to engage and bring in private sector early on at the beginning, because at the end of the day, it's private sector who are going to be developing these technologies, and it's important for private sector to share, particular challenges or nuances that they are facing that would also enable government to make sure that they develop the right regulations or protocols in place that would enable the adoption of these emerging technologies, of which obviously neurotechnology, would be one. And we also engage with academic and research institutions as well, and we also engage with civil society. So again, it's a multi-stakeholder approach that that we bring together. But I think what I'd like to point out in relation to the challenges in relation to neurotechnology that are around ethics and governance, and these are widely understood to actually span 5 key areas. One is around policy development, and this is about, how do we have a process that actually clearly articulates the guidelines that need to be developed in relation to neurotechnology. And this can be done, again, I think a recommendation would be where UNESCO is, uniquely positioned to bring multi-stakeholders together to work on, developing these ethical guidelines and regulations. The other aspect is in relation to development of ethical guidelines and the principles, and this is about, what are the principles that we wish to see that would preserve the integrity of neurotechnology. And again, UNESCO could work on, again, bringing collectively multi-stakeholders where dissemination of information could occur, where there would be knowledge-sharing platforms, and where ethical regulations can be put together that address certain aspects like data concerns, accessibility, making sure that there's equal access as well. And these regulations could serve as a reference to other, governments and nations. Capacity building is the third area. And what's important here is to ensure that the expertise, the skills, and the infrastructure that's needed in the developing nations is also tackled. And this could be addressed through, again, fostering dialogue and having different knowledge platforms. And the fourth one is around awareness and education. And this is important because this could be a platform that can be used to inform stakeholders, practitioners, researchers, and the public about the benefits, but also the challenges associated with neurotechnology. And lastly, international collaboration. And the emphasis here is really to promote and foster international and global collaboration amongst everyone around the safe and ethical use of neurotechnology.
Indeed, thanks very much. You mentioned about the connection between policymaking, private sector. As you indicated earlier also, in Slovenia, the landscape is is quite robust, maybe compared to what exists in other countries. Who are the key players? In Spain, we discussed earlier also, there was the academia and the private sector. Who are the key players from your perspective, the key institutions that we need to sustain, that we need maybe to reinforce, that we need to strengthen if we want to address this issue correctly, and more importantly, maybe as this is also a global issue, are these institutions abroad or existing on the national soil?
Thanks a lot. So, as already mentioned earlier, I think we should all work together. So it's not only the academia, this is not a question only for the businesses, it's not even a question only for the NGOs. And this is what we are trying to do, to bring everybody at the same table and to discuss from different perspectives. So, and then try to find a consent within our society, because these questions, as complex as these ones, need wide consent within the society. And in our country, okay, we are dealing now with AI mostly, so we invited everybody. We invited the universities, we invited the institutes, but we invited also the companies and the business support organizations as well to discuss all the issues with artificial intelligence regarding skills, regarding financing, but also regarding legislation and ethics as well. And do we need new organizations? I don't think so. I think we need to see what is already there in our countries, and our efforts should be put in connecting everybody, in establishing all these dialogues. So we're having now a dialogue here, a global dialogue, which I'm very happy about that, but we should do the same within our own countries. Instead of trying to find new organizations every time something new appears, but to start discussing with the ones that are already there. And I really like UNESCO here, and today it was already mentioned, also with the recommendations. UNESCO should use its unique global mandate, because you have a global mandate. You are here to connect everybody. What is also what is really important, to have a global standards. Because the neurotechnology, this is not something we can develop in our own countries. I'm coming from a country with 2 million people. Yes, we are successful in artificial intelligence. Yes, we have companies, but we cannot develop the neurotechnology on our own. So we are using neurotechnology, and Gabriela mentioned where the investments are made most, in which countries. That's why we need global standards. We need to agree how this technology will be developed. And also what Karma was saying about the data. It's true, we also need to agree how we are going to collect this data, standards about the data. We need to agree about who is able to collect that data. Is it only the academia? Are the governments? Then under what conditions we are going to collect the data? How we are going to produce the models? How we are going to produce the algorithms? Then what we are going to disclose when it comes to neurotechnology? What kind of data? What kind of algorithms? And this is why it's so important to have global dialogues as this one, because we are all in the same story, we're all in the same boat. And another thing which was not mentioned during our panel, it's the education. And UNESCO is very strong in education. So it's not enough to talk only about the development of the technology, but it is also, we need to discuss how we are going to include all these questions about the ethics of neurotechnology, every kind of technology within our education systems. And this is another thing where I believe existing organizations can help.
Indeed, and in a few moments we will open up the round of questions, so you can already prepare elements to ask to the members of our panel. As you mentioned, education and the skills and the training that we need. Yeah, maybe we need to strengthen our own brain to face the machines and trying to strengthen ours in return. What's the situation in Chile, in Spain maybe? maybe as you indicated earlier that you took the lead in changing or in amending the constitution. I'm curious, maybe you already took also initiatives in schools, in the education system to train or to sensitize pupils to this issue. How is it going?
Well, yeah, we have, of course, programs and about digital alphabetization, which is really important. But I think because we are convinced that, as Gabriela mentioned, she mentioned a key point, a key issue, that this is not a tech discussion, but it's a social one. So, of course, education, ethics is something that our societies needs to be involved in. But let me give you an example that can be kind of controversial about the neurotechnologies and its governance and how can we deal with that as societies. Delinquency is a problem that affects many countries, right? Affects countries. And if we can intervene in our brains, somebody could think that the problem of delinquency can be fixed by interviewing brains to change that behavior. Is that intervention ethically acceptable and morally acceptable? Who is the population or world territories that potentially might be intervened? This is problematic because the result could be an intervention on vulnerable people, or worse, result in a new forms of colonialism. So that is the problem that I see in taking only a neurobiological anticipatory perspective to making those decisions. That's why what Gabriela says is important, because it's not a neurobiological problem, but one associated with complex and structural, social, cultural, and even geopolitical issues. And UNESCO can help us to establish a more broad perspective based on human rights that not only considers a neurobiological perspective, but also one that includes other dimensions in the discussion in order to potentiate the positive aspects of these technologies, the ones that can benefit our societies. In this context, UNESCO has had a very important role to enable a discussion from different points of view, such as their last publication this year, 2023, about the risks and challenges of neurotechnologies for human rights. UNESCO provides a global platform for discussion and exchange of ideas within a framework of shared values. And UNESCO can help mobilize action within governments and private institutions. It can provide international, as you said, international standards for regulation that promotes scientific research, protects human rights, and ensures ethical development of neurotechnology. Historically, advances in new technologies have always moved faster than public and private governance. Neurotechnology raises fundamental human rights challenges that were never envisioned by today's international human rights treaties. This technology has the potential to influence how we think, as we discuss, how we behave, etc. Something that we have seen also in the uses of social media, for example, which have had impacts in our social, cultural, and political behavior. That's why education is so important in this issue. In a sense, the challenges that neurotechnology and its governance presents are extremely similar than those of another breakthrough technology that is currently in the public sphere discussion, artificial intelligence, and UNESCO can help address the challenges of both technologies in a similar manner. The Chilean Ministry of Science has generated a strategic alliance with UNESCO and the Development Bank of Latin America, the CAF. And the purpose of which is to promote the inclusive and ethical use of artificial intelligence in Latin America and the Caribbean throughout the creation of a regional AA governance body. The first regional summit on the ethics of artificial intelligence will be held in Santiago, Chile, during the month of October this year. This summit aims to be a main political and technical space for AA governance in the region with an ethical approach, inclusive and ensuring human rights, which responds to local needs and priorities. In preparation to the summit, UNESCO has provided technical support in order to update Chile's national artificial intelligence policy strategy within the framework of recommendation for the ethics of artificial intelligence, published by UNESCO, and it was ratified by 193 member states. This process includes conversation with multi-stakeholders, and this is important because the different actors need to be involved in this discussion. And we have used the assessment methodology, which seeks to support countries in order to determine their situation at specific moments in the trajectory of preparation for artificial intelligence. So this can be replicated to the ethics of neurotechnology, of course. So UNESCO can help countries, as it is already doing with AA, to assure some minimal international standards relating to neurotechnology. We have had already a great experience working with UNESCO, collaborating in this challenge with AA, and I am sure we can do the same thing with, in relation to neurotechnologies.
Thank you. It looks like a great organization that you're talking about, this UNESCO thing. It looks fantastic. Indeed, it's very interesting in terms of inspiration for the landscape, global standards, the institution at the local level, benchmarks, the governance mechanisms, and etc. Maybe as the presidency of the Council of Europe, Spain is concerned, how do you see this connection? Because there is I'm not talking about a missing link here, but you have global institutions like UNESCO at the global level with standards, global frameworks, recommendations, but rarely laws, but recommendations. Then maybe you have also at the national levels, you can even change the constitutions and have law enforcement, but there are also regional level, and European Union is one of them. How do you see that connection, and that the way that larger organizations at the regional level can also create consensus and can create laws, stronger laws, softer laws on this particular issue, as we have been also working hand in hand with the European Union as far as UNESCO is concerned on the issues of artificial intelligence. Maybe we have more to do also at this level. How do you see that from your perspective, of course?
Yeah, so I think it's very, very important in this point of time that UNESCO gets involved together with the rest of our international organizations in leveraging discussion and having an international consensus, so that we cannot have like 3 different worlds, that one, depending on the geography, you apply these technologies one way or another. We have seen that already with big data and artificial intelligence, where some countries have developed an industry where the data belongs to companies. In other places, that data belongs to governments. And for example, in Europe, we have always been very clear that we don't want that our data belongs neither to companies or to governments, but to citizens who decide on their governance, decide on their limits. This is why now Europe is developing the AI Act. That's going to be the first law regulating the harmful uses of AI, not the technology itself, but the high-risk applications. Sometimes that is seen always that Europe is over-regulating. And when we were talking about digital rights 2 or 3 years ago, when we were talking about regulating AI 3 years ago, I can say that we felt very alone. We felt like we were preaching in the desert. And some other countries were looking at us from the top, saying, here comes these European guys over-regulating everything, this will hamper innovation, this is not the way to go. And now the industry itself says, wow, everybody says the eureka moment, we should regulate AI, we should regulate ourselves, we should put some limit because this has existential risk for humankind. And we say, welcome to the club. We already saw it 3 years ago. And I don't buy the dichotomy between regulation and innovation. I don't buy it. I think you can innovate with some rules, with some safeguards. And that's what we should do. And it's the right moment to do that. I always say that when Europe comes with a law that can be imperfect, of course, we are not setting a legal standard. We are not setting even a technical standard. We are setting a moral standard. And this happened with the GDPR. Everybody said, oh, we're not going to use it. But then when you say, okay, why? I mean, these guys in Europe have their personal data protected. I am in Chile, I want that data protector. I am Japan, I want that data protector. And then that becomes a universal standard. And think that that can happen with AI, and I hope this happens with neurotechnologies. At the end of the day, even if you are able, because your legislation allows it, to pollute your environment, even though it's legal in your country, this is not acceptable anymore for a mobile perspective. And civil society has a lot of power to say, I don't want you to do this with my data. I don't want you to do this with my climate. And that is the awareness that UNESCO can help build. I think that's very important, all of UNESCO, in, I would say, spreading the awareness, the knowledge, and creating this social conscious and the civil conscience of what's going to be acceptable or not in the future development of such as disruptive technologies as neurotechnologies. I think it's very important the role of the UNESCO in continued research, and that we also policymakers take informed decisions. And that's very important you continue with their broad network of experts to bring us some light in these such challenging questions we are facing every day. It's very important to facilitate these global conversations. This is not a matter of geographies. And you mentioned, thanks for reminding that Spain is going to be the first country in the world having a national agency of supervision of AI that, of course, will include neurotechnologies. But is this enough? Do we need a European coordination agency, or do we need an international agency regulating this, as there is, or there was? Those who developed the atomic energy realized soon that they needed an international agency for atomic energy. Should we have such an international agency to regulate AI and neurotechnologies? I think that is where also UNESCO can facilitate these global conversations and create this consensus. And last but not least, building ethical guidelines. I mean, the extraordinary work you have already done, and I congratulate the previous speakers on the International Bioethics Committee. I think this is the right approach we need to have. So I really welcome the role of UNESCO. I think it's more important than ever. And as you said, Gabriela, the stakes are so high that we cannot just become observers of what technology does and wait until we solve the consequences. I think we need to work together, private sector, public sector, academia, in building a better world together with some limits. We cannot pretend play God. Just because something is technical feasible, it doesn't mean we should do it. So I think that is the right time to have these international conversations and this influence for UNESCO too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I'm sure that at UNESCO and Gabriela will agree. The power of the moral compass indeed is real. From sometimes we adopt a recommendation, we see skepticism, what's the worst, is it binding, not binding, and then we see creation of institutional networks. We see, and we have seen it with the ethical framework, National Ethics Committee, and it's 20 years after the landscape has completely changed. So indeed, the setting the moral tone is a game changer. Now I am looking for the most courageous individual in this room who will ask the first question. I see here on the, I don't see, so I see Is it Begonia? Sorry, the light is blinding. So we have a question from the Director of Gender Equality Division at UNESCO. Please, shoot.
Yes, thank you very much. Muchas gracias. I have to make a disclaimer. I'm not part of the experts. I'm part of the ignorant people. But I guess as ignorant people, I would like to have 3 questions or 3 comments that when I read the report of the committee and listening to all of you, I have 3 really uncertainties in that I'm very worried. One is relationship, that it is very formal to say that we can use neurotechnology in health, but I think that the Vice Minister of Chile said, oh, hello, there are many other things that the institutions are going to use it, and not necessarily of military purposes. And here comes again the whole issue between security and liberty. We know that even now in France and previously in other countries, they are thinking about disconnection of internet in case of some violent protest. We have seen in Senegal, we have seen it lately. So what are the public interests or not to use that? So I think we have to be very careful that it's not only health, it's a lot more issues. My second issue relates to concepts and rights. I think that concepts like neutral, normality, and users, I think should not be in this debate. What is neutral? What is normal? And we are not users, independently who uses that neurotechnology. We are citizens that have rights. Normality is what is healthy. So somebody that has a disorder, depression, bipolar is not normal. Somebody has had a malnutrition is not normal. I'm very worried about these concepts. On rights, is there any graduation on rights? When we started legislating the video vigilance, the cameras, we decided that our voices, our messages, reflected more from our right to protect than our images. Is there any graduation on the rights we have to protect? There is any that really, shuts the bank and the rest will fall immediately or not? And related to my more area of work, can we say that science is gender neutral? Can we say the brains are not connected with the rest of our health? Can we say that women and men has the same problems of health? Because we are seeing that more and more science is saying that we are not really analyzing women's health. Could be other people, not only women, men, the binary, but any other things, especially when we talk about identity. And there are a lot of things saying, hello, the tests are not done in women, and this cannot be differentiated from the brain. Hypothyroidism is very much confused in women with depression. Are we going to treat depression instead of hypothyroidism because we don't have? So can we say it's gender neutral? Those are my questions. Over to you.
It's more a global platform than a question, if you agree. But yes, any comment?
Thank you. I would like to remind once more what was in the recommendations, and I had to write it down. So it said that we also have a right to enjoy the benefits of scientific progress in neuroscience. So we have right to privacy, we have a lot of rights, but also we have a right to enjoy the progress of science. And if neurotechnology can help us improve our health, then it is our right to use that benefit, just as pharmacy, just as vaccines, and so on and so on. I agree with you, there are a lot of questions. So who decides whether this is a violent action or no? So this is something to discuss. That's why we need dialogues, that's why we need discussions, that's why we need huge consent on that. And what you mentioned, is technology gender neutral? Technology, yes, but not the people who are developing the technology. And it is the biases of the people who are developing the technology and the biases of the people who are collecting the data that are transferred in the technology itself. How we can address those biases is to make sure that we have not only genders, but also minorities, people of all ages, involved in the development of the technology, in the co-creation of the technology, and in the collection of data. Why this technology is developed mostly for adult men? It is because the data is usually collected for them. And it's because mostly they are the ones who are developing the technologies. But we need to raise awareness about that. And once we know what is the problem, we need to address those issues. It's very easy. So it's not about the technology, but it's about who is developing the technology and who is collecting and analyzing the data.
Yes, please.
Of course, I have no answers to your questions, are very, very, very fundamental, but I just wanted to point out two reflections. I think we should not pretend to regulate technology. I think technology should not be regulated. We should regulate the harmful uses or the high-risk uses of technology. Because technology, a hammer can be for good, or I can knock your head and kill you. So technology is not the problem, it's what we do with technology. And I think the right approach of the AI Act goes in this sense. We are not trying to regulate AI, or we should not try to regulate new technologies, but create a risk matrix and decide what we do with the different risk applications. There are absolutely forbidden uses of AI in the European regulation, and number one is social scoring. Europe has decided to censor themselves and say, we don't want AI to be used for social scoring, as it happens in other places in the world. It's not a technical problem, it's a decision to preserve citizens' rights. We forbid, and that's the most so harmful uses of, for example, using for killing people and war uses. But we are now in just the discussion, the hot topic of the discussion between the European Parliament position and the initial Council and Commission is if we allow or not real-time face recognition in open spaces. That's the hot topic now. What is the thin line between freedom or national security, for example? Do we find some exceptions for national security, or that is a loophole for any type of violation of human rights? We don't want no government to track us while we go to a demonstration and knows if I have been or not in that demonstration on what was saying the flag that I was wearing. So this has nothing to do with regulating technology. This has to do with regulating the uses or the potential harmful uses of technology. And that has to do with rights and with moral values. And for me, the important consensus is not on the regulation. The important consensus is about what are the rights. Even something is legal, citizens, consumer will not allow it to you, and your company value will decrease 36% in the stock market. So there are many ways to achieve that. But the important thing is to agree on values and define risk cases and decide also what are the banned uses of technology that we all agree to ban. And I think Europe, in these cases, it can be a good example.
Yes, Gabriela.
Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. No, well, I think that this is I completely agree with you with the previous speakers. I think that the question is to try to shape the outcomes of the technological use of these issues. And I think this is the point, because it's true, it's like a restaurant. You're not gonna go with every chef to see how they cook and if they have the materials, because it's impossible. But at least you can establish certain rules that will ensure that when the technology reaches people, there had been the wonderful concept of due diligence. Because I think it's very important, and this is something that UNESCO had all the time saying, we need an ex-ante assessment. I think this is really important. This is something that Europe is doing, because at the end, you decided to go for the risk-based approach and to look at those technological developments that look to have more impact, and therefore to give the space for the governments and the people to understand the technologies better before they are just put in the outer space without knowing if they are safe and if they can be use with certainty. I have to say that I don't think there is a classification of rights. We have the human rights framework, and therefore I think that all of the rights there are equal, and that you know because you are the expert on that. But I feel that if you think about manipulation, it's just core to this discussion. How do we avoid that the information about individuals can be manipulated? And can be manipulated individually, because then the information you are issuing on your mental states can provide a lot of information about your fears, your emotions, where you stand, what you like, what you don't like, and it can be done individually. It's being done for neural marketing, or it can be societal, as you mentioned, the question of mass surveillance, social scoring, things that we, in the recommendation on the ethics of AI, had banned completely. The question, for example, of in this very impressive technological dynamism, the question of who's liable. I mean, these are questions. Who is liable? Who's accountable? Who's responsible? These are the questions, and as I said, it's not a technological discussion. It's a societal one, it's a legal one. And I think this is the kind of issues, because we are not going to be controlling everything. We cannot codify everything. Day by day, and as usual, it's not the very first time that regulators are behind the market developments. This is a right that we need to push up. There was a fantastic discussion when Hervé and Emily were preparing the report about, and then we did it with Rafael and the UN agencies, the question of, do we need new rights? And I think that's a non-conclusive debate. Many people said, oh, don't go there, please don't go there. Don't open the human rights framework, because then you're open the Pandora box, no? We can adapt, it's fine. We can just produce some commentary so that we can protect some of the more innovative ways of rights. But this is not conclusive. Do we need to have the neural rights defined differently, with the decalogue of things, of the right things to do or not? This is for members to tell us. This is for this global debate that you have called for UNESCO to have, and this is exactly what we are going to do. And then on gender, I love your question. Because at the end, and Maria Gracia, Daphne, when we go for doing more research, who's in the data? You said it, Emilia. Who is in the data? Who is defining the kind of applications? Medical, let's just go medical, because that's already well framed with medical protocols. You know it because you and I have been talking. There is thousands of women dying every day because of misdiagnostic of heart attacks. Because the stereotyping of the heart attack of men and all of the solutions that have been posed to address the issue does not apply to women. And therefore, your question has just opened a world of imagination of the things that we need to do to go deeper into knowing how these things are being developed, and if they are not already biased. I am talking about the good applications, but at the end, women are underrepresented in the data. Women are usually underrepresented in these very leading technologies, and therefore, there must be an angle that we should really look deep into it. We did it in the ethics of AI, and I have been working on the gender equality for many, many years, and I can tell you that when we do look at the evidence, and this is what we do, also present the evidence, and seeing that less women are engaged in ITC or AI than they are in STEM, is just huge. 22% of women in the development, 85% of the teams that develop the AI are male-only teams, and I will add from the north. Nothing wrong with that, only that you're missing the large part of the diversity of the world and the views of women to develop these issues. So very important points that are not, as Matthew said, we don't have answers, but we have.
I said it's the start. It's a long process, so it's a kickoff. Yes, please. And then I've seen three questions, one here and two there. Yes.
Okay, I just would like to add something to what you said and regarding your comments, which are really important. First, that I agree that we need to stop talking about users because it reveals a passive position. And we need to be actors. We need to be involved in this discussion. That's why it's so important to engage citizens in the discussion of neurotechnologies, the topics that we are talking about now. Also, you mentioned the thing about neutrality. And of course, as Gabriela says, technology is created by us. So it carries biases that we already have as humanity. So in this sense, we need to, at the end, the question is, the thing that I would like to reinforce is what society we would like to build. Because we need to assure scientific freedom, of course, and freedom of innovation. We need the scientific research to advance, but also science and technology development must be always under this social discussion. That's why we need to be engaged on that discussion, not only experts, but citizens, people in their countries, and for that we need an informed discussion. So that's what I wanted to ask to your comments, which were really, really important to take into account for the discussion we are having here.
No, indeed, and it's very revealing what you said about if you use the language of user, you're already trapped into the technological marketing narrative, and it's. I think there was a question, yes, from the Pope of the question, Rafael Usted, please.
Thank you. This is a question for Undersecretary Gainza. You presented Chilean's pioneer efforts in this topic. It's the only place in the world where there's some sort of protection at the constitutional level in Article 19 of the Chilean Constitution. But constitutional level protection, it's of course great, but it doesn't solve the problem. We have to land these ideas in the existing legislation. And my question has to do with the Chilean Bill of Neuroprotection, which it's not only the first legislation in the world to address neurotechnology, but it also does something very creative and very brave, which is it applies the medical model, essentially defines all neurotechnology, whether it's clinical or commercial, as a medical device, and applies the existing Chilean medical code, and also defines by law that all neurotechnology data is health-sensitive data, and applies the existing Chilean regulation. So this could be, in my humble opinion, a wonderful way for many countries to respond to neurotechnology without having to reinvent the wheel, by essentially defining them as part of medicine and bringing in let's say in the US, the FDA, the HIPAA regulation of sensitive health data, in Europe, the European Medicament Agency and all the European health data law. So now this very, again, brave piece of legislation, in my recollection, was approved unanimously by the Senate already 2 years ago, and it has been stuck in the chamber. So that's my question for you. What is the current government's strategy with respect to the neuroprotection bill? And just from the outside, I would send my strong support to finish the job. No, that it's only halfway done. Yeah.
Thank you. The floor is yours. Just before lunch, you know, we get a little bit of a warm-up.
Great. Thank you for your question. As I said, this law, which it goes apart from the constitutional modification that we already have. This law is still under discussion, and it was approved by the Senate, but there are more steps to be approved. And what we are doing there is that we are trying to to promote a more broad discussion, a discussion that is not only, as I said, about political representatives or experts, but it's also a public discussion that has to articulate the scientific freedom to push the frontiers of knowledge and to preserve that scientific freedom, but also to discuss issues regarding what is the impact of this development on society. And what is the key point there, I think, and why is important this broad discussion about the topic, to bring all the different perspectives regarding the advances of neurotechnologies. The key point is human rights. The human rights that we need to reinforce regarding the neurotechnologies that must be reinforced in the neuro rights legislation. And if we need new rights regarding that. Because, and why I'm mentioning this? Because this is not a regulation about our brains as an organ, but it's a legislation or regulation that we need to think about the humanity, which goes beyond the discussion about our brain. That's why I said that this discussion is not about tech or about a neurobiological vision only, but it's a discussion that goes beyond that. It's a social, cultural, human rights discussion. And also, I would like to say that, of course, it's important to protect, we have discussed that, to protect neurodata, free will, identity, but also I think, and and I'm talking from my ministry, the science ministry, that we need a more broad discussion that brings to the different perspective, and that's why we are still discussing this law, because it needs to take into account this key point that is central to preserve human rights, but it's also important to preserve the freedom of research and innovation through the advances of new technologies.
Thank you. There was a question here on the fourth row. Maybe you can bring, excellent. Can you please introduce yourself?
Je vais parler en arabe. Est-ce que c'est possible?
I'm going to speak in Arabic, if that's possible. I understand there's translation.
Le travail.
And I wanted to commend the work which UNESCO has been doing thanks to this cultural and intellectual diversity. So I'm going to introduce myself. I am responsible for women, children, and the elderly, and have been in that post between 2016 and 2020. And having been in that post, I'm now a researcher in the field of human rights. And the issue of concern to us today is an extremely important one in our modern-day world, because it is the human brain, it's the human mind which is involved. And this treasure trove of culture and knowledge it contains. And today I feel a little bit lost when one compares neurotechnology and uranium. For example, when uranium was discovered, the aim initially was peaceful, the peaceful use of uranium and the atom, and was also related to health. But what's happening today is that uranium has become a disaster for humanity. its use has been diverted. How can we limit this phenomenon of abuse of this mental uranium, as it were, notwithstanding the existence of international human rights? International humanitarian law exists, but it's not applied or cannot be applied to this field, and that is what we're experiencing today. And then I have a second question regarding the social dimension. Society is an issue on which our department operates and works, because I think there is a social chasm which exists between many countries. You have countries in the Arab world who are in this situation. There are African countries in this situation who are experiencing the pressures of poverty and the absence or lack of social and intellectual programs because of the difficulties they face. And what role can UNESCO play in order to bridge that chasm, to bridge that divide? Or should we expect it to widen even further? Because the question is, who is going to use these technologies and who will benefit from them? There are peoples who will be deemed superfluous, or who will be in retreat and will go back to a stage of intellectual slavery and backwardness in healthcare. You have other countries that are very strong because of their intellectual and scientific capacity. Then you have the rest of humanity, which is going to be left by the wayside in ignorance and dependence and weakness in many fields. Thank you.
Question des inégalités.
Thank you. That's the question of inequality, of course, which is at the heart of Gabriella's work. Gabriella, would you like to answer this, unless someone else wishes to? But I think it's a question to UNESCO. Gabriella, yes. I think I'm sorry, Madam, I can't respond in Arabic. We'll try that another day.
The question here is really important, because when we define the ethical reflection, it's not only about ethics regarding human rights of individuals. That's super important, and we have been talking about that. But we also need to consider this business model that unfortunately is out there, not only with the neurotechnology, but also with the artificial intelligence, by which half of the world is disconnected. We should not forget that. Half of the world is disconnected from internet or have no stable connection to internet. And therefore, I think that what is happening is really that you have AI and neurotechnology with steroids, no? Because they are converging, and when we say they are converging technologies, it's because they are supporting each other. The neurotechnologies will not go that far if you didn't have the algorithms and the capacities of the analytical capacities of artificial intelligence to make sense of all the neural data and to reach certain conclusions. But I feel that this is really important. And if you ask me, one of the most, I would say, one of the biggest concern is the question of who benefits from this. The minister mentioned it. Hervé mentioned it. We have been saying, and we have recommendations. We have the recommendation on science and scientific research and UNESCO. We have the open science recommendation, which is always saying the benefits of science should be widely shared in the world. And then, of course, we have the IP rights and all the regulations and all the discussions that we need to solve, because, of course, you need to protect innovation. But at the end, I think it's quite restrictive, and at the end, I think it's preventing from many countries to benefit or to be more in the development of the technologies, not only as users, but also as developers. Imagine a world in which now we can do it. There are enhancements in the brains, in the cognitive capacities. This is something that is being developed. There are immersed neurotechnologies that touch upon enhancing memory, capacities, no? Imagine a world in which who is going to be using this? We know those that have access, those that have the means, those that has the income. And therefore, gone are the days when kids from very backward communities could succeed because they are smart or because they're gifted some way, because then you will have these enhancers. These are really very important societal, and I love these discussions because it's not about the sector, it's not about the technology, it's about all these implications that we will need to be grappled with, but they don't go unnoticed. These are things that we are really looking deep into it, and that's why we also produce this report on the landscape of neurotechnology, because when we saw the report that was produced by the IBC, which is amazing in terms of elucidating all these concepts, I also wanted to know the shape of the market. Who's developing what? Which countries? Which companies? Which? And at the end, it's really skewed. It's really skewed to the usual suspects. And then the same debate about how do we share the benefits of knowledge, how do we ensure, we saw it, the vaccine, the access to vaccines was not great. We said that the hoarding of vaccines was not great. There, we really failed as humanity to share the benefits of knowledge.
Is there another, but that's also the beauty of it. We said with Hervé earlier, indeed, sometimes it's depressing. We ask ourselves, have we learned from the past? Are we going to do good this time? Maybe not, but we have to keep on trying. Otherwise, we just stop, we just go back in the forest and give the keys. No, so we keep on trying. This is why we are here, to not reiterate the mistakes from the past. Are there any other questions? Do I see a hand? Yes, sir. You introduce yourself. Is there a microphone? Microphone is on its way, I'm sure. I don't see, yes.
Hello. Hi, I'm Guy Goldstein. I'm a lecturer at the School of Economic Warfare here in Paris, and I'm part of civil society. And I really wanted to congratulate this fantastic panel and really stress what I think is extremely interesting among this ethical framework for neurotechnology element around autonomy, agency, free will, which needs to be protected. We're talking here about neurotechnologies and lots of new techs in terms of neuro devices and so forth. But we already know today that we have technologies online, AI, social media, which does use AI, that is able actually, and we have lots of studies over the last 3-4 years that have shown that are able to actually modify the state of minds of people, that are able to modify their emotional stability and increase emotional instability. So if indeed we push forward toward those neural rights, and I really like this concept of neural rights, that indeed would protect, preserve free will, don't you think that indeed the first case of applying and protecting them will be immediately today the issue we have with social media companies like, say, TikTok and others, which have this ability and actually have proven to have this ability to change the state of minds in a structural way of many of the audience? That's my first question. My second and last question is, in terms of regulation, we talked a lot about regulations to protect the citizens and the people, but we have had issues, for example, with GDPR, and here I'm talking also as an advisor from different VC companies that I help. GDPR have had the effect in Europe to decrease the market shares of European ad tech companies with regards and favor actually large American companies that we all know of. So if we push forward in terms of regulation and more ethical principles, can we have actually elements where we're going to incorporate as early as possible VCs and startup companies, which are the companies which will produce their neurotechnologies, and perhaps make all those principles not only as sticks, but also elements of carrots, and credentials and premium, where they actually could use and leverage that in terms of competitive advantage. These were my two questions.
Thank you very much. Who wants to take a shot at it? Minister? No, Undersecretary, yes.
I didn't understand quite the second one. I just want to mention the first one. When you mentioned the first one, you are raising the right topic that I was also connecting to the question of Professor Juste, is that as we have seen, neurotechnologies have two potentials: read your mind and alter your mind. Of course, if we talk about devices, the strategy of Chile is very clever. So assimilate the non-invasive neurotechnologies to the same regulation as invasive neurotechnologies. But I think this is not enough because there are a lot of loopholes. Because once you know how to read your mind and know the patterns, you can alter your patterns with devices or without devices, just having an immersive experience in the metaverse, or even listening to music, and listening to music that is introducing an electric pulse that's changing your behavior. So it's not only assimilated that to devices, it's also how do we prevent that our brain is hacked. And if we assimilate everything with informatics, we can hack even the most secure systems. So the problem is how to prevent the brain to be hacked. So I think that assimilating that to non-invasive to invasive is a clever strategy, but probably we have some loopholes there that we need to incorporate other preventions. Then you mentioned the question of GDPR. GDPR has had the positive effect, but it was the worst ever experience in its adoption, because it took 2 years to adopt the GDPR, and the small and medium businesses where the process was very painful, very harmful, and very costly. And we want to prevent that with the AI regulation. This is why we are building the sandbox. So once the regulation is in place, we put all the practical things, the methodologies, and even the technology to apply it day one. Because otherwise you create different levels of competency. And then the big tech always have the first mover advantage and the rest follows. And that creates a lot of distortions to the market. So I agree that it doesn't mean that we need to create imbalances. We need to have a better fair play. And I do believe at the end of the day, GDPR is good for everybody, not only for Europe. But the question of competency and innovation in Europe is a very tricky thing, because the problem we have is that we don't have a single digital market. And it's much more difficult to compete in Europe than in the US because of economies of scale. So I really think that Europe can become a leader in neurotechnologies if we really have access to that knowledge from the academia to the industry, disseminated with open science and in the same starting point with a level playing field. What we have seen in AI, it has not been a level playing field. It has been a development that has been concentrated with only 4 big tech companies in the States and other 4 big tech companies in China, because they owned the data. And I think the way we can prevent this is having more transparency in the use of data, more opportunities, transfer from the academia to the industry with a level playing field, and that you need regulation. We are encouraging a lot neurotechnologies and investment in deep tech. In Spain, we have raised 8 billion Next Tech Fund, which is a venture capital fund to promote investments and high-tech companies in this field. And I think that is the way to go.
Thank you. Yes?
Very fast. I think that this question of social media is key, but I would, and great to see you, Guy Philippe, in this context. The fact is that you have the downstream, and our colleagues in the communication and information sector here in UNESCO are dealing with the platforms and how you ensure content moderation and how you use the algorithm to stop from damage to happen. I think that's an amazing work. You have the upstream, and this is the neurotechnologies. Because if you are not allowed to profile people, you will be less successful at trying to manipulate. And this is what we're talking about here. And this requires a complete change of business model of the use of data, which is what here the public policy officials have been mentioning. Not easy, but I think we should just put it at the table.
It is in, yes.
Now I remember I wanted to point out on this information piece. At the DSA, the Digital Services Act, just demands that the platforms control the transparency of algorithms. And this is why in Spain we have this Center for Algorithm Transparency, and the first thing they're doing is analyzing those algorithms that generate addiction. It can be TikTok, it can be Netflix. I always say the example, I'm unable to watch 4 hours in a line a movie, but I am able to spend 4 hours watching 30-minute chapters, one after the other. So I mean, those algorithms today are designed for amplifying, polarizing, and creating addiction. And that's something that has not been solved, that has not been regulated, but it has started to be regulated with DSA.
Yes, and UNESCO is about to publish in September the first guidelines for the regulations of social media, as you may know. So it's the end of a year and a half global discussion, and the regulations is coming, or the proposals for regulations are coming up in September. I have a last question. What if we take a break? I think we all agree it has been a stellar kickoff for this conference. I thank you very much. I'm sure I'm not the only one in the room. Thank you very much, Excellencies, Minister, Undersecretary, Vice Minister, for this conversation. We all agree that Gabriella's team has put forward a great program for the day. I wish you bon appétit, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
He's a professor at the Graduate School of Informatics at Kyoto University, and he's the head of the Department of Neuroinformatics at the ATR Computational Neuroscience Laboratories. On his left, we are joined by Raphael Yuster. Thanks for being here. He's a professor of biological science and neurosciences at Columbia University, and he's advised the Chilean Senate and the Spanish National Neurotechnology Center in the past. On his left, we're joined by Lena Pilkanen. Is that correct? Professor of Linguistics and Psychology at New York University, Director of the NYU Neurolinguistics Lab, and President for the Society of the Neurobiology of Language. Thanks for being with us. On her left, we're joined by Gloria Patricia Cardona Gomez, who's professor at the Antioquia University in Colombia, and vice president of the Federation of Latin American and Caribbean Neuroscience Societies. And we're also joined by Pavel Svoboda, who's Director General of the Human Brain Project and the CEO of eBrains. And because we have to include rights in the discussion, of course, as always, we're joined by Tim Engelhardt, who's a human rights officer at the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights Office. Thanks for being here, Tim. And we can also welcome remotely Muming Pu, who's the founding director of the Institute of Neuroscience at the Chinese Academy of Sciences and chair of the organizing committee of the China Brain Project. Hopefully, he'll pop up in just a second. So let's start then with just a general question to our panelists. If we look at all the recent developments there have been in neurotechnology, I'd like you each to pick out perhaps one advancement that particularly excites you. Perhaps as you're not, as you're more on the right side, Tim, we can skip you out for this one if you'd like. But if each of you can give me your sort of the most recent neurotechnology bit of progress that's most excited. Do you want to kick us off, Yuki?
Hi. Okay, thank you. So I'm a computational neuroscientist by training, and we've been interested in AI and the brain and how to model mathematically, computationally. And but I've been working on actual data from human brain signals like neuroimaging and implanted electrode. And the advance we recently have seen, and which is very exciting, was the discovery that the similarity between AI and brain. Okay. AI, for instance, especially in deep learning, deep neural network models are inspired by neuroscience, but only weakly inspired. So only the very basic architecture was borrowed from actual neurons, the brains. But if the brain-inspired model is trained with huge amount of data, each artificial neuron develops property which turns out similar to actual human or animal brain. So that similarity is very interesting because we can translate human animal brain data into AI, and we can directly connect current AI technologies. And that allows us to visualize what the person imagines as an image, or even imagery, or some sound you hear. Okay? And also, the similarity between brain and AI gives a nice model for studying complex brain. So it's also useful for basic neuroscience research.
Raphael. It should be on already. Try giving a...
Can you hear me? Yes, thank you for having me here. I just wanted to also thanks UNESCO and congratulate UNESCO for this event and for the report, and UNESCO leadership, Gabriela Ramos and everyone else involved. I think this is a brave step by UNESCO to tackle this issue and bring all of us to the table. If I had to choose one thing that has happened recently in neurotechnology, I would choose the combination of artificial intelligence with non-invasive neurotechnology. So, there's two types of neurotechnology: invasive, that requires neurosurgery, and whether you want it or not, that's super covered by existing medical regulations and the data that comes from it as well. But the non-invasive neurotechnology, and we can talk about that later if you want, it's completely unregulated. And these are devices that could be a helmet, a diadem, glasses, a bracelet. So, and of course, they have less resolution, less spatial and temporal resolution than the devices that you would have inside your head. But that's where AI has come in a big way. There's been 4 studies published in the last year, one of them actually at Osaka, other in Singapore, and 2 in the US, that have used generative AI, and particular latent diffusion models, to decode brain activity and effectively decode language, either language that you hear, language that you generate, or language that you read, so mental language, as well as images, the images that you can conjure in your head. So why am I so excited about that? Well, I'm a medic, and from the patient point of view, this is a revolution. Just one example. My mother has Alzheimer's. She's lost essentially her speech, so we cannot communicate with her. Well, what if we just stick something like this on top of mom and be able to communicate? This would be a revolution to the treatment of many diseases. But at the same time, this is sort of always the case with all technology. It's neutral. You can use it to decode the thoughts of an Alzheimer's patient and communicate with a person, or you can put that on a person that's normal, that's buying one of these devices for gaming, for example, and then you start to bank all the brain data and you decode it for economic benefit or nefarious purposes. So I think that sort of opens the discussion of the positives and negatives of neurotechnology.
And just a reminder that interpretation is available in English, French, and Spanish. Raphael, if you could pass the mic over to Lina. I think we're having to share mics because there's so many of you. So Lina, any thoughts on what's most exciting in neurotechnology at the moment?
So I'll continue on the topic of non-invasive techniques. So in the neurosciences, what we're always looking for is a combination of really excellent time resolution. So we want to know exactly when neural events are happening, but we also would like to have really, really good spatial resolution so that we can actually know where in the brain the activities are emerging. And that combination has always been a challenge for non-invasive imaging. But of the kind of extant majority techniques, the technology that gives us the best resolution of temporal and spatial resolution is a technique called magnetoencephalography. It was already mentioned earlier this morning, so MEG for short. And so traditionally, MEG has been a bit of a cumbersome technique in that the way that these sensors are able to detect tiny magnetic fields that are associated with our electric neural activity. So right now, we all have these kind of magnetic halos around our heads, and that's reflecting our neurons' activity. The MEG sensors are able to measure that activity because of cryogenics technology, so that sensors are actually cooled down into a very, very cold temperature, and so they're laying in liquid helium. So a bit of a cumbersome technique because the subject has to be a little bit further away from the very cold sensors, and then there has to be material that is insulating. But now there has been there's a new generation of MEG systems where the cooling is no longer needed. And so these are so-called optically pumped magnetometers. So now we're instead using laser light to achieve the ability to measure these very, very tiny signals. So now we have a non-invasive system that gives us the excellent temporal resolution, millisecond by millisecond, but also really, really good spatial resolution. And this system is now a much more portable system. And that means that the subject can move around, which you couldn't do in the old MEG system. So for example, little kids was problematic to measure, all sorts of clinical populations that wouldn't be able to stay still. And so now the applications are much more more exciting. And also maybe relevant for this conference, you could also have a more non-compliant subject. If you're doing some kind of lie detection or something like that, you could use this instrument because you can move around. Whereas if I don't want to have an MEG measurement succeed as a subject, I can ruin it by just moving around. Similarly for fMRI. So I think that's the optically pumped MEG is coming.
Yeah, I'm definitely very fidgety at the doctors, so I think that sounds like a good innovation. So, Gloria, tell us what excites you in neurotechnology at the moment.
Bueno, first I would like to say thanks to...
Well, first I'd like
Dr. Gabriela Ramos. And it's an opportunity for us to be here, for me specifically, to represent to Latin America. I would like to respond in Spanish. Okay. Yo creo que...
It seems to me that these breakthroughs can be seen in different ways. Maybe Latin America is not necessarily the world region which is most advanced in this area in terms of its ability to create and innovate. Nevertheless, if this is a very fertile ground in terms of the approaches that we're carrying forward that can generate knowledge not only at the local level, it also can be extended to a global level. It should be stressed that in Latin America, we're carrying out image studies related to encephalography and magnetic resonance and PET-CT, and these AI-based tools are also used for early diagnosis, for finding specific areas of the brain that would be affected at a much earlier stage, of course, based on populations that are asymptomatic carriers of mutations that lead to these kinds of symptoms at an earlier stage, or that even without having symptoms, by imaging, you can detect changes in the connectivity of neuronal or neuron networks. And this, together with genomes and markers and liquidometer, has allowed us to gradually find information that can be very new in terms of early markers leading to early interventions in order to block or make prevention of neurodegenerative or neurological diseases in general. And this is from the technological point of view. But I also consider that there are other very important aspects of technology that have to be taken into account. And this relates to the issue of education. In Latin America, we have a big strength in terms of networking in general. I mean, the federation that I represent the Latin American Federation of Neuroscientific Societies in the Caribbean, where our best intention is to expand knowledge of neurosciences and to disseminate it in the region with exchange of information and also based in capacity building and creating infrastructure and providing support to the region with the infrastructure that you find in Chile, in Argentina, and of course in Mexico, Colombia, and Uruguay. And I believe that by using these networks, for instance, IBRALAC, which is a Latin American network of the Brain Research Organization, and FALAN, and the Red Dot, which is studying, for example, the different kinds of changes that occur not only because of lifestyle, but also based on genetic variants that protect or increase the risk of neurological diseases. And Latin America is brought together around these consortia funded by the United States and Europe. So they're using neurotechnology, and they're in permanent communication and exchanging with genetics, and they're trying to determine with these populations that have a bias or causality variation, providing supports to people who have risks or comorbidity in their daily lives in order to provide these opportunities for early diagnosis and, of course, in the future of primary treatment and care. And lastly, I'd like to stress that our region, by means of the neuroscientific societies of every country, play a very important academic and scientific and social role. So I insist that this is very fertile ground in order to have an impact not only on development, but also in the building of an awareness in care, so that there are benefits and so that people can have a critical position when risks come up in the managing of these data. And the best example of awareness is countries like Chile, as was said in this morning, Brazil, Chile, and Uruguay, and recently Mexico. And we have an opportunity of joining this kind of proposal, including Colombia, and this is fostered by UNESCO. Thank you.
Which technology excites you when you look across the landscape that you have an overview of for your two projects?
Thank you very much. So I will have a twofold response to your question about what I find exciting at the moment. There's a lot to choose from, but I would like to focus on two areas. One is the neurotechnologies with already an extensive rollout. And I'm mentioning that because there is a moral imperative, especially in a conference like that, to be discussed behind the neurotechnology. So we have cochlear implants, we have deep brain stimulation that has already been applied to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. And these devices are making enormous difference in the lives of people, well, with a hearing deficit in the first example, or with movement disorders in the case of DBS for Parkinson's, or DBS for depression now increasingly as well. So I would like to single out that area where the rollout is already extensive, and that will be one excitement. And the second excitement has to do with addressing some of the most devastating and debilitating conditions. And the work which is going on brain-computer interfaces for people with locked-in syndrome who cannot communicate Otherwise, with friends and family, I mean, this is what literally makes the whole lot of a difference, needless to say. The spinal cord implants coming out of the Grégoire lab at EPFL that enable paralyzed people to walk again within the matter of hours. I mean, that is revolutionary in terms of what technology can enable. Or to give the third and last example, the ongoing work on the visual prosthesis, such as in Peter Relsema's lab in Amsterdam, where you implant electrodes back in the visual cortex, so you go around problem with the eye or the retinal degeneration, and you stimulate directly the visual cortex. This is, at the moment, still a partial solution because it enables to see the dots of light, shapes of letters perhaps. But for someone who has been blind for their entire lives, this makes all the difference. So I would like to point out these two different areas. One where there is already extensive rollout, and the second where we are really at the crux of addressing some of the most devastating neurological disorders.
Yeah, something that seems simple to us now, like a cochlear implant, as you say. I mean, it is very exciting and revolutionary to those who get one. So finally, I'd just like to connect to Mu Ming Pu, who should be online with us for his thoughts.
Yes, okay. I would like to address this, the most exciting development. I think I agree very well with Rafa about the non-invasive neurotechnology and neuromodulation tools. In addition, I think in the next few years, we'll see closed-loop application of non-invasive modulation approach. That means that we could, in principle, monitor the brain state of the person in real time and apply and adjust your stimulation parameters to shoot for the desired modulation effects. I think this happened already for DBS stimulation, this closed loop type of application. But non-invasive technology would, if applied with closed loop monitoring on an individual online basis, together with AI assistance, online analysis of the brain state, I think that would be really a very useful and very powerful tools. So, I'm looking forward to the next few years of development in this field, especially wearable gadgets that can apply non-invasive and minimum stimulation that could apply brain state, change your brain state that push you into sleep when you need to sleep, or push you to the awake state when you need to be awake. All this could be applied on the spot. I think that would depend on the ability to individualize modeling of the fields within the brain based on the skull morphology. You have to take a CT or MRI to really figure out what would be the inside of distribution of the fields, and then you can really adjust your stimulation parameter. And that area, I think, in order to really apply non-invasive neuromodulation tools, we need to have better scientific studies on the parameters, on how to use the duration, the timing, and the location of application of the various tools, TMS, TDCS, whatever. And we are currently really in a very primitive stage in terms of the use of these tools in the clinical settings. Now, most clinical settings didn't consider what's the appropriate parameters to be used on the patients, and also the timing of applications, whether the brain circuits activate. And I think the timing is very important. If you want to modulate neural circuits, you have to modulate at the right time when the circuit is activated. If you want to inhibit that particular circuit, you also want to inhibit your activity at the right time. And to be able to choose the right time for application of non-modulatory, non-invasive modulation. And this also presumably would also need to have closed loop monitoring of the activity of the brain. So I think this is an area for much scientific studies. And the things that we are looking at in Shanghai, for example, we are doing all this neuromodulation closed loop application technology on monkey, on a non-human primate species, which had the anatomy closer to humans. Then we can really study how to achieve the closed loop and precise modulation of the brain. And once that can be done, then we can apply to the human subjects more appropriately. Now, this is a new modulation. If I have 1 more seconds, I think there's another area of great interest to me. That is the genetic editing approach. With the very rapid advance of the gene editing methods, CRISPR-Cas9 technology, base editing technology, you can now really move into therapy, genetic therapies of many neuro diseases. I mean, it's been applied, clinical trials already ongoing in ALS, in retinal disease, and those are going to be another form of neuromodulation for therapy, right? This is area we haven't discussed very much, but I just mentioned that that's something that excites me very much.
Thanks for all those thoughts. Let's move on a little bit into each of our panelists' specific fields, starting with you, Gloria. You've already touched on a bit the difference between Latin America and the rest of the world. Yeah, Gloria. That's okay, no worries. Absolutely fine. Oh, Tim, yes, sorry, I missed it. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah. Yeah, no, thanks for reminding me. We had a little discussion before. Anyway, I must say I'm incredibly excited being here in this room and on this podium with you because of the amazing work you're all doing and with the goals you're having, right? The goals of really helping people and people's lives, like the advances in terms of helping people gaining or regaining abilities to see, to walk, to overcome disease. It's incredibly inspiring. And more generally, I find this whole field incredibly, exciting. And reading, hearing about these growing opportunities and this growing understanding of the human brain makes me feel all giddy, like there are all these options I would like to see in practice, and I want to, I'm a little bit like a kid in a toy shop, too much, but we will talk about the darker corners of this toy shop later. But to summarize, it's incredibly promising work, and I'm really feel privileged that I can contribute to this here today.
Yeah, I think it's normal to have anxieties as well. I mean, if you listen to what Mu-Ming Pu was saying, you start to think about things like addiction, substance abuse. We already have issues with this, with things already available. So if people can access things straight into their brain, I mean, it opens a whole another set of moral issues. So let's go on to people's specific fields, starting with you, Gloria. You touched on Latin America and the differences between it and the rest of the world when it comes to this continually developing technology. Perhaps you could go a little bit more into detail with that, given that this report that's just been released does outline that there are vast differences around the world between regions as to the development of neurotechnology.
Well, it's true that it's a shame to have to say it, but it's undeniable there's a marked difference between different areas of Latin America. And I think we can say that there's greater development, such as Chile. I'm talking mainly about science and technology in general. So Chile, Mexico, Brazil, and Uruguay as well, plus Argentina. But nonetheless, there are other parts of the region that are a bit further back. They're lagging behind. In Central America, you can see this sort of differences in technological and scientific progress. I would say that one of the most significant impacts of this difference is that there is no long-term political decision-making. We always seem to have a very short-term view of how each government can tackle and solve some of the problems they're most interested in. But when it comes to science and technology, we don't have a resolute decision to take us through decades and catch up, because there are regions where, because of scientific cooperation and the productive capabilities that they have, they've managed to move forward. But I think all of this means it's very difficult to identify longer-term opportunities so that we can have really determined implementation of these scientific advances and awareness raising and publication of knowledge. So I was thinking that this is a real critical issue here. In other words, how am I going to raise awareness of this among people who might have very basic needs and who might think, well, I will be able to make sure they don't use my brain data or my data for certain neurological tools or applications that will not be very beneficial. So I think that everything that can impact the development of protection would be very welcome. But I think that's where the main challenge is. How can we reach those more remote regions and raise the necessary awareness and decision-making abilities so as to avoid this kind of loss of rights, if I can put it that way. And there's something else I wanted to mention too, which is that I think it's important, for example, to make sure that different countries and institutions conclude regional level agreements to produce effective policies, not just for health and education and trade, but also in the area of neurotech. I think this is the right time to do it. And I could even imagine an action plan that would raise awareness for the importance of science and technology and end up with perhaps some kind of schools and training courses, but that would be about raising awareness of the rights underlying neurotech. Basically, I think that our problem is, okay, cultural and economic, but if we can raise awareness of the need for developments and of what neuroscience is doing in Latin America and around the world, then I think we probably can make a small contribution to the development of new rules and regulations in neurotech, because we have had to deal with other problems, peace, gender violence, and inequalities.
Gloria, if I turn to you now, Lena, so your research very much focuses on our understanding of the brain's understanding of language and has contributed a lot to what we understand about how the brain processes language. So I wanted to zoom in on one aspect in particular, that's how we might be able to improve educational approaches to children using your kind of work.
Yeah, interestingly, even though in the last 20 years or so, we've really leaped forward in our understanding of the human brain, it turns out that, and this topic kind of arose already in the morning session, we kind of understand one kind of human brain really well, and that is the brain of college students or university students. So, so that's a certain type of adult brain, so like an adult brain roughly in the 20s. But our understanding of other types of human brains, especially children, is much more rudimentary. So that's still work that really, you know, we need to do a lot of work in that domain. And the reasons for this are sort of clear, and I've somewhat recently started to do some developmental work myself, and now I sort of see more clearly than what I used to before. And so it all has to do with incentive in participating in science. So those college students come into our labs because we give them a little bit of money, or they get credit for their courses, and that's why we study their brains. Children come into our lab when their parents are worried about the children. So we have bodies of work on children who have some kind of a clinical issue, so autism, you know, you name it, but those parents are motivated in bringing the kids to the lab. And so the vast majority of research on the neurobiology of children's language is clinical studies, and then there's a typically developing control group. But the control group data does not accumulate into a systematic body of knowledge the way that we accumulate the knowledge from the college students. And so this is a big problem, and it's actually very difficult to get the very healthy kids to come into our laboratories to do science experiments when there's no particular reason to do that. And so our kind of educational applications of neuroscience research are hampered by this situation. And I think there are a couple of approaches that could be helpful. One of them would be for the general public to see their own participation in science as something that is kind of equivalent to like maybe donating blood or voting. Like this is in some sense your duty as a citizen to also participate in science so that science represents you. Science can't represent you if you're not also volunteering your brain activity in the research. And so, for example, for schools, we could have educational packets maybe coordinated by UNESCO that could be used in schools, and then you could engage local scientists to also come in and enable that connection. So that's something that I think would be helpful. Another opportunity has to do with neurotechnology, because if we actually have these wearable devices and we all have some reason to use them because they do something good for us, then we could really diversify the neuroscience data that actually inform our theories. And then of course we have we have to strike a balance between the privacy issues. But I think there's a tremendous opportunity there in that we would want to harness that data so that we can diversify neuroscience, which currently really isn't there. So at the moment, I think the educational applications are limited for these reasons. But I'll mention one thing on a sort of more positive, immediate note. We have a very compelling body of research today about the neural basis of bilingualism. And so what that work shows is that bilingualism is a very natural state for the brain. We used to think maybe 10 years ago that there's something a little difficult for the brain to kind of manage two different languages. But today we know that that really isn't true. For example, if you hear a sentence, you're a bilingual person, and you hear a sentence that pulls from the two languages. So some words are, let's just say, in Spanish, and some words are in English. Your brain, if you are bilingual in those two languages, will use kind of a unified combinatory system to just create a sentence representation for that. And there's no index that something weird happened. And so to the extent that we have any remnants in the educational system of discouraging bilingualism, those should definitely be erased. So that neuroscience does not support that at all.
That's fascinating. I can tell you after 7 years in France, it doesn't feel always like a natural state for my brain to be in, even if you're telling me it is. Really interesting ideas in there. If we move on to you, Yuki. So you've been described as the man who's decoded our dreams, very semi-ominously, but perhaps you can explain how you achieved this, what this means, and does it make you a mind reader?
Okay, thank you. So yeah, it's a very still primitive thing. Okay, but just to explain, so my approach is now called brain decoding, and that's based on the machine learning analysis of brain data and corresponding mind state or images or sound or task. Okay, so you can train machine learning in a model to predict what the person is seeing or what person is trying to do using a lot of data. Okay, and another thing which is very interesting is that so the brain responds to the stimulus, but the brain show activity while you are imagining something that looks similar to what the brain activity induced by the same image, with the same content. So the similar principle applies to action. So between when you are actually performing an action and when you are just imagining that action, you observe similar brain activity pattern. Okay. So based on this, you can apply the same decoding computer machine learning model to predict what's in the imagery. Okay, so that's a method used for the decoding of dream. So we basically did brain scan while a subject is awake, and we showed many pictures and trained the machine learning in a model to predict what the content given brain activity pattern. And then the same model is applied to the brain activity measured while the person is sleeping. Okay. And we awaken the subject and ask what you saw. And we found some correlation, correct prediction from the brain activity pattern about the dream contents, reported contents. Okay. And more recently, again, we are now using deep neural network, AI, kind of models, which gives very nice brain-like feature representations. So we can translate brain activity into those DNN, deep neural network features, and then from that, we can create images or sounds, which is what you taught. And although recent diffusion studies is a bit dubious, to me. So yeah, I have. We just published some report questioning the validity of their method, but it's a very interesting approach, and we can use a lot of different AIs to compare or to use the representations for decoding brain activities. So yeah, this looks interesting, and our studies were featured by many medias, but there's no danger of your dreams immediately decoded while you're sleeping. So that's because we need a lot of extensive training or experiments to acquire training data for machine learning. So we spend several hours or even more than 10 hours. Okay. And we definitely need the subject's cooperation. So we ask subjects to be in a scanner for many hours, being still and fixate on the center of the screen or something. Yeah, that's very tedious thing. So yeah, if you don't want your dream not decoded, you can just shake your head. Yeah. So yeah, at this stage, yeah, it's our mind reading technology is achieved only with very strong support of the subject. They're very cooperative. So I just want to emphasize that point.
Yeah, so we're hearing a lot about the sort of marriage of artificial intelligence and neurotechnology. But Mu-Ming Pu, in your work, you're also getting gene editing into the equation as well. So how do all these three technologies work together?
Gene editing produce monkey model system. For example, we have edited a circadian rhythm core gene of circadian rhythm that results a monkey offspring that are defective in maintaining circadian rhythm. They have problem of sleeping, they have anxiety and depression phenotype, even schizophrenic phenotype. And this would provide model system for us to study neuromodulation because we don't know the basis of depression or the circuit basis for schizophrenia for that matter. So if we have a phenotype in monkey, we can use that monkey model to see what kind of differences in the brain activity that's really relates to the phenotype. And then we can do modulation. We cannot do many of the experiments on humans, but we can do it on monkeys. Both invasive and non-invasive technology can be applied. For example, we are currently producing Fragile X syndrome carrying monkeys with a mutation of FMP proteins that are known to be the cause for the Fragile X syndrome. And then we have monkey with phenotypes, young monkey with phenotypes that show the very close resemblance in their phenotype to the Fragile X syndrome symptoms. And then we have the monkeys, we can study therapeutic approach by neuromodulation, by drug. It's also useful for drug development because in the past, the brain disorder, the drugs targeting brain disorder has been very difficult to develop because there's a lack of good model system for preclinical tests. Now, a monkey model, if we have monkey model with disease phenotype, then there would be a much better preclinical test for drug efficacy or modulation efficacy than a mice model, for example. Then that would help achieving the goal of developing the proper therapeutic approach. And there are a series of monkeys. For example, we need to have AD phenotype in monkeys, which we have not able to produce yet. But there are PD, the Parkinson's disease monkeys, which was produced in the past by drug application that kills dopamine neurons in the substantial neuron, this MPTP model. This drug toxicity model produced a monkey with a motion deficit. But that motion deficit does not completely simulate the Parkinson phenotype. So because Parkinson's disease is due to progressive slow degeneration of the dopamine neuron rather than a acute toxicity or that kills the dopamine neuron. So the pathogenesis of the disease model with a genetic model, which cause a very similar slow degeneration of dopamine neuron would be a much better monkey model. So we have a monkey model produced in that directions, which we are hoping to be able to use it for really studying therapy, both by there are stem cell therapy, there are DBS therapy. DBS, if we have a good model system, we can use DBS to really test proper parameters of applying DBS, and also to develop a closed loop DBS systems for treating Parkinson's. So genetic models in non-human primates will be very useful in the future for studying neuromodulation. Develop neuromodulation technology basically.
Thanks very much. Let's try and fit the last three of you into 5 minutes if we can, so we can have some questions from the audience. So, Raphael, you're not just an eminent neuroscientist, but also, of course, a champion of neuro rights. So hearing all of these technologies, how do they challenge regulators, and what would your recommendations be to policymakers looking to regulate this?
So we just heard how, with the introduction of AI and deep neural networks, with the current neurotechnology that we have that's available, the non-invasive type, you can start to do brain decoding. These are the first steps, either the dreams or images or speech. You know? And as neuroscientists, we don't understand what is a thought and how we think, but if you can decode speech and images that you can do in your head, you're getting very close to decoding mental activity. On the one hand, this is not science fiction. This is happening now. On the other hand, so we created the Neuro Rights Foundation, and one of the, to essentially do research on neuro rights and ethical issues of neurotechnology. And one of the things that we've done is we've gone and see, okay, what's happening in the industry. So we carried out a market analysis that demonstrates that as of today, neurotechnology industry has invested $33 billion in this field. So this is not a little industry. This is now many, many times more than all the brain initiatives in the world put together. And we've done another analysis, and I'm happy to share with you a preview of this. This is going to be the first public disclosure of our results. So this is an analysis of the consumer user agreements of the 18 major neurotechnology companies in the world. Consumer user agreements is the little print that you never read, that you have to scroll through and then you say, I agree. Okay, and it's necessary for you to agree on that as a customer to turn on the device or install the piece of software, etc. So all of us agree to all these consumer user agreements. So at the Neuro Rights Foundation, actually the team of Jared Genser, who's my colleague there, he's a lawyer expert in human rights. So they've looked through the little print, okay? And 18 out of 18 neurotechnology companies take possession of all the brain data, okay? Without exception. Moreover, 17 out of 18 endow upon themselves to share that brain data with third parties. Okay? So that means if you share the data that you obtain from someone's brain with a third party, the third party in principle could do whatever it wants with it. So the conclusion is that this is complete lack of protection. In fact, you cannot imagine less protection to brain data. So
sorry, are any of these we would know these companies or the organizations?
Yes, so this report is, we're going to publish it probably by September, but I just give you an advance to demonstrate to you, and this is facts, I'm not just interpreting, this is just facts. It's a fact that you can start decode images, you can decode dreams, you can decode, again, primitively, you can decode speech. Speech you can decode pretty well, actually. And the other side, the companies are owning all the brain data and happily sharing it. They have the right to share it with whoever they want. They can destroy it, they can sell it, they can decode it. So this speaks to me of a complete, another case where technology goes faster than the law. No? And you could think, well, let's try to regulate all the neurotechnology companies one by one. Well, this is fine, I'm not opposed to that, but I think our focus is, well, why not, instead of regulating the company, why don't we protect the human? And that's where we propose this idea of the fundamental rights, and it's actually in the title of this meeting, to promote human rights and fundamental freedoms. So why don't we approach the problem and protect the brain of the citizens, which is the sanctuary of our minds. Now, the brain is not just another organ of the body like your kidney. No, it happens to be the organ that generates all the mental and cognitive abilities, everything that you are, your thoughts, your memories, your imagination, your emotions, your identity, your consciousness, everything comes out of here. No? So why don't we just draw a line so that the brain should be protected because it's the core let me put it differently. If this is not a human rights issue, what is a human rights issue? So let's protect the brain activity and brain information, and in parallel, let's work together with companies, and I have nothing against companies. We've worked with many companies already. Let's sit them on the table and say, maybe you shouldn't take ownership of people's brain data and share it and sell it. No, this should not be allowed. It's against the fundamental human rights.
Sure, we'll look forward to reading that report in September. You said it was.
Yeah, so we hope to make it public in September, like we've done with our the market analysis already published in our website, and also we did a gap analysis that looks at the existing 8 major human rights treaties versus these neuro rights challenges, and the gap analysis demonstrates that the existing human rights treaties, the UN-led, are not enough, are insufficient for these challenges, that we need to either update those treaties or come up with new treaties or new provisions or special opinions.
Okay, and talking about international collaboration then, Pavel, you've learned a lot about that through the Human Brain Project and eBrains. How do you make global cooperation work on this?
Yes, thank you for that question. If I could start by referring to something that Rafael has said, which is, of course, tremendously important for how we plan this work forward. I think what one needs to keep in mind is that these norms have to be implementable, right? That one needs to create a setup that is going to be easily interpretable for all actors on all sides of the equation. So both the citizen, the community member, the patient on one side, and I think those voices are still the missing voices in the debate. We don't have a systematic way of involving patients and prospective patients in this debate, but also the companies who are at the sort of cutting edge of innovation. So I think this approach that has the human rights at the heart of it is very, of course, very valuable, but I would consider a parallel process in which we look at the regulatory framework as indispensable as well, because this is where things need to be crystal clear for everyone who is active in this space. And this eventually gets very data-based, because at the end of the day we are talking first of all about neurodata and how it is treated, and we know that neurodata is not subject of the dominant regulatory frameworks around the world. The GDPR in its Article 9 does not refer specifically to neurodata. We can assume that it would be covered, but this is as far as we can go. So I think there is ample space for walking through the regulatory requirements which need to be in place. And then very quickly, because I know time is rushing, to your question about collaboration. Well, I think this area of neurotechnology, maybe unlike many others, require constant collaborative effort. I mean, let's look at why there is such a dynamic at the moment. And the dynamic is a function of scientific progress on the one hand, and technological progress on the other hand. The ability to read from the brain and write into the brain is a question of the last few years, in fact, and at least in the current state of technology. And it benefits from advances in other fields. For example, in the microprocessor industry, the neuropixel devices which enable us to read populations of neurons in the brain. I mean, they come from the silicon industry, and they are the wafer-thin devices which are stuck into the brain in multiple places, and they provide an unprecedented amount of information. So that's why we are where we are. But the future is also predicated on this type of collaboration, because there are a lot of questions still to be solved. I mean, we've discussed non-invasive approaches, which are super promising because they enable the scaling up. But we are not yet at the type of resolution which invasive approaches provide. For the latter, we need to look at the electrodes technology, the Wi-Fi transmission. We need to look at coating of the devices in the body so that they are not there for a few months, but they are there permanently. There are lots of technological questions which needs to be addressed, and this needs to be done in collaboration in an interdisciplinary fashion, and it also needs to be done in a modular way, so as not to reinvent the wheel for each particular disorder, but really to benefit from innovations in each field.
And finally, Tim, very quickly, we'll have time for 5-10 minutes worth of questions. I'm sure the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights Office would have thoughts on these last couple of points.
Yes. First, let me say that I'm very, very grateful for Professor Justus' work in this area, because you've really raised awareness about many of the issues and the implications. And I believe we will have on details some disagreement, but I really want to tell you how I appreciate that part of your work. Listening today and in general, I think we need to keep in mind important distinctions when we talk about human rights. Sometimes we tend to mix some elements. Human rights as an overarching framework, so to speak, being the constitution defining what then needs to be elaborated and implemented, and the question of how regulation, national regulation or international regulation needs to look like. And I am far more positive about the adequacy of the current human rights framework that we have. It's a framework that's been, well, achieved. We have gotten it through hard struggles, and it has shown over the decades to be actually quite adaptable to well, a technological landscape that has changed tremendously since 75 years ago when the UDHR was adopted. So I think there's a lot we can do and rely on. So there's a level of optimism on my side, but I also see, and that's our experience also over the decades, that we have huge implementation gaps, that frameworks are missing, that oversight is missing, that laws are missing, or that simply you also have bad faith actors, both non-state and state actors, that cannot easily be bound by such laws. But let me just walk through a few more concrete things. One scenario we're talking about here a lot is access to brain data, sharing, the use, etc. What comes immediately to my mind is not only the right to privacy, but freedom of thought, freedom of belief, freedom of opinion, things like rights that were established decades ago as absolute, because societies were aware these are really the boundaries. We should not cross that border, unless there's consent. People really want that. And I don't see how this has changed. I think we can really work with that element, for example. Then we have concrete scenarios where we have rights, fair trial rights. I don't think we have mentioned so much the administration of justice, for example, but it comes immediately to my mind that these kind of technologies would become at some point very attractive for criminal investigations, etc., etc. So fair trial, the right not to incriminate yourself, play a role here, and it's irrespective of the technology that we have these rights. We also have a prohibition against torture, inhumane treatment, against experimentation for scientific and medical experimentation without consent. I think also very relevant here. When we speak about the positive side about it, how it can enable the enjoyment of health, we have that, right? We have the right to health, we have principles of accessibility, affordability, which probably can play an immense role here. When it comes to the possibilities of monitoring in employment context, labor rights come into play. Of course, the rights of people with disabilities, the rights of the child. And at its core, equality and non-discrimination. We mentioned, and we heard it often today, the problem of unequal access. It's at the heart of human rights if we can't achieve equal access of the positive outcomes, we fail, right? That goes to the heart of human rights, that goes to the heart of dignity, it goes to the heart how we want to build societies. And there's also the role and responsibilities of companies. We have the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. Our office has been working on that with many companies for years to both design how a smart mix of regulatory and other measures of states should look like, how companies should live up to their human rights responsibilities. Certainly something to build on. So, as I said, to summarize, I see the main problem in implementing all these, and there, indeed, there's a lot that needs to be done. New laws, new accountability mechanisms, but also the application and enforcement of existing frameworks. When we speak about data, for example, I don't think many here would claim that enforcement of the laws that exist is going well. And so my final word here is something needs to happen. It needs to happen indeed quickly. Otherwise, we will see probably the emergence of an exploitative data environment as we have seen in other contexts online. And yeah, I look forward to future discussions and make this something that works. Thank you.
Thanks for those thoughts. We have time for one or two questions. Keep them very short and to the point, please, and state who you are very briefly. Does anyone have any questions? In the row there, yes.
As a child in the school system, throughout this conference, I've been wondering about the applications to education and if that would be collected like commonly in like tests, or what would be your predictions about that?
Does anyone feel most qualified to answer that one? I know, Lena, you've touched on education already. Sorry to pick on you.
It's my child asking the question, so maybe someone else can take.
Any other thoughts, education-wise? It's a plant. He was a plant. Raphael, perhaps from a neuro-right standpoint?
Yeah, so anyway, it's a brilliant question, by the way. Absolutely. I take it as a given that neurotechnology is going to get applied to education and maybe find new ways of educating children. I think if you look at the current educational system, it's something that we've inherited from past generations, maybe with prejudices embedded into them. And this is in the absence of understanding how the brain works. So we're finally, through neurotechnology, neuroscientists all over the world in a network that extends through space and time. And I finally understand the secrets of how the brain works, among other questions, fundamental questions like how do you learn? So this should make education much more efficient, much more humane. But that also raises the issue that the data taken with neurotechnology in adolescents or in children during education processes, which I know that there's a couple of places where they've used EEG helmets to monitor, for instance, attention of the pupils, and that gets relayed in real time to the teachers. Well, those issues, I mean, I would defer here to the experts on human rights, but they could start to impinge on fundamental human rights. No? So I hope that we can have the cake and eat it, like they say in the US, push forward with neurotechnology, develop a better way to educate future generations, and do it within a regime or within a culture, an ecosystem of respect for fundamental, the fundamental essence of and rights of people.
Yes, did you want to jump in there?
I would just add that, I mean, this is a brilliant question. I would apply it more to how neuroscience insights need to inspire policies, including education. This is happening in a number of countries, including in France, where Stan Dehaene, who has written How to Learn and has produced some guidelines on the subject, is actually leading the scientific council to the French education ministry. And this principle should apply in other policy fields as well, namely that we should try to use what we understand about the brain in different policy areas. I mean, education is definitely the place to start because learning is about the brain at the heart of it. So, brilliant question.
As we started 5 minutes late, let's have one more very succinct question like the last one. Yes, sir, over there.
I'm a member of IBC, actually. My question is, picking up the line from Tim Engelhardt's the human rights issues. So when you are doing the cognitive research, you ask consent, and it's not easy to write the consent text actually for those student projects and other type of cognitive non-invasive type of stimulations. Do you have any prescriptions of how this consent could be prepared for practical purposes, I guess?
Anyone jumping at the bit? I'm not sure I quite understood. Would you mind rephrasing just slightly? Was it talking about how to put into practice some of the ideas? Any part in particular?
In the cognitive part, with the non-invasive type of brain stimulations.
Okay. So, I mean, Nina, you and I were talking about that earlier. Is that something how does it look in practice, this non-invasive stuff?
So if the question is how do we put this research into practice, one very practical circumstance where we certainly need excellent language neuroscience is in the surgical setting. So when surgeons are planning to resect a part of the brain, we always, I'm not a surgeon, but they always want to make sure that you're not cutting out some crucial part of your cognition. And when people are asked what is the most important part of their cognition, it's usually language. If you lose your language, you just sort of lose your humanity. And so that's one practical application of language neuroscience where surgery is guided by our understanding of how the brain implements language. And then, of course, if you do end up losing some part of language because of surgery, then of course our hope is that the emerging neurotechnologies might actually help with that situation, because sometimes, even though you never want to do any harm, it may be a necessary consequence of saving life.
I suggest we take a 10-minute coffee break there. Thank you very much to our panelists for your fascinating insights, and thank you for your questions at this family-friendly UNESCO conference. See you again in 10 minutes.
Yes, wild as love. That's the way it goes, though. Maybe I should just give up or just stop trying. But life is so...
Welcome back. Now it's my pleasure to chair this session that is entitled Unveiling the Neurotechnology Landscape, Scientific Advancements, Innovations, and Major Trends. I have the pleasure to have here today with me not only my co-author Roman Jurozewski, who is Associate Professor at Aalborg University, but also Amy Krause, General Partner and Chief Investment Officer at Satori Capital, as well as Ryota Kanai, who is the founder and CEO of Araya. So we are going to start this session actually by showing new evidence that UNESCO has been collected together with the help of our co-authors from Aalborg University about what does neurotechnology looks like, who is investing, what is being developed, what is the kind of knowledge they are relying upon, and what are the technological innovations that are coming out of all this knowledge that is being created. So without further ado, I would invite to put on the slides, please, of this report that we are actually launching right now. It's going to go online now. So this is actually, watch out, we will give you later the link, and this is the way in which the report looks like. And this title is really Unveiling the Neurotechnology Landscape. As I mentioned, it is about looking at the scientific advances, it is about looking at the innovations and what are the major trends. And we say this because this publication spans more than 2 decades in terms of time that we have studied. Actually, it would be really helpful if we could have the slides also in front so that I don't look like always at the back and I don't give the back or the shoulder to the audience. Anyway, evidently, always, by the time we are looking at a problem, perhaps a good thing is to define the problem. We know that Einstein was told that he said, when you have a problem, you should spend kind of 90% thinking about the problem and then looking for a solution. And this also matters when it comes to regulations and policy. We have to define the problem before deciding whether there is a problem, where the problem is, and what we shall do. So neurotechnology actually can be defined as devices and procedures that are used to access, monitor, investigate, manipulate, and/or emulate the structure and function of the brain. Now, as we discussed since this morning, really, this can represent a revolution because we can have fantastic solutions to problems that before were really difficult to solve, and it can provide a solution to a wide range of diseases and disorders. Now, we are not the only one to think that. The investment that we have observed around the world, both from the public sector and the private sector, goes exactly in that direction. So here you see a map that is non-exhaustive because unfortunately data don't exist for everywhere in the world, where based on the data we have from governments, we see that already over less than the last 10 years, there has been an investment of more than $6 billion US. And again, this is really a conservative estimate because we don't have the data for all countries. Now, in terms of the private market, what are we talking about? Well, the private investment has also experienced remarkable growth with annual funding that has increased 22-fold, and from this only in the last 10 years. The estimates say that at present we are at 7.3 billion, and that it should reach by 2027, actually, sorry, there is a typo there, 33.2 billion. Now, the projections are also point to the great potential of the applications. And only, the neurotech devices market, as we saw, this is just a subset of what neurotechnology is developing, are estimated to reach 24.2 billion by 2027. Now, with growing investment, growing activity, growing developments, so grow our concerns. We discussed it earlier. It's about the mental integrity of people. It's about the dignity of human beings. It's about the identity itself, the personal identity. And of course, it goes with it the freedom of thought. There are also issues, and we heard it loud and clear until now, about autonomy and privacy. And of course, the good news is that there are potential for enhancement purposes, but it depends to where they go. And of course, accessibility. And there are others that I'm not going to dwell into, as we already discussed this before. And again, the issue is that by the time we have to define the problem, we have to devise a methodology to do that. There is no such a thing as an agreed upon international definition of what neurotechnology is or what neurotechnology is not. So what we did with the team, so with Roman, with Li Hui, that is somewhere here in the room, and I would actually here invite him, and Daniel, our other co-author, we devised a methodology that relies on scientific publications and patents, where the starting point was actually the scientific publications, since there is already a tagging, so a classification that happens by experts about what are the contributions that go in neuroscience and what are not. And that was our starting point to then use the information extracted from scientific publication to go into looking for what kind of patents, that is, technological applications. And the reason why we look into patents is because whatever is patented has been proven to be industrially viable. That is, it could hit the market tomorrow if there is the necessary deployment and development after that. And so with that, we identified which kind of innovations are out and also try to create subset to try and understand what is that we are talking about in terms of concrete development. And I leave the word to my colleague Roman, who will explain you how we got there.
Thank you very much, Maria. Grazie also for setting the stage and motivating that. So yeah, I have the pleasure to introduce you to the methodology, but also to the results of the analysis today. And I'm very happy this slide turns out okay, because it's like I've seen already some of them were a little bit, okay. Okay, so we heard today already several times this kind of merging together of AI and neurotechnology, neuroscience, and actually in what I'm going to say now, we also have a lot of AI here, maybe on a meta level, because we use AI techniques very much in the production of this report. In fact, there are 4 different transformer-based deep learning models active here between the lines. This is a very high-level representation of what we do. Let me start by pointing up here. So we start with the scientific publication that were mentioned already. They are an indicator of what is out there in the knowledge, and we take 40,000 of those. Those are 2,000 for each year between 2000 and 2021, around 40,000 altogether. And then we segment them. So we create 218 topics that are talking about different things within neuroscience. Of those, 109 are selected because they do have potentially something to do with neurotechnology. Some of them have nothing to do with neurotechnology, are purely about some psychiatric issues, for example, or something like that, or just purely biological things. From there, we extract keywords. These keywords are then used to query the patent database. So what we basically do here is we automate a process which is usually done one by patent experts when screening for novelty. We automate it and we repeat it around 50,000 times. So we run these queries, and that allows us to identify around 12,000 patents that are related to neurotechnology. Those patents are then, on the one hand, analyzed here statistically, and it's more or less traditional patent analysis, but with a bit of some nice stuff on top. And then we also go deeper into this by segmenting them out and trying to figure out what are really the specific neurotechnologies. And I can already now say from today's discussions, a lot of what has been said here today and just in the session before, this is the same things we find there, and we can actually really pinpoint to the companies that own these patents. So let's look into the results. So these are the scientific publications that you see here, and there has been this really, well, it's just been going up. So we are right now at around 1.2 million published articles and conference proceedings. That's what we worked with from Scopus, the scientific database. And it's been just going up all the way, and the same you see also in the annual publication numbers in the chart below. If we continue here, so what is inside there? Maybe this is a little bit small, so we decided yesterday to make this little cute brain. We asked the ChatGPT with a code interpreter to make a little word cloud of the keywords that appear most, and we got this. So you see, it's a very, very diverse field, ranging from neurobiology to all kinds of clinical applications to, you know, things like depression, and but also things like fMRI I obviously mentioned because it's used a lot in these studies. So now our challenge was to see what parts of this literature is actually related to neurotechnology. And this is like, that's been one of the challenging bits here. So if we look into the distribution in the countries, so I will not go through the individual country lists here, but if you can have a look at the two main takeaways here in the ranking is there is 10 countries at the top, and they basically produce 80% of the neuroscience publications between 2000 and 2021, and 70% at the same time have less than 10 high-impact neuroscience publications in the same time span. So the chart on the left, these are all publications, and then the one on the right, those are the 40,000 selected that we then worked with. Those are the high-impact publications for each year. Now let's look into the patents. It's a very, very similar picture that we see and as compared to the publications. So it's just going up and up and up. And especially, and I think this is quite remarkable here, starting 2015, it just really, really up. So it's really rising. This is a really current issue. It's very timely that we also talk about it here today. And if this was not polarized enough, what you've seen in the publication now, when you will look at this picture, so these are the neuroscience, neurotechnology-related patents that we identify. 87% of them are, well, 6 countries owe 87% of the IP5 neurotech patent. And IP5, just to mention what that means in this kind of patent language, it means that a patent is protected at least in 2 places, and one of these places is one of the top 5 patent offices, being US, Europe, Japan, Korea, and China. So one of them, and it's just basically, it's a measure for a high quality patent that you want to protect this way. What are these technologies? And again, the story comes again and again. And if you read in the report, you can look into the details and really see how this plays out. But it is this merger of computer technology with medical technology. Those are the big 2 chunks. And then, we have some controls, some measurement technologies, optics, and things like that are also part of this technology portfolio that you see there on a high level. If you look into the report, which will be available very soon, we also have the very specific patent classifications and symbols and codes that go very much into depth there. Finally, this chart is also quite fascinating. It's pretty much the last thing that I show here today, and then we can go into a discussion, is, wait, wrong button, here, there we go. So this rise here of the computer technology within this portfolio of neurotech-related patents. So it's been basically exploding. So the proportion of medical technology to computer technology and other technologies, how that changed in the last couple of years is quite remarkable. So with this, I'd like to end this presentation. So I'd like to thank my co-authors, Maria Grazia, Lihu, that's been coordinating everything, and Daniel, he's not with us today, hopefully somewhere on some mountain climbing. Yeah, thank you very much. And
yeah. Let's go enjoy. So now it is my pleasure to continue the discussion based on the evidence. And I'm really pleased to have people from the finance world here, because the first thing we showed you is actually what's going on in terms of investment, who is developing this. And here we have those that actually belong to those numbers. So the first question I would like to ask you, it's really kind of a simple one. If I were to ask you to choose 3 words only, not 5, I'm joking. I was joking with Ryota before. Only 3 that describe the developments over the last years. What would they be and why?
Shall I go first? Okay, maybe the first obvious one is AI. So, well, my background is neuroscience, but I started applying like AI technologies to extract more information from neural signals. So that's a very straightforward way to use AI. And like when we think about neurotechnology, we are often limited by our ability to record neural activities. There's a trade-off between invasiveness and the amount of information. But with AI, it seems we can sort of shift the performance of non-invasive methods towards practical levels. So that's a major advancement. But also, AI is helping to understand how the brain works as well. So maybe we still need some breakthrough in neuroscience, in fundamental research. But somehow, ideas coming from AI research are very kind of like flexible compared to what we had just in neuroscience. So actually, we are getting a lot of new ideas from AI research, and that's also useful in understanding how the brain works. And we probably need to. So I run a neuro AI startup in Tokyo, and my motivation to run the neurotechnology business is to create a sort of nice feedback to basic research. So I wanted to show that fundamental research in neuroscience can make impact to the society. But if we can show that, there would be more investment that flows back to fundamental research. I think that kind of ecosystem is already happening in AI research, but we still need to create that in neuroscience. So yeah, so that's already just one word, but maybe that's, if we have more time, we can go to the second word and keyword and so on. Maybe I'll pass it to you.
Amy, your 3 words.
I do have 3 words. So the 3 words are accelerating, expanding, and misunderstood. So accelerating, I think, thanks to you and your colleagues, you've provided some really excellent data that really describes what we have been seeing, those of us in the investing world. And just for context, I'm also a neuroscientist, so I'm a neuroscientist turned investor, so it's been a delight to really see the field grow over the last 2 decades, but I think your data really supports that. I think part of the reason is, I believe Pavel mentioned this earlier, is around the use of micro-technologies and sort of the Moore's Law, what we call Moore's Law. Computational capacity has really contributed to our ability to build new devices. I would say expanding because certainly as we looked at some of the early work that was done in neurotechnology, a lot of work with EEG, which you've heard about today, then brain-computer interfaces, the invasive and non-invasive type. And I think neurostimulation, which you've referred to and which others have referred to, is really expanding quite rapidly. So the use of electricity, magnets, low-intensity focused ultrasound to change state in the brain is quite impactful and growing very rapidly. And then I would just say misunderstood, because I think we're still in that space where things get, we talked about this earlier this morning, things get sensationalized. There's a lot of sensationalization around the potential of these technologies, but also I do think that most folks, unless they're either practitioners in the space or perhaps part of the patient community, don't really understand the utility and how they're being applied. And so I think we have this weird, space where either people are uninformed and don't really know how much progress we've made, or sort of sensationalized. And I look forward to, being a part of this conversation with UNESCO and others to try and fill in some of those gaps.
Indeed, it seems that polarization is everywhere, also in the opinion towards neurotechnology. Very briefly, Roman, your 3 words.
All right, 3 words. Well, first of all, I'd I'll start with being a bit, I would say, fascination. I'm an economist by training. I had no idea about neuroscience or neurotechnology when getting on board with this project, and I'm fascinated by it myself. I think it's a complete rabbit hole, but I'm also quite surprised, that would be my second word, that it's not talked so much about in the wider community as you hear about AI and other things on their own. So when I go to conferences within innovation economics or things like that, what is neuro? It's not really present, and I'm very happy for this venue today and for what's being done here, the work to actually raise awareness about this outside the neuroscience community. So that's very, very nice. Other than that, last but not least, I would say also AI. I think that just appears everywhere. We used ourselves actually GPT in the production of the report as a kind of like an expert evaluator for some of the things that we then gave to other experts to evaluate one more time, and just like how much it penetrates everything, and it is just there. It is just there. So yeah.
Thanks a lot, Roman. Allow me to go back to Amy. So you as an investor, what are the specific areas of neurotechnology that are currently attracting your attention and also your colleagues' attention when you come into investment?
Right. So, one of the great things about being an investor is actually getting to see the breadth of everything that's out there. And so it's really a privilege to be able to interact with so many different companies and see sort of what heats up, right? Because it's things, and I would say there are two areas for two different reasons that are really attracting a lot of attention right now. One is brain-computer interfaces, which we've talked about, particularly invasive brain-computer interfaces, and I think that is, most likely because of the involvement of some very, very prominent billionaires and others in that space. And one of the things that's done is actually, for us as investors, it's kind of a rising tide brings all boats up experience, because it really has allowed us to bring invasive brain-computer interfaces into the more open conversation, and people are starting to realize the potential. And then I'll say the other piece that's getting a lot of attention, and one that I just referred to, is the neurostimulation domain. We are really starting to see these technologies be used, for example, in combating treatment-resistant depression, the use of magnets to do that, focused ultrasound to do other changes to networks in the brain. And so I think those two pieces together, kind of the invasive and then non-invasive, neurostimulation is quite non-invasive, and so those are the two that are really coming up. The other thing I would just very briefly mention is that, and I will invest and do invest, globally. Obviously, have more knowledge of the U.S. Regulatory system, but the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, which regulates these devices in the U.S., has really started to take a leadership role in pulling together a global collaborative community and listening to many voices. And so I think that's part of the attention that we've seen, is the regulators on the device side and on the medical side are really leaning in and kind of know it's coming. And so you have this like kind of big swell of things coming together.
Thanks a lot. Going back now to Ryota. So we have heard several times today about this convergence between AI and neurotechnology. Can you talk about that a bit, and how do you see actually happening?
Okay. Well, there are a lot of convergences in many different ways. So one is technological fusion. So as I mentioned in the previous question, actually deep learning is very effective at sort of decoding information from the brain. But also, like in my company, and also in a research project we are doing in Japan called the Moonshot program, we are sort of working on the concept called AI-assisted brain-machine interface. So the idea is, we use AI not just for decoding information, but we can also augment the sort of robots or avatars, so that so in a way, like actually the difficult thing about brain-machine interface is to decode precise information without drilling a hole to the skull. But yeah, but if we can sort of augment information using generative AI, we can use it for like generating mental images, or we can generate sentences based on small bits of information. It's not a perfect reflection of the mental content, but it's good enough to sort of produce some meaningful output. So this has been quite successful in our recent experience. So that's another kind of like key combination of AI and neuroscience. But also, I feel like when we talk about ethics of neurotechnology, I feel there's a lot of things we can learn from discussion on ethics and governance of AI applications. So I was also involved in various discussion about AI safety. But 5 years ago, maybe it felt like kind of like a science fiction, like when people talk about real existential risk of AI and so on. Well, maybe it's still far away, but now we find it a little bit closer, and so it's not so absurd to discuss the slowing down of AI development and so on. And so in a way, like maybe like neurotechnology is 5 years behind AI application to the society. So for example, maybe compared to AI, we don't see many people using neurotechnology in this room at this moment. But it may come soon, because we learned from like AI, sort of AI development. Sometimes technology development can be very fast, and they may make an immediate impact. I think a lot of people outside research realize AI can be powerful and scary when ChatGPT came out. So maybe we may have that kind of moment in neurotechnology, and we should be ready for that.
Thanks a lot. And now, Amy, don't hate me for this question, but I can't avoid asking you this question based on what you just said. And it's like, do you assess the ethical consequences of your investment projects? And how do you think we can go towards such a framework where investments are ethical by design?
So that's a good question. Thank you. I mean, maybe it's because I've come out of the neuroscience community that I think for myself and actually many of the investors, my colleagues who are in this space, I think the ethical considerations are quite prevalent, actually. I think we take them very seriously. For the companies that I'm involved in, I'm a board member, right? And it's not just my fiduciary duty, right? The duty to shareholders when you're on the board, but I carry forward sort of the ethical values of how these technologies are going to be rolled out in my role as a board member and in my role as an investor. And I have seen that quite prevalent to be the case in the neuroscience investing space. I think that part of that, if I might maybe just brainstorm a little bit, is engaging in those conversations with the CEOs and founders of those companies. Like, it's not just going to magically, sometimes ethical conversations don't magically pop up. Like, you have to say, like, how are we looking at this? How are we talking about this? I think one of the things that we've been discussing today is adding that patient element, and I think some of the ethical considerations crystallize very clearly when you put things in the context of working with patients and having, thinking about how these applications will be used and the technologies will be used. And so when you kind of put those pieces together, some things crystallize. When it stays abstract, it can get a little, it's off the rails, but.
Thank you. Now, let me go back also to Ryota. And it's like, she put the accent on the ethics, and of course we know very often ethics and, for instance, the trust in science are fundamental in order to advance also the buy-in of society on new developments. So when it comes to neurotechnology developments, and especially when it comes to consumer products, which we said, they are already available out there in the market, how can we ensure that they are based on trustworthy science, and how also to be able to prioritize developments that actually are based on robust and trustworthy science?
Okay, yeah, that's a fantastic question. So actually, we are interested in this question ourselves in the Moonshot program I mentioned. So there's a like research and development program called the Moonshot program in Japan, and I'm one of the project managers where I'm kind of pushing the application of AI to the real world. And of course, the main part is about technological development, but what we do tend to sound kind of scary to most people. So for example, we are trying to connect two brains virtually so that they can establish some sort of telepathy or something. It's kind of sci-fi like, but we are also like sending monkeys to metaverse through brain-machine interface, which sounds kind of bad as well. So, but if we want to make neurotechnology commercially available, especially through consumer products, we need to build trust from the public. So for that purpose, we have a special team, actually led by Dr. Takemi, who is also here. And his team is developing two books. One is called Neurotech Guidebook. The other one is called Neurotech Evidence Book. But Neurotech Guidebook is to give the general information about neurotechnology to the public lay people, because as mentioned earlier by several people, like lay people tend to have sometimes too much expectation, and sometimes that can be scary, right? So like just people don't know how much we can do with current neurotechnology. So we have to calibrate their expectations. So that this guidebook is about, but it also describes basic things, what is neuromodulation and things like that. But about the scientific evidence, this evidence book is what we are. I believe is quite valuable. So what we do is in Japan we have about like 40 people working together to perform something called systematic review, which is a kind of scientific method to do literature review to get to estimate the reliability of certain type of statements. So for example, we all talk about alpha wave being an index of relaxation, but if you ask neuroscientists, maybe most of them don't know whether the statement is true or not. So we identified typical sort of statements like that, like 12 statements like that from currently sort of sold consumer products. And then basically like lots of people do this systematic review. Actually, like from the, so we have to do this like really systematically. First we agree on the keywords and also like inclusion criteria and so on. So that involves, after the first screening, like we get something like maybe 1,000 to 3,000 papers, and then maybe postdoc level people read those abstracts and then decide which one to include, and then we run statistics to estimate the reliability of those things. And actually, recently we published part of the results in Japanese, I think maybe 3 days ago or something, but it will be also available in English once it's translated. So, but I think this is like really useful activity because I also talk to the companies that develop EEG devices for various purposes, but they don't know whether their sort of EEG measurements are actually a good index of what they want to measure. So, but they also they often don't have the capability or enough resources to perform systematic experiments. So I think it's a job of academia to find out what's meaningful and what's needs to be done with further experiments. So that's the
activity we're doing. And also as a company, I find this like really important. And I think it's very important to encourage developers to meet a high standard. You know, if there's no criterion, like people can just produce random things with false promises, and I think that would destroy the market. So yeah, so we need like healthy development.
I'm impressed by picking the brains of 3,000 high-level brains. I mean, this is massive. Now, I would have tons of other questions, but at this point, I would like to open for the questions from the floor, because I think, I mean, as I said, I would have tons to ask, but let's give you an occasion to ask questions. I can already see some hands raised, so one here in front. Begonia wants to ask a question, and then please raise your hands very high, because with this light, I barely see anything. I need an answer, but it's not available for the moment, so I will do with what I have.
If there is another person that has not asked before, I'm happy to.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I would like to ask about the access to information. And I think this is a right we have as citizens to ask information. There is an SDG in the governance goal, 1610.2, that UNESCO is custodian, about the numbers of countries that provide public access to information, that I think could be good also to use it. When we talk about AI, there is a disclaimer saying that this is artificial intelligence. So we know that, well, not always, and that's, I think, that sometimes Harari, the author and historian, says, please let me know if it's human or machine. So I will ask you, with these ideas of non-invasive enhancement possibilities that, again, I'm quite ignorant, but in the report appears quite well, do you have to establish a disclaimer, this publication, this painting, this art, this whatever we are doing, producing, is made, you think, you have to do it, is made with enhancement? What if I put an enhancement and I'm brilliant, I take out the enhancement and I'm quite not brilliant, let's say stupid. Do I have to declare that or not? And finally, a crazy thing that could be the enhancement so good that where is the limit where I'm becoming the enhancement and I'm becoming myself?
Who wants to take this simple question?
Wow. I'll take a little bit of a start at it. Thank you for that. Very, very thought-provoking. I've done and worked in the human performance space for quite some time, and I think even in the earliest days when we started talking about human performance enhancement, simple things, the topic, there was someone who had participated in the Olympics, and so they had a very strong reaction, like it was doping, right? And that was interesting because it hadn't occurred to me, but here was someone who was a very high performance person who had sort of trained in a very clean environment and then said like, hey, if you're gonna enhance so-and-so, that's not fair, right? And so there is a part of me that thinks we will start having those conversations around, you know, natural versus enhanced, and you know, at the same time, there are people who say, oh, you know, kids have calculators in calculus class now, and you don't say, oh, they finished at that. So I don't know where the line is. Is the line where it's not just a tool, but it's something that's implanted or something that sort of becomes part of your nervous system? I would guess if it became part of you or me, then we would probably disclose that. But if it was just a tool and I was just using maybe something in real time or using something to enhance my memory or my attention, I might not, you know, feel the same way about that. But I think this is a space worthy of exploring.
Yeah, I generally agree. So yeah, there's no like fixed answer for this yet, but I think we need to be specific about what kind of neural enhancement we use. So, so as far as I know, there's no like clear method that has like real effect. Maybe maybe some brain stimulation may be as good as drinking coffee or something, but maybe I think it really depends on the type of neural enhancement, and so I guess the trade-off is not so much with the cheating, but I think like any drastic effects involve some sort of side effects. So maybe there might be some trade-off with safety. So in that sense, maybe we could think about allowing this certain type of sort of enhancement only people who are not as good as kind of general public. Or, maybe like if you have some sort of deficit, maybe augmenting is only fair. So that should be fine. But I think it's a bit difficult to discuss without assuming specific cases. But I think this is a very important thing to discuss, in a big group like this.
Maybe, yeah. I'll add a little bit to that, and I think it's also an opportunity to advertise again for the report, because I think it's very important to not kind of fall into this technology polarization trap that we may have. There is a few applications that are mentioned over and over again, but the moment when we opened all these 12,000 patents that we identified there, we see, oh, there's like 67 different types of things, and then they can be subclustered. And when we talk to experts, they say, oh yeah, but this is too broad. You need to go a little bit deeper. So, for example, the largest cluster, neuromodulation, that's actually the largest consistent one. And again, it goes in all kinds of different sub-applications. So, and just to get back to your question there, one of the clusters that we identify is sleep optimization. And that's kind of very interesting, because when we think about optimization, enhancement, like what does it mean? But there are a lot of patents that look into different types of application to optimize people's sleep, to make people not fall asleep when they drive the car, and all kinds of stuff like that. So, and then the next question that comes to me when I look into these patents is, okay, but who is deciding what is correct sleep? Like, or which way do we optimize sleep? What does it mean? Does it mean that it's just treating insomnia, or is it kind of, maybe you just need to sleep 4 hours a day, and that's enough, and then we just optimize you that way? So, and I think that that's kind of like an important question to ask, like, who sets the rules there? Because when talking about, enhancement, we cannot even agree with ChatGPT. Is it like, when someone it wrote you a draft, you rewrite it? Is it you? Is it it? Is it a combination of both? And even it's something that as specific as text writing.
So despite my willingness to give you again the word, I'm told by Li Hui, who kept us going on time by the time we were doing the report, and is doing it now again by the time we are on stage, that we are over time. So I'm not going to try at all to make a synthesis to this, but I want to ask each and every one of you to go away from here with one thought that started going to my brain by the time I started this endeavor. I think anyone would say, no, I never thought this, is lying here, and is, if I could only read your mind. At some point in our time, since we were a kid, we have thought this, either out of despair or out of curiosity. The question here, of what we have been discussing so far, is really, who could do that? When? Why should we allow that to happen? Where and for which purpose? So let's think about these questions, because the answers are not trivial. Please join me in greeting this fantastic panel. Thank you. I would like to call Daphna Feinholz, who's going to chair the next panel.
Yeah, please, all my dear panelists, if you can join me. I know we have Judy already connected online. Maybe we can try to see and to double check if she's there. feel free to choose. You are at home. Yeah, sure. Do we have enough seats? Yeah. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you to all. Do we have Judy? Okay, well, we try to see if she's here. Yeah, no, let me then...
Good morning, Daphne. Good afternoon.
You're there. I hear your voice. Okay, great. So welcome all to this last panel before the last fire chat that you will have. And thank you so much for all your enthusiastic participation so long, so far. I am very, very honored to be moderating this excellent panel with very renowned experts. Many of you know between each other. Some of them I have the honor to also have been collaborating with or know, and I'm very honored to have this opportunity to go and take the opportunity of this session to go a bit deeper into the issues of the ethical challenges and the implications on human rights on neurotechnologies. I know that we have been speaking a lot from the beginning of the day on these issues because they are unavoidable, and it's because part of the title of the conference. But I want us to use this panel to be able to go a bit deeper into some of these issues, because we have been jumping from one thing to the other. So I would like to try to be more specific on some of these issues. And also, I think one of the beauties of the panel that I'm having this honor to moderate is the richness of the diversity that we have. I have to alert the audience that we will have panelists speaking in Spanish, some others in French. So be ready to be using your headphones from time to time. And also because we have different backgrounds, and which is also part of what makes me very happy. And something that I want to highlight is that we have a particularly young participant and young panelist, and for us was very important to have the voice of youth. So as you can see, I am very happy about the panel we have put together. So the way we are going to proceed is I'm going to ask a first question to each of you. And you can have like 3-4 minutes, more or less, I'm very bad at keeping time, but I will have to do it because I also like to listen to the panelists. But so let's try to, the way we tried for the audience, for you to know, because we had a previous conversation among ourselves, is that we decided to organize the panel in such a way that we will start discussing more about the ethical challenges. Then we will go to some specificities regarding to the role of each of the panelists in their professional life. And then we will go at the last part of the panel, we will be discussing more about the issue of human rights, the neuro rights, the human rights, and we will group like this the conversation. So to start the panel, I will first ask the same question for each of the panelists to please give me what are the most significant ethical challenges posed by neurotechnology, and give some examples about it. Now, I will start, and while I give the floor, I will take the opportunity to introduce each of them. I will start with Frederick Gilbert, Associate Professor, Head of Discipline, Philosophy and Gender Studies at the University of Tasmania.
Hi. Yeah, so I believe that if we have to think about what is the most crucial and the most capital element here in terms of ethics, we have to focus in spelling out what means harms, what type of harms are induced by brain-computer interfaces or neurotechnologies. And the reason why we need to articulate harms, it's because they are in a way informing us and guiding us in addressing what type of protection or what type of promotion we have to do to avoid them. And harms can be analyzed on the one hand on reversible one, transient. So if I use a BCI that simply is aware, at some point I might have some burning. This is pretty banal. Nobody's really taking care of that. But if I have a brain surgery, that might mean I have an infection, I can have some bleeding, but again, we can't go beyond that. So, but the real harms that I think are at stake here are the irreversible one. Irreversible in the terms that physically I can have permanent damage caused to my central nervous system, but here the elements that are both subtle, and I think if we are to create and engineer some human rights, they are the harms associated with psychological discontinuity, rupture in the sense of the self, all these dimensions that are quite opaque and obscure and difficult to spell out. So I think that would be my first initial 2 minutes takes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frederick. Can I ask now Graham Figan? I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing correctly. He is the director of the Neuroscience Institute and Helen and Maurice Moreberg Professor at the University of Cape Town.
Right, hi. Thank you very much, and thank you so much to the organizers for the invitation. I'm completely new to this community, but as a clinician, not new to a lot of ethical challenges we've spoken about today. So as somebody working on the African continent, although clearly I understand that the issues of privacy we've spoken about and the rights of the individual are incredibly important, it's also really fundamentally important that we not lose sight of the health equity issues and really focus on the needs of the majority of the world's population. I think the IBC has specifically highlighted this as accessibility and social justice. And that's incredibly significant that actually is in the discussion document that we had today. This isn't really only about access to care for patients, and that clearly is incredibly important. But it's also about building the research community, creating opportunities for researchers in under-resourced settings, and bringing other voices into the discourse. For example, the African philosophy of Ubuntu that perhaps has resonance in terms of how one understands human rights. But there's another level to it, and that is I really think this discourse around neurotechnology gives us an amazing opportunity to start to harness the benefits of neuroscience for the majority of the world's population. And to also think about kind of the easy wins, the other ways in which we can do things that enhance brain health and hopefully enhance the future of the world's population. So thank you.
Thank you so much. As you can see, another ethical issue that was not so mentioned before is one of those which is about equity and fair access, and that was one of the key issues. Yeah, thank you. And I just want to say about Ubuntu, I just want to, like in a parenthesis, one of the reasons or the examples of the plurality and diversity that we have at UNESCO is that in the recommendation of artificial intelligence, one of the 4 values that we have it's not called like that, but it's called, we have values, principles, and policies. And one of the values, it is about living in societies that live in peace and just and peaceful societies. And this was the result of the discussions and contributions from the African philosophers and the Asian philosophers, because they were insisting a lot on the fact that we have to see ourselves not as individuals alone, but part of the rest. As also Eva said in his conversation, that we become humans when we are interacting and also with nature. So just to give you an example of how was it integrated in the documents. Can I go now, please, to Marcelo Yenka, professor in ethics of AI, artificial intelligence, and neuroscience, and at the Technical University of Munich. This is too short. I'm reading very short CVs for the very big personalities, but I prefer that we hear everything that you can share with us.
Well, thanks, Daphne, and thanks to UNESCO for inviting me to this very important event. So I think I would probably answer your question in a narrow and in a broader way. My narrow answer would be that there are two ethical priorities. One, as Graham was just saying, is that we have a moral obligation to alleviate suffering. So to leverage neurotechnology to alleviate suffering for the hundreds of millions of people who are living with neurological and psychiatric disorders worldwide. And this is important to emphasize because ethics is not just about preventing harm, but it's also about promoting good. But then we need to find a way to do that while minimizing risks. And one important risk is the risk the moral obligation that we have to protect brain data as we do that, in particular brain data that can be used to infer mental content, so to infer information about the mind, and brain data that can be used to discriminate people based on neurobiological or neuropsychological characteristics. If I had to answer the question in a broader sense, I would probably say that at meta level, the most challenging ethical challenge, excuse me for the repetition, is how to implement ethics in the first place. Because if you put neurotechnology in a broader historical and technological context, we would see that all most recent technological developments, especially those relating to digital technologies, well, there we have failed to implement ethics at all. So if we look at the digital and sharing economy, and definitely it has produced massive revenue, but it has eroded labor rights, and it has created a new generation of exploited workers, the food riders and the car drivers and so on. If you look at social media, it has produced a massive revenue to the point that all social media companies are among the biggest companies worldwide, but at the same time, it has probably irreversibly compromised our notion of privacy. It has polarized political debates. It is having massive impacts on the mental health of our adolescents. So I think with neurotechnology, cannot afford the same historical trajectory as with other technologies. And we really have a moral obligation to embed ethics early on in the design and development phase of these technologies and do that in a timely manner. And I think a meeting like the one we are having here is a great way to do so. The work that UNESCO is doing is a great way to do so, but I would mention also the OECD recommendation for responsible innovation in neurotechnology. So I think we have an important moral obligation, and I'm very privileged to say that we are intervening at the right time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this very important reflection to bring it to the higher level also about the implementing and saying that I think we are not ahead of time, but probably not too late. So we are trying to start to do it. And thank you so much. Ahora, Milena, Spanish. I'm going to ask Milena Costas Trascasas. She is the rapporteur of the study on neurotechnology and human rights and chair of the Advisory Committee on Human Rights Council.
Okay, sí. Oye, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, and above all, a big thank you to UNESCO and the whole team for the invitation. I'm delighted to be with all of you. And well, if you ask me what is the main challenge in ethical terms, then as one speaker said in the morning, I would single out autonomy of human will and also informed consent. I've especially focused on what seems to be coming, which is the augmented human being with the augmentation of cognitive capabilities. And what's been interesting for me is to see that ever since we've been talking about technologies whose effects we may be ignorant of in both the long and medium term, then the challenge, above all, is how to maintain and balance the introduction of possible effects that are positive with the risks. And of course, this involves the development of human rights in many cases with an ethical and moral assessment of the various interests occurring. And we've above all spoken about technologies for healthy human beings in terms of augmented cognitive skills. And I think the main challenge here is for the states themselves. As has been stated, some of these technologies, rudimentarily, are already being used by human beings. They're already accessible to many people. So the question then is, how do you introduce prevention by the state? There should be a preventative obligation given the possible adverse effects on mental health of individuals. So there's a real problem there, and that is how we're going to introduce these corrective mechanisms on the hoof, so to speak. The second problem is information, as was mentioned this morning. One speaker, Rafael Yuste, talked about the small print of some of these contracts. People feel that they're being informed about the use of these technologies on the basis of advertising which may actually be misleading. And so there's a real challenge there as to whether this information is appropriate, whether it's accurate. And then I wanted to finish with the issue of free informed consent. Because what do we understand by free informed consent? For example, we can talk about many circumstances in which people indirectly may be compelled to provide consent. We know of such cases that we've already had experience with talking about experimental use in prisons, in inmates, for example, where in one way or another they've been engaged in experiments using neural stimulation. And how does that change their attitudes? So to conclude, I would say the challenge we're going to have to address is also defining these indirect obligations to use such technologies and the legal mechanisms which we need to make available to those individuals who in many cases may not be aware even that they are victims of human rights violations. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Milena.
Thank you, Milena. That's very clear and very specific.
Maintenant, on va changer en français.
So we now move to French.
The pleasure to introduce Ferenc Oberfrank. He is the director of the Public Association of the Hungarian Academy of Science. He is the former director of the Hungarian Brain Research Program, among many other things.
Merci beaucoup. Dans le cas des...
Thank you very much. As it relates to biomedical applications and neurotechnologies, ethical norms and control mechanisms are available, and institutions are working to ensure that they are complied with. And as a result of a series of social shocks, which began with the revelation of Nazi crimes during the Nuremberg trial. However, the scope of application for neurotechnology broadly exceeds the operational domain of biomedicine and has at least as many ethical risks for individuals and societies. Biomedical research and development is insufficiently funded and poorly controlled. Therefore, ethical exploration and applicable solutions are required in order to resolve these issues and to fill these gaps. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to you.
And now I'm very happy, as I said, that we have a young panelist. I want to call on Kenisha Arora. She's the founder of the Hope Sisters, and she's the youth representative of SDG 4, which is education, at the high-level steering committee. Please, Kenisha.
Thank you so much. It's quite a pleasure for me to be here, especially on this important topic. In the morning, we were discussing how oftentimes academia falls behind industry in, creating these neurotechnologies that are quite commercialized. And I think the reason is because, industries don't have the same level of standards. And that right there poses a great ethical challenge, the lack of protection and framework for protection. That calls for great concern. We need to know, how do we navigate through the harms that, when we do come across a harm, how do we navigate through that? How can we protect the rights of young people and children when they're utilizing neurotechnologies that are quite accessible to them? How do we support them in these journeys of enhancement? These technologies were created with great ambition for social good, with the possibility of reversing some of the effects of disabilities. But now we see them being applied in different contexts. Now we see AI technologies leveraging neurotechnologies in different contexts. Therefore, there is quite a concern, and that calls for a sense of urgency. But we need to instill this sense of urgency to create this framework and then implement it. A lot of times, companies are not required to care. How can we inspire people to care? How can we inspire them to have ethical and moral standards? That right there is a big concern, and it starts by having dialogues like this. But everyone in this room cares to have ethics and frameworks, so we need to expand conversations beyond this room, especially to those who might not have to care.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I like that, how to inspire to care. I like that part. And now we're very grateful that we have Professor Judy Illes joining us from afar. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to have you here in the room, but we are very grateful to have you from Canada. Professor Judy Illes is a professor of neurology, distinguished university scholar in neuroethics, and director of the Neuroethics Canada at the University of British Columbia, and president of the International Brain Initiative. Judy, what are the ethical challenges that you want to share with us?
Daphna and everyone, good morning from Vancouver. It's a beautiful morning here, and it's traditional that here in Canada we acknowledge the lands on which we are joining all of you, even from afar. And it's my pleasure to be here with you on Zoom from the lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I'll just answer your question very briefly, and then perhaps elaborate on my answer when we come to the question of neuro rights per se. And I think to be very brief, I think we have to think about neurotechnology in context. And to be very specific, the risk to neurotechnology is that we lose sight of that context. So I think we're looking at layers. I completely agree with all that's been said so far. We have to consider first and foremost the context of neurotechnology against the denominator of the needs of the world population. There's tremendous continued suffering in the world from food and water insecurity, environmental change, social justice, and these challenges to the human population broadly are immense, and we have to consider neurotechnological developments against that very fundamental baseline. Second, I agree with our colleague from Cape Town and others on this panel that keeping our focus on the medical applications of neurotechnology is really a number one or number two priority. And third, I think, and the reason for that is just the burden of human suffering from brain and mental health disorders is immense and increasing today. And then I think the next context is perhaps the more narrowly focused, the less far-reaching, and maybe even more whimsical applications around mind reading and freedom of thought. And I think we have to keep that in mind. And I think that anticipating, as Marcello said, anticipating the future is absolutely essential. But what we don't want are investments that distract from innovations that actually address human suffering, whether they're in the context of the world population or in the context of medical and health conditions. And I'll stop there for now, Daphne. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, because I think adding this layer of the big picture and the context, sometimes we look at the bush and we forget about the forest, and I think you are completely right that we need to also take that into account, and I think it has been repeated already by all that and everything that needs to be done needs to be in the service of addressing the suffering of people and the protection of people. That should be aim number one. So I think you're all having a lot of consensus on that. So after these very insightful responses, which are already, I think, have helped us advancing a bit more on the ethical challenges, I want now to go to some more individual questions. So I will turn to Graham and ask you, you kind of already gave some hints in the first part of your question, but I think this will be probably an opportunity to elaborate. As a neuroscientist, that you're heading the first neuroscience center on the African continent. Could you share with us what are your views on how to ensure that the Global South is not left behind in the development and the application of these technologies? And if I may, after Judy's intervention, what is the, in that sense, in that context, what are the priorities of these developments?
Wow, thank you. That's an enormous challenge, but let me give it a go. So firstly, I speak from Africa, but I do not presume to speak for Africa. Africa is a huge, diverse, very heterogeneous continent. And I think one of the decisions we clearly are making today is to make sure we bring all those other stakeholders into conversation and hear the other voices. But when you talk about the Global South, clearly it's Africa, it's South Asia, Southeast Asia, Latin America, but I think I've been really amazed by the prominence of Latin America in the discussion so far today. So it's clearly possible for the Global South to be strongly represented in this discourse. When it comes to healthcare, though, I think it's one of the other things maybe to consider is, the Global South, in a sense, represents the majority of the world's population, because even in so-called high-income countries, we know that a lot of people who just are never going to be able to access the kind of technologies that we're talking about today. So there's a very real challenge there to all of us to make sure people have that sort of access. Maybe commenting for a moment as a neurosurgeon, which is my primary identity, I think one of the key things about neurosurgery is that it is a field that is very strongly dominated by neurotechnology, and in fact is one of the primary drivers of neurotechnology. And I think that focus on the patients that clinicians see that actually really kind of create the need for these sorts of technologies. And I think that's another voice that maybe needs to be heard more strongly in this discourse. So the clinicians that often are the people who drive that initial impetus. But you've asked me through my role as director of a Neuroscience Institute, and we've set out to create a Neuroscience Institute on African soil to really try to fight back against this notion that neuroscience is elitist, that it's not really relevant to the burden of disease. And when you think about the kinds of conditions that many patients who are going to benefit from the kinds of technologies we're talking about, such as patients with traumatic brain injury, spinal cord injury, many of those patients live in the Global South. So it is about kind of meeting their needs. And in fact, for all of you in the room, you'll have seen this UNESCO courier, which has lots of great articles about neurotechnology. But buried in the middle of that, there's also an article about neuroscience in Africa, written by Mahmoud Maina, who is a very prominent neuroscientist from Africa, currently working in the UK. And Mahmoud has worked with one of my colleagues in Cape Town, Kirsty Donald, with the Wellcome Trust to put together a large working group showcasing neuroscience in Africa. And the purpose of that really is to kind of build capacity in neuroscience that will enable Africa to actually really play a role in the future of developing neuroscience in the world. And I just want to use one example, perhaps, to illustrate how easily things can go wrong. If you look at current genomic databases, it's widely known that people of African descent have far and away the widest genomic diversity of any people in the world. But they're virtually invisible, actually, in genomic databases. And we really need to try and avoid making that same error in developing neuroscience in the century to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I now turn to Frederick and ask you, we know that the impact of neurotechnology, as any other technology, is it's not the same all across the board. So would you have in mind any specific vulnerable populations that you would like to point that deserve special attention when it comes to these technologies?
4 minutes.
Yeah.
Apologies.
That many?
Yeah, I forgot to. Thank you very much for having me. I've flown from Tasmania, so I should have said that. Apologies. Yeah, so I think first, if you can be healthy, wealthy, you will be as much at risk as anyone if you use this technology. But I think if we have to focus and stress those that are actually most vulnerable will be human enrolled in first-in-human clinical trial. They are putting their brain in a way as pioneering these technologies, and they face high risk, severe risk of harms. Some of them are irrevocable, permanent. And there are many reasons why it is the case. Traditionally, BCI have been tested first on patients suffering from epilepsy. So if you open the book, The History of Medicine in the neurosurgery section, you will see that most of these innovative technologies all test on patients suffering from epilepsy. Often it's because they reach the point where they have tried every form of treatment, it does not work, and often face the argument that we are about to suggest an ablative surgery to remove a part of their brain, and instead they would prefer being implanted with an experimental treatment. So in that sense, these individuals are at risk, but as well, if we want to put another layer, there's patients enrolling in this trial that are suffering from psychiatric condition. Knowing the complexity, the history of how we are defining psychiatric condition, it's very tricky to implant or test devices on these humans. I think they are very vulnerable. And just to add another chapter on the sometimes not very glamorous history of epileptic patient, and to bounce back on Professor Hughes' anecdote about companies not letting patient accessing their data and how they have the monopoly of the data. More than 13 years ago in Australia is actually a great place to test innovative brain-computer interfaces. There's a great company coming out of the country, a company called Neurovista, tested for the first time a device that was capable of predicting epilepsy. Success, paper published in Lancet, but what we have realized is that they pumped brain data for months out of this patient. The company have bankrupted, and now that these data are serving new startup companies, and the patient cannot have any form of benefit out of these their own data. So that's an example, I know again not a very splendid example of how very vulnerable patients are serving innovation, and we should hear their voice a bit more often. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kenisha. Someone that is from a generation that is growing in this digital era, what are the concerns that you have regarding neurotechnology? And also, which opportunities do you see?
That's a great question. If you look at young people growing up today, you know, we're growing up with technology at the tip of our fingertips, and it's so accessible. And the reason why that scares me a lot is because oftentimes we'll become victims of addictive algorithms without ever knowing how we fall into this trap or how do we get out of it. And so I want to ask a question to the audience. How many of you, before using an application, read the terms and conditions thoroughly? At all, maybe? Just to skim through? One hand. That's quite concerning. Imagine young people. Young people oftentimes don't take the time to understand how their data is being used, what data is being used, and whether or not they're being exploited. If you look at sometimes the terms and conditions of the companies, they'll say, your chat might be monitored for increasing the model or improving the model, but how exactly, we're not so sure. And so when young people are often using these AI models, are getting very engaged with neurogaming, for example, or we see in classrooms in China where these headsets are being used to monitor productivity levels or stress levels, and young people are using this, they're not sure where their data is going. And so there's a great concern around informed consent. And we need to educate more young people about what is neurotechnology, how are you using neurotechnology through AI on an everyday basis, and then what can you do with your education around it? So as someone who's passionate about SDG 4, I do think education is a foundation for an opportunity to addressing this problem. And that starts early on because young people who are privileged now are on iPads at the age of just 2 years old. So we need to start teaching the parents, we need to start teaching this in classrooms, and that is just a start. But the second part of it is really ensuring that we have the right policy. And the way that we make this a policy priority is by making it a public priority. And so I would really urge, when we all go back home today, we take the time to not educate only our peers, but our children and the younger generation to understand why they need to be knowledgeable about neurotechnology. Because before this conference, I'm sure a lot of young people who don't see it on social media will have no idea. And that is exactly the biggest gap that we need to start to fill.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It also resonates a lot with what we believe it needs to be done, same as we are saying for companies or for developments to put ethics up from the beginning. So I think raising awareness from the very beginning, from very early stages in life is very important, and for the caregivers as well, as you're saying. Ferenc, how can the ethical implications of neurotechnology be effectively communicated to policymakers, industry stakeholders, and the wider public? What is the role of public associations, academic institutions in it? Because we have been speaking so much about the need of having these multi-stakeholder dialogues as this conference, but what is the specific role of these associations in this regard? En français, bien sûr.
Merci. Une communication politique et sociale.
Thank you. Effective social and political communication, which must be done within the scientific community. Scientific institutions and organizations play an important role. The role of a scientist is not limited to research and development. It should also seek to help decision makers and society to understand and to assess and to critically analyze complex knowledge and sophisticated technologies that result from that. Although research and development require, above all, expertise, development requires special cooperation and communication. And this is required in a number of scientific fields. Science is not infallible. The key to its success is to ensure that there are constant internal debates, and decision makers and society struggle to deal with uncertainty on issues that they hold dear. And this is a significant challenge for the scientific community, which requires moral and financial support, but which must always ensure that it is honest and trustworthy. It's very important for there to be scientific fora, for institutions and self-organizing mechanisms that ensure that issues such as the issues raised by neurotechnology are kept on society's agenda. Trust in science can be dangerous if there's a particular group of interests and if it seeks to serve objectives that are against those that are generally accepted. And the scientific community has not yet done all it can to counter this. The scientific community must interpret the general principles and ethics of research and to ensure that there are guidelines and to ensure that there is a sustained dialogue with decision makers and with society. And these activities are not just important for the R&D phase. Ethical norms should also contribute to readying the scientific domain and dialogue in society and among decision makers. Cooperation between various scientific fields is not possible without applying an ethical approach and ensuring that there is a common thread. This thread is effective dialogue across the sciences and among representatives of the society. Scientific life should cover all important debates, and there should be authentic public participation, ethical participation, and this is part of the mission of scientific organizations and institutions. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those very important remarks.
So we are now going to move to the second part of the panel, that we are focusing more on the issues of human rights and the neuro rights. So in this part, I will start asking Marcello, because he was one of the first ones together with Andorno, our colleague Andorno. I think he's in the room. And we're happy to have you here to start discussing at the philosophical and at that level of reflection about what the neuroethics could look like or should be described. And in fact, you started the neuro rights movements, of course, again, then with Rafael Yuste, who moved it into the governance and the regulation level. So maybe you can explain us, Marcello, briefly, what are the neuro rights and why are they important?
I will try my best and also trying to summarize the views of the many experts who have contributed to this in the audience. But so maybe I'll first start by saying what neuro rights are not. To avoid, I think, important confusion. So I do not think that neuro rights are rights of the brain, as if one single organ, however important, can be the subject of rights. And I also don't think that neuro rights are, at least exclusively, rights that protect people against neurotechnology, as if the main reason we are conveying here in Paris today is to stop science, neuroscience, and technological innovation. So I would probably define neuro rights as that bundle of human rights that concerns the brain and mind of the human person. And as such, neuro rights are not other than human rights, but they are human rights. And I think many of the people who have been working on this in the audience, and I'm referring to Roberto Andorno, to Rafa Yuste, to Nida Farahani, who will speak later, Christoph Bublitz is in the audience. I think we tend to have some general level of agreement that neuro rights convey both negative and positive freedoms. So negative freedom means freedom from an external interference, so freedom from an unconsented intrusion into my brain data. But they also convey positive freedoms, such as freedom to equitably access neurotechnology or to participate in the sharing of medical neurotechnology. And I think this positive dimension is very important because, as we mentioned earlier, we are nearing 1 billion patients with neurological psychiatric disorders worldwide. And we live in a world where half of the human population has no access to basic neuroimaging technology, let alone the sophisticated closed-loop brain-computer interfaces that we are referring to in this conference. So this is a very important dimension of the neuro rights reflection, but of course there is the negative aspect, which is protecting people from those misuses of neurotechnologies that can lead to the violation of some fundamental moral principles or legal entitlements. And I think here also I'll try to summarize what are the main areas of convergence, even though we've been using slightly different terminologies. But I think there is some kind of convergence around three, at least, main areas. So the first one is the area of privacy of the mind, we could say. So protecting the mind from unconsented access or intrusion into the neurobiological and neuropsychological domain. The second one is a freedom from undue influence or manipulation. And in particular, those forms of influence and manipulation that can influence core aspects of a person's identity, so personal identity and the sense of self, as Frederick was mentioning, referring to some patients. And then the third area is prevention of harm. And this was mentioned this morning, for example, by the Spanish State Secretary and the risk of hacking, which is a risk that applies to any computer technology. So when we connect the brain to computers, we also have this additional risk. And this is not only the only form of harm that could occur, but these possible violations to mental integrity also have been taken into consideration.
Thank you very much. I do think it was a very clear description of the situation, and I think I want to also say that we are having this conversation not to have any antagonisms, but just to highlight how are we approaching the different views about it, and hopefully with all the discussions that we have having from the beginning, and now with you, with Judy, and with Milena, we can try to maybe start putting all the pieces together as you see, as you say, because there seems to be many confluences, and maybe it's about how it's maybe about semantics, about applications, about translations of those rights, but we need to. But I think there is definitely a coincidence in what we want to protect. So Judy, what are your views on the neuro rights approach? Do you think that we need a new set of rights, or there is an alternative way to address these challenges that neurotechnology poses to us?
Thank you for the question, Daphne. I'm just going to do a sound check. Am I coming through okay?
Yes.
Okay, very good. You know, I wear many hats, and including one as chair of the International Brain Initiative. So I just want to say that the opinions here are of mine only. And I also want to say, as just to reiterate, as you said, Daphne, debate is great. That's why we gather. That's why we engage in discourse together. So I will say, in my opinion, that I think we're facing a false separation of neuro rights from human rights. I really rather see them inextricably linked, and perhaps the latter, human rights, actually subsuming the first. That is, neuro rights ought to be subsumed under the human rights framework. But really the hierarchy of where anybody or any concept lies is of less importance than the fact that they actually fundamentally coexist. So human rights in the medical context, and I return to the medical context to emphasize how strongly I feel that needs to be our focus in the context that I spoke about earlier, really confers rights on people to access and benefit from innovations in neuroscience, from health and wellness. And in the world in which we're traveling here as conferencers of UNESCO, of course, we're focused on brain and mental health, and hence the neuro. But I think that these rights, neuro and not, have been protected under very effective human rights frameworks of the past. And I think they're largely realized in regions of well-resourced parts of the world. Naturally, those who are marginalized have marginal access, let alone limited access to even more fundamental considerations such as food and water security. So the continuing challenge of access, in particular access to brain health, is compounded by the increasing burden of brain and mental health disorders on societies. We're seeing the impact of environmental change, climate and environmental contaminations that are affecting the full range of humanness, from neurodevelopment to neurodegeneration. Gilbert spoke about epilepsy. There are forms of epilepsy that are resistant to drugs that could benefit from neurotechnologies. Self-injurious behaviors among children with autism can benefit from the advancements in neurotechnology. And of course, with the increasing population and the dementias and cognitive loss that goes with that, neurotechnology has a major role to play. But I think like shooting private rockets into space with private citizens, a look and investment in the future is important too. And in fact, anticipation, as Marcello said, is a fundamental tenet of neuroethics. And so as long as our intellectual and evidence-based inquiry and phenomena such as freedom of mind and liberty of thinking does not distract or delay medical innovation, I think it's exciting, intriguing, and in fact a pathway to our scientific future. Let me just make a historical note and then a contemporary note, and then I'll conclude. As a historical note, in terms of neuro rights, I believe that in the now 25-year history of neuroethics, the question of neuro rights or cognitive liberty was actually one of the very first questions that came up in the context of medicines that were technically classified as illegal, but in existence since time immemorial. And in fact, in the year 2000 and even before that in Sacramento, the rights to traditional medicines were being promulgated as a right to freedom and indigeneity in the United States, and indeed a cultural and human right to the enlightenment of mind and brain. So neuro right has been around for a long time, yet even then we didn't call for a new human right to embody that dimension of freedom. On a more contemporary note, data from a study that I conducted here in Canada with my colleagues at UBC on brain and body sensors in the workplace showed that across all demographics in our well-resourced country, there was really a convergence of opinions on the perceived benefits and concerns between people who might implement sensors like supervisors and managers and potential users such as workers. And we had a large survey, we had 344 responses, and the greatest concern in terms of the rights of being subject to a sensor was around safety first. Then privacy and disclosure of findings of possible medical significance, data ownership, as well as how and who owns data between workplaces when an individual moves from place to place. So mind manipulation or mind control, what we would consider a violation of human rights, and at the core of today's discussion, was actually not an expressed concern. So limitations, these are admittedly Canadian data from a very mellow province of British Columbia. Other regions of the world, especially the United States, are far more edgy. And perhaps Professor Pu, who is still, I see, on this, on the virtual platform here, could comment from the point of view of China. Dr. Pu is also an executive committee member of the International Brain Initiative. So let me summarize these brief comments. And it brings together what I said earlier about context and a context now. I think we still need to focus on human suffering and the remedies that neurotechnology can bring to them. And we need to build on and not dismiss the past and existing instruments. And I think these instruments are existing and past human rights frameworks. I believe we need professional self-regulation over laws, over new laws. Otherwise, I think we run the risk of running innovation underground or creating a situation of what I might call innovation tourism, akin to medical tourism, where innovators fear criminal retribution and depart from their countries to pursue ideas where they could not pursue them at home. So I would suggest then that we look to embrace the long-standing power of existing frameworks as the IBC embraces that recommendation in its report on neurotechnology. I think and I urge that we emphasize the potential for the harmonization of rights, whether they're human rights or its subsidiary that involve the brain, and perhaps more explicitly not to the brain, but not essentialize the brain exclusively outside other rights of the human condition. And I think our method here is to really approach these challenges, the challenges at hand, in a geopolitically free approach where global collaboration is really the driving method to bring all these components together. And I'll stop there, Daphna. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much for your views. I think we've heard in the previous panel also Tim from the Office of the High Commissioner saying that we have a system of human rights that is adaptable, but we fail in the implementation and maybe and it's adaptable and maybe we could do it or not. I think it's very important the clarification that Marcello said about this is not about the rights of the brain, and in a way I think he's in agreement. We are not protecting the brain, we're protecting the people, and we're just trying to see how we protect people against any infringement of their human rights by using their data, or by not protecting them from suffering, or by not protecting them from interventions that are infringing on their human rights. So that I think there is, and I really appreciate also the call for a non-geopolitical global discussion and make sure that we all agree on how to address these problems and above all protect human rights and fundamental freedoms. And that's it's a perfect preamble to ask Milena to share with us, because you are the rapporteur for the study on neurotechnology and human rights and the chair of the advisory committee of the Human Rights Council. So you have an intimate view of the key considerations that are emerging in this process, and maybe you can share some of these views with us, and maybe this will help us to be more concrete about how to go about this.
Gracias.
Thank you. Well, yes, I'll take up the gauntlet from what others have said. Indeed, Marcello was saying that you shouldn't have a negative image of human rights either. What they're trying to do is protect the rights of all individuals, and therefore set down some red lines, which may be mobile to some extent as knowledge of how the brain operates develops, and in the light of experience and so on, that may move forward. The important thing is to remember that a human rights approach will benefit development and technological innovation, and will also benefit the beneficiaries themselves, those who will benefit from that progress, and those who need such improvements. So we need to look at the use of actual resources and a channeling of science and intelligence towards what is necessary. And I think those are some of the messages which previous speakers have conveyed as well. As regards the advisory committee, very briefly, I should explain that we're independent experts. So we're working pro bono, and we are completely independent in the work we're doing. We are working at the request of the Human Rights Council, which is, let's say, the main governmental human rights body in the UN system. And this mandate through a resolution adopted in October of last year, was for us to carry out a study analyzing the opportunities, impacts, and challenges of neurotechnologies regarding human rights. And we're working in that committee, as has been said, and there's geographical distribution of the 18 members, with the 5 main geographical regions representing in the United Nations. There's also a different vision at the regional level, a regional perspective, which is reflected in our report. Now, as we're still in the embryonic phase, the report will be in September of next year. Everything I'm going to say is on things which still have to mature among members of the committee. So this is rather personal by way of a vision, especially on neuro rights. But Tim spoke on behalf of the UN High Commissioner, and he made it clear that there is consensus that the human rights treaties at present contain all of the elements and norms in abstract terms to resolve most of the problems which may arise today in respect of neurotechnologies. We also have an interpretive corpus of standards which can be applied by analogy, but they may provide responses for all the issues arising. So the legal framework, the basic legal framework to deal with this already exists. Now, it's true that the introduction of this concept of neuro rights has, first of all, allowed us to launch the debate we're having today. And I think we need to acknowledge the merit of those who put forward this idea and this concept. And indeed, it's helped to identify those gaps which exist, but not in an interpretive sense, because more extensive interpretation can already be carried out. But we have these rules spelled out in documents. And I think what will help us, and what is helping us, is the very fact that we've launched this reflection on the most controversial and problematic, contentious points where there may be difference of interpretation. One is the human rights approach, but nothing guarantees that this will remain the case if these norms or ideas or standards are not spelled out, albeit somewhat abstractly, in a document. So I think this is the main idea we have regarding neuro rights. As regards what they are exactly, I think the conversation has already matured. It's been going on for some years now, and it's a little bit semantic in nature. If we talk, for example, as to whether it's a question of cognitive or mental self-determination, then what we're defending and spelling out is that it's unacceptable to make coercive use of neurotechnologies. So we are establishing a red line regarding what we've been talking about, that is the augmented human being. So long as we don't know exactly whether it's safe and effective to use such technologies for that purpose. As regards how we can enshrine these neuro rights, and I stress these are ideas that are embryonic, which I'm sharing with you. Well, of course, there are several ways of doing this in the Council. One is to have a more pragmatic report regarding such extensions, using mechanisms which already exist, which are already dealt with in UN committees related to the various specific treaties in the human rights field. And those committees also are made up of independent experts with their own interpretations. And some of these documents may take the form of general commentary on how they interpret certain provisions. That's one way, which can be combined with other mechanisms, special arrangements, focusing on the specific mandate of each committee regarding a specific impact or the specific effect of neurotechnologies within their specific purview. for example, torture, prevention of torture, or people with disabilities, or protection of children. So there we could have an interesting approach. And of course, that's going to be somewhat dispersed. So we then need to bring this disparate set of interpretations together in a consolidated form in a report. And then the second possibility, and I'm concluding now, I hope I've not been speaking at undue length, the second possibility, which could be harder to achieve, but I don't think it's impossible either, is to opt for a document of principles or law, for example, in the inter-American context. That exists, has already been done in the Human Rights Council. Proposals have been made for such principles. They've been taken forward to the general debate of the United Nations, with a debate amongst all the member states, and documents have been approved regarding soft law. And so soft law is possible in this case. For example, smallholder farmer rights, leading perhaps to a tangible right regarding freedom of thought, for example. And recently there's also been adoption of a document or resolution of the United Nations recognizing the right to a healthy and sustainable environment. And these are some of the ways of going forward in future with a view to adopting an international treaty. And then you have this fragmented approach based on the states, what's happening in Chile, what's happening in Spain. Well, that's a fragmented approach, state by state, and it's not conducive to uniformity. So there may be greater protection of certain individuals in certain states, while leaving by the wayside, unprotected, people in other states that don't adopt such measures. So to conclude, I think a document internationally is necessary to some extent, but I stress that's my personal opinion. And I also think it's important in the UN context for there to be coordination. For example, the proposals from the advisory committee that are action-oriented, well, those will need to be consistent with the work that's been done for years now in UNESCO, for example. So that's another of our objectives. That is for there to be a sound, effective legal framework, not one which is inapplicable, as Tim pointed out. Thank you. Thank you, Milena.
We are kind of a bit late, and we need to cut because we started late this panel after that. But I would like I think this has been a very rich conversation, and I would like to skip the takeaway message, and I would like instead to allow for one or two questions or one or two reactions, because I think it has been too rich just to finish without any exchange with the public, and we will skip the takeaway messages. And I have to excuse our colleague because he told me already that he needed to catch a plane, and that's why he very silently left the panel. So I will open the floor for two questions, three questions, and also if you among yourselves, the panelists, wish to interact among yourselves, because I think it has been extremely rich. And I just don't want to close like this. Are there any questions? It's true that it's difficult to see from here. Yes, there is one there, please. Can you please identify yourself?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Lucas Gonima. I'm originally from Colombia, and I'm serving as an intern here in the sports department. Thank you all for being here today and for your presentation. I really love the point that you had on, do we read the agreements that we sign all the time, and do we really know what information we're giving away? With that, another question earlier was also about the youth and how this will be implemented in education. How will we be making sure to ethically protect the youth, who are the most moldable, and as we can see, as time goes on, generations change via social media, via the access to phones, access to computers. So what will we be doing with neurotechnology to make sure that the youth aren't taken advantage of and can still function as humans?
Does anyone want to take that? Ah, of course.
Thank you so much for that wonderful question. I think you're right. You know, technology changes and we can't exactly predict what is going to come. But one thing that we can work on is building the resilience of young people. If you look at how we engage on social media, as you mentioned, I think we've become 15-second brain people. We only have an attention span that's 15 seconds long, and it only takes 15 seconds to believe a fact to be true. You know, we'll read a newspaper and we might not believe it, but when we see it on TikTok, we'll believe it instantly. So that means we need to build cognitive resilience amongst young people to start to question what they see, what they read, and how they interact with the world online and with technology. And that really means that we need to educate them about what can influence their decisions and their behaviors. Simply things like listening to music can make them feel a certain way. So how can we start from a younger age to really educate them about, you know, how are the simple things that you interact online, the games that you play, the images that you see, the technologies that you use, how does that influence you on a daily basis, and why should you care to build cognitive resilience? Why is it important for you to not fall prey into misinformation? What are the bigger consequences of that? I think another issue is that young people, you know, if they're a part of a data breach, sometimes they themselves don't understand why it's so important for their data to be protected and why they should start to take measures to protect their data. So again, a lot of that education about resilience over the younger ages and starting at, you know, younger years is super important. And I think that is the way that over time and over generations we have people who are taking charge of technology and not technology taking charge of people.
Thank you very much. I think it was very
Daphna,
good.
may I jump in?
Yes, please, Judy.
From the speaker zone, from the faraway zone, which is to say, you know, I love the idea of cognitive resilience. We think about it a lot in my age group. But I also want to emphasize an answer to that really important question is the importance of following one's intuition and reflecting. And so in this 15-second attention span, social media, technology-driven world, we often fall prey to just moving ahead constantly from one beat to the next beat to the next beat. And we don't pause to reflect and actually intuitively ask the question, is this reality? What is the reality check on what we've just experienced or communicated and so forth? And so I think human intuition is threatened, and we need to ensure and encourage the youth of today to always return to their human intuition above and beyond the technology with which they engage.
Thank you very much. Is anyone wants to add anything? Honestly, it's a pity because I would have to say many things, and I'm sure everybody will have to say many things. Just want to pick up on something else that Marcelo said, and I think it is important that no one here is questioning the advancement of the technology. It's just making sure that it's serving the purpose, and I just want to echo that. And I think we had a very rich conversation. I think we had more elements to continue the conversation about how to move, about the protection of the ones who are suffering, to have the big picture, to make sure that we don't forget that we need to keep the humane part in ourselves, being resilience, being with intuition, with critical thinking, making sure that we care for what is more important for humanity and for individuals, and making sure that we work together in a multi-stakeholder, global and geopolitically free and very well coordinated way to achieve all these goals and ensure that all the actors and all the patients that are giving their information away and all the researchers that are taking care or making the advancement of research in all the areas of the world are having the same opportunities to develop their skills and participate in the research. So with this, I will please ask you to give a big applause to these fantastic panelists. And thank you very, very much. So we're moving to the last part of this conference, and I'm very happy to invite to our Assistant Director General, Mrs. Gabriela Ramos, and Dr. Nita Farahani to join here at the stage.
No rest for the savvy souls that we have in this room. And I want to thank you because it has been not only a long day of discussions about these very important issues related to neurotechnology, but it has also been quite deep. I can tell you, Nita, in the morning I was with the panel with ministers, and when we came out to take a coffee, they said, we don't want to talk. We have really get into so very deep concepts and issues that it was quite interesting. But I'm so glad to introduce you, Nita Farahani, and thank you for coming to this. I think this is the cherry on the cake, because at the end, we have this amazing mandate that members are envisaging to give to UNESCO to go and develop a recommendation on the ethics of neurotechnology based on the work that we do in ethics in all the emerging technologies. Thanks to the work of the International Bioethics Committee here with Hervé Schneiweiss, who is the chair, and Emily Cross, who is also there, and the report that they presented. Thanks to a report that we did on the landscape of the technologies where they are. And I think that this conversation will not be complete without having you. For the purpose of introducing, although I don't think that you need so much of introduction, but you are a professor of law and let me find you are at Duke University. You are a professor of law and philosophy, Robinson O. Everett Distinguished Professor of Law and Philosophy of Duke Law School, the founding director of Duke Science and Society, the faculty chair of the Duke MA in Bioethics and Science Policy, and principal investigator of the SLAP Lab. But more than anything, you have been a champion, a vocal champion to protect the integrity of the brain. And I think that you have come with very interesting concepts that I would love our public here, where we have a lot of experts and of member states, to get into these conversations and get the substance that you have been promoting and that had been so useful to clarify many of these concepts. And to start the conversation very easy, what is at stake?
So easy, right? So first, it's such a pleasure to be here, and it's been so wonderful to learn from everyone here today. You have gathered such a thoughtful group of people. It's really, no, that one is new. That one's new. You can leave that one. Thank you. You've gathered really just such a thoughtful group of people, and I'm so glad that you're taking the leadership in this space. It's so important, and I know that the contributions of UNESCO will continue to be extraordinary. What's at stake from my perspective is fundamental to what it means to be human. It is fundamentally about human flourishing. I thought Marcello Aienca in the last panel described well. The idea is that what I've been describing as cognitive liberty, our right to self-determination over our brains and mental experiences, includes our last bastion of privacy, our mental privacy, our ability to cultivate ourselves, to have a space for private reprieve, a space where we can truly determine who we are, make choices about who we are. What's at stake also is our mental health and well-being. It is the billion people worldwide who are suffering from mental health disorders and from drug use disorders, the 55 million people who are suffering from dementia, the people whose attention has been captured and diminished, who have the inability to remain engaged because of the dings on their phone, right? What's at stake is fundamental to what it means to be human in the digital age. And so I think these conversations really get at what is human flourishing in the digital age and how do we safeguard it?
And for that purpose, you have come to this very clear message that we need to protect our cognitive liberty. You want to dwell a little bit on that
Yeah,
concept?
I'd be happy to. So in my book, The Battle for Your Brain, Defending the Right to Think Freely in the Age of Neurotechnology, I built on the work of many of the eminent people in this room and others, as well as my own work over the past couple of decades, to really look at both what's at stake, but how do we find a pathway forward? How do we develop a framework to understand what's at issue? And so I have described cognitive liberty as a right to self-determination over our brains and mental experiences, which means a right to both access and change our brains if we should choose to do so, to be empowered by neurotechnology, but fundamentally to be able to see our own brain activity, to have access to that information, to not have interference with that access to that information, to be able to enhance or diminish or change our brains if we choose to do so. And a right from interference with our mental privacy and our freedom of thought, which includes a right to not only have our thoughts and our mental experiences not intercepted, but also not manipulated or punished. And I go through in the book and explain both how and where the threats are to each of those different fundamental aspects of cognitive liberty: self-determination, mental privacy, and freedom of thought, and the ways that we can update our understanding within existing human rights law to have a individual right to self-determination rather than just a collective or political right. A right to mental privacy included within the right to privacy, and updating our interpretation of freedom of thought, important work of which Dr. Hamed Shahid has done to get us started on that path. I, however, argue that we should recognize a new right to cognitive liberty to do so, because while it's true that our existing instruments have within them the capabilities for evolution, that those rights I've described, self-determination, freedom of thought, and mental privacy, are all ones that we can derive from existing human rights, we need an organizing principle. We need a clear global norm, a clear global directive about how they're interrelated to one another and how they're interrelated to the fundamental concept, the underpinning of human flourishing in the digital age.
And I think this is one of the conversations that were really prevailing, the question of whether the human rights framework is fit for purpose or whether we need to expand on it. This is something that, that our International Bioethics Committee has spent a lot of time, and many of the experts. At the end, I think is something that we need to solve. But something I like about NITA too is that, and this I said it in the morning when we launched the conference, is not about getting people scared. It's not about getting only the downsides. I think, bottom line, we need to control those downsides. And we need to find the protection and the guardrails. But at the end, the objective is really that these technologies are used in the most, empower them really to deliver for good of people. So you have this positive approach in terms of the developments. What would you tell the private sector? And I know that the private sector cannot be considered a monoblock, but what would you say? Because in UNESCO, when we get into the engagement of developing this instrument, we do it in a multi-stakeholder approach. And because the majority of these developments are done by the private sector, it would be important to listen also to your views regarding how to deal with the private sector.
Thank you. It's such an important point. Let me pick up first on your kind of question about frameworks existing versus otherwise and tie that to commercial actors. So first, I think of cognitive liberty as an umbrella concept. It maps to a human rights perspective, but it also maps to other aspects of the problem, including, for example, commercial design. And so I've had quite a few people who both are on the implanted neurotechnology side, wearable neurotechnology side, or some of the large tech companies who are investing in neurotechnology approach me to ask, how do we do user controls, or how do we embed cognitive liberty by design into our products? And I want to emphasize that for a moment, which is almost every neurotechnology founder or company that I've talked to is deeply interested in trying to do the right thing. Many of them have come to the table because they're interested in trying to address something that has happened in their own family. Oftentimes that's a motivation, something like they've had a parent with ALS, they have a parent who was in the hospital and unable to communicate, and they wanted to find a way for them to be able to communicate. They're trying to enable people to have self-determination in their own lives. And they may not be focused as much on the downside risks, and as they become aware of the downside risks, they're interested in trying to bridge that gap. So for commercial actors, I think it's critical that there start to be both liability models, but also incentives to enable them to be able to align their product design with human values, with cognitive liberty. That includes, for example, respect with respect to brain data. You heard Rafa Justa speaking about this, that of the companies that they surveyed, many of them allow for the commodification of data. Other companies have intentionally said data remains with the user or remains with on the device. Other ones have thought about models of doing things like keeping the classifier, which would interpret the data on device and encrypt it. There are cybersecurity issues that need to be put into place and a much greater investment that needs to occur with respect to cybersecurity issues. There are user-level controls that need to happen. Many of the wearable devices are things like brain sensors embedded in everyday technology. So this is in earbuds or headphones or watches or small wearable tattoos. Particularly for the multifunctional devices, there should be an option if I'm having a conference call with my husband and I decide during that moment I don't want my brain activity monitored or tracked, whether for my own purposes or collected for any other purpose, right? I want that to be a moment at which I have user-level controls to be able to filter out certain kinds of information or filter out certain moments at which the multifunctional sensors are not active at all times. These are just some of the ideas. There will be many more. Some of the conversations that I think are important to have, as Marcello said earlier, cognitive liberty isn't just about neurotechnology. It's about technologies across the board that impact our brains and mental experiences. It's about the ways in which we're interacting and navigating in the world, which is why fundamentally it's about human rights. It's about cognitive liberty as a principle of liberty. It's not about neuro this or neuro that. It's literally about the basic frameworks of what it means to be human in the modern era. And in that way, across technologies, like we heard on the last panel, it's important that we recognize the addictive nature of technologies and the algorithms which are being designed to try to focus attention and engagement on device, and recognize that's part of the problem. We're being designed to shape. There's a whole process of oppositional shaping, which has been discussed within the AI literature and is being embedded into generative AI design. Those are all the things that we need to be thinking about from a commercial active perspective, well beyond neurotechnologies, thinking about what does it mean to empower people with technologies? What does it mean to enable them? What does it mean to give them self-determination over their brains and mental experiences as they navigate their everyday lives?
And as you see, what is very interesting is that we have been having, and particularly me, because I'm more a policy person, we are having the conversation about institutions, laws, regulation. You are talking about what is feasible in terms of the development of the technologies with this ethical by design, which is something that we will endorse fully. And I feel that this is a very positive message to say, yes, we can do it. And in that score, and before opening the floor for questions and you're engaging with the wonderful audience that we have, in that sense of, yes, we can do it, we can shape the technological direction. What would you tell governments that are going to be our clients when developing the normative instrument?
So I think we have to really think about it as a spectrum, right? It's really important to think about the human rights aspect of it. It's really important to think about incentives and investments at the government level as well, right? So part of that is not just creating sticks, but also carrots to enable corporations to be able to invest in ways that align with human values. And that also are investments in tools and technologies that enable people to develop, I think it was the last panel was talking about cognitive resilience. I think about that as also about cognitive liberty, which is part of cognitive liberty is self-determination. Self-determination means giving people the tools, the techniques, and the education they need to be able to cultivate their critical thinking skills, their mental agility, their ability to update their understanding of relational intelligence. It's things like investing in requirements to have a badge when somebody is interacting with an AI chatbot rather than a human. It is making sure that there are information forcing functions, and this can happen through soft law mechanisms. There can be standards that are developed. If you have something like a cognitive liberty open standard and impact assessment tools that are given to corporations where there's a reporting function into that system, and you have a way of looking across them and saying, these are companies that are living up to these standards, these are companies that are not. There should be investment and encouragement in the development of voluntary industry organizations that align around these different best practices with respect to respecting human-centered design and human flourishing. But to achieve this, we have to understand that cognitive liberty isn't just human rights, it isn't just leaving it up to companies to decide for themselves, and it's never just putting the burden on individuals to read the terms of service. It's fundamentally changing it so that the terms of service favors individuals, so that the business models favor individuals, but that investment by governments seeks to align corporate interest with human values.
And I think this is up my alley, I have to say, because I always hear these conversations about regulations or not regulation as if it is one-off, when we know that governments shape the markets. And there is no more impressive instrument than public procurement funds or investments, as you say. President Biden just adopted this Inflation Reduction Act with $300 billion for climate investments. Is changing the conversation. So I think this is a message of hope to the governments to say, you know how you have the instruments, let's just use it, because what we want to have is more investments in the positive developments and for those promises that you and I have talked that become very, very close human histories. So I want to open the conversation, and if you want to ask a question or make a comment, or Rafael, and then anybody else, prepare your questions. Yes, at the end. So let's have Rafael here first, and then we go in the back. And I will ask you to introduce yourself, because I cannot hear you I cannot see you from here.
Yeah, just a brief comment that I also agree with Nita. I've met many of the founders and CEOs of neurotech companies, and they, in my experience, they all have their heart in the right place. But at the same time, our fear is that ethics by design and self-regulation is not enough. It's of course very lovely idea, but it has not worked in the past. Let me just share with all of you, an anecdote. When we visited the White House a year ago to discuss exactly this issue we're talking about today, they confessed to us privately that it's been completely useless in AI, in the metaverse, in internet, in social media, that companies do not have the business model to, and they, as I shared with you earlier, if they can, they take everything that's not nailed down, because it's actually good for the business. So I think we have to approach, a little bit echoing what Nita said, you have to approach the problem from both sides. Now, you have to provide incentives to the companies, you have to buy them carrots so that they go in the right direction, but you absolutely need to approach the problem from a human rights perspective, like we just heard from Milena, something like the Human Rights Council taking charge and focusing on this directly, or follow pioneer countries like Chile, maybe Brazil, with hard law, not just soft law. Soft law is good, but it's in this case, my humble opinion is that it may not be enough. Yeah.
Can I weigh in on that for a moment? I wholeheartedly agree. It's really about a comprehensive strategy. The reason I've been arguing that we need both naming and framing of the issue is it's hard to really align and have a strategy, like a global strategy and national strategies, if you don't have a collective way of understanding the problem. If we say, for example, look, collectively, all of these different technologies, digital technologies across different dimensions, are impacting and undermining our brains and mental experiences and enabling them, right? Giving us new opportunities, and we want to invest in and encourage that fork of it, right? The ones that are truly empowering and transformational, give more incentives for the use of data for the common good, to direct and try to shape the way in which the technologies develop. I think it's very promising. I do think you need a system of liability and incentives. You need ethical frameworks, but you also need both sticks and carrots within it. I'll just point out one thing, which is the OECD had a wonderful conference last month looking at tech governance of emerging technologies. And one thing that emerged from it was talking about a lot of the soft law mechanisms as well, and looking at ways of implementing their OECD principles with respect to neurotechnologies. I think recognizing that there's an important place for each of these is critical. It's not that there's any one lever that will fundamentally solve all of our problems, but we need soft law, we need hard law, we need incentives, we need tools and technologies, we need user-centered design, we need the spectrum under an umbrella and a common goal that we're working toward.
True, and the issue here is that the business dynamics, the ways these technologies are developed, require a whole life cycle approach. And I feel that there are also many interventions in which you can come to try to put this framing that is more reliable. Maybe in the back, you had a question?
Thank you. So first, thank you for this intervention. I'm Silvana Lewin. I work with our section on inclusion rights and intercultural dialogue. And I was really curious, in the previous panel, the potential of neurotechnology to have an impact on health challenges such as epilepsy, migraine, depression was raised. However, often these technologies remain quite inaccessible. So I'd be interested to hear your opinion on how we can improve these systems to tackle the ethics of inequality of access.
Yeah, it's a great question and a very hard one, right? It's not unique to neurotechnologies, it's true across technologies. There's ways and, of course, investments that can lead to the use of technologies to democratize access to healthcare, to democratize access to better treatments and better options. Right now, many of the treatment options are inaccessible to people, but so too is the diagnosis itself, right? So many people across the world don't have access to basic diagnostic tools. And one thing that's, I think an intriguing and hopeful potential opportunity that wearable neurotechnologies offer is both the miniaturization of sensors and the ability to have increasingly better detection of things like Alzheimer's, epilepsy, earliest stages of glioblastoma. We have to match that up, not just with earlier and more democratized access to diagnosis, but treatment as well. And that's one of, I think, the challenges that will emerge from this is that there will be much greater access to technologies for diagnosis because it will become cheaper and cheaper and cheaper as it becomes more ubiquitous, as it becomes big tech products, as it becomes embedded into everyday technologies, as it becomes something as ubiquitous as AirPods or earbuds or watches or smartphones, where many people across the world have access to those smartphones and can use them for diagnosis. But then the question is treatment. And there too, I think you see a lot of progress in areas like AI and neurotechnology for potentially democratizing treatments, where it may be very difficult to have access to a specialist to treat for depression, where devices can become increasingly better at both neurofeedback and potentially neurostimulation for depression. That could be promising. Doesn't mean that we don't need to have huge investments into figuring out how to democratize access to technologies. That will be true across the board. And to the extent that this is powerful or more powerful technology than other categories, it will become a priority for us to focus on.
And I have to say also that question is related to the sector, but is related to the financial markets. Because at the end, you also need to measure the impact or the benefits of this technological dissemination or diffusion to then go for blended finance, or to ensure that you could compensate companies that are doing the investments that sometimes it requires a very high installment for the beginning, and then it goes. And I think but that conversation is really important, because besides all of the dangers related to human rights and the impact on individuals, the whole point is what kind of economy are we in which some have access and some don't, and some can enhance and live a happy life and some don't. And so I think this is, and we have not been very good at sharing the benefits of scientific research.
I mean, the truth is that when it comes to brain health and wellness, it's much more fundamental than access to neurotechnology, right? I mean, the things that will be most transformative in many parts of the world are access to, clean water, shelter, food, and basic health. Basic nutrition, is so fundamental to brain development and brain health, education and access to education. So a lot of people look at the marginal benefits of the technology. The technology isn't going to help that much if the fundamentals of equality and inequality and the fundamentals necessary for brain development and brain flourishing aren't invested in as well.
And that's the other point. And again, you remember this morning I spoke about my daughter being a neuroscientist. The question of knowing the child development process in the brain and avoiding neglect for the brain to flourish. Right. I think that's one of the highest things, and you just need to give a hug to the baby, so that's not very costly. But in any case, I think that we have, there is no more questions, so I will pose the last question. I think that I know the answer, but because I also know that you are a very positive mind, but I need to ask it, because this is what the journalists have been asking me about all this conversation that has been fascinating. I have to say that you have been in all of the media, and I want to thank the media people here and Mathieu, because they have done an amazing job. The question is, are we late for all of this?
It's a good question. First, when it comes to neurotechnology, we are not too late. When it comes to any technology, we're not too late. Right, so on the one hand, we are too late to claw back personal data that has been aggregated. We are too late to claw back a model that has commodified personal data and used it to build very precise algorithms that can target individuals with advertisements. But that doesn't mean we've given away all of our mental privacy. It doesn't mean that we've given away all of our rights to human flourishing. What we have is the first generation of business models of tech platforms that have been built upon surveillance capitalism. We've seen how that goes. We've seen what the effects are. We've seen the mental health effects. We've seen the effects on attention and distraction. And we have a new category of technology that could be truly transformational for society. It could be incredibly empowering. It could enable us to have access to our own brains, to be able to see the loss of our own attention, to be able to address neurological disease and suffering, to have much better access to ourselves than our internal software, to have a new and more natural way of being able to interact with the rest of our technology. There are huge potentials and opportunities for therapeutic applications of it. I'm a migrainer. I would love to have better migraine treatments. I've tried everything under the sun, right? I think the hope is extraordinary. There are many companies who are already developing, who have already developed, and who are already marketing wearable technologies. Implanted neurotechnology is already in clinical trials. It hasn't gone to scale yet across society. And that matters because the business model is not yet entrenched. It doesn't have to be the same terms of service that say that in order to have access to this extraordinarily transformational technology, you have to give away all of your rights to personal autonomy, to self-determination, that you have to give away all of the rights to your brain data and how it will be used. We can push reset and say, we are choosing a different fork in the road. And that fork in the road is we recognize the loss of cognitive liberty that has occurred from the old model, and we're going down a new path. And that new path means that every neurotechnology company, every big tech company that invests in and acquires neurotechnology and embeds it into their everyday products has to follow this new path, has to develop their business models from the ground up, and has to ensure that all of these digital technologies are ones that are designed for the benefit of humanity. A benefit that we now realize is essential to articulate, because I don't think that the previous generation set out to leave us worse off. I just think we've discovered that that's where we are, and so we need to chart a better pathway forward.
So that's a wonderful message to finish our fire chat. And I think that that's what we said at the beginning. We can change things. And I feel this is what we feel, and we feel more today after I have heard all of the experts. Nita, so great to have you. We were really honored. We were talking with my team, having Nita coming from the States, Rafa the same. We have people from Chile, Australia, everyone around the world. We are honored for you to really come to elucidate all these issues, to bring your knowledge, your passion, and your commitment. And as I said in the private conversation, we will be picking up your brain going forward.
I look forward to that.
Thank you so much. Give applause, please, to Nita. And now I'm gonna close the conference, but I'm gonna do a change, Davnita, because what we're gonna do is that I'm gonna ask Daphna and Hervé, who are the forces behind this amazing conference. I want to finish by thanking Maya, Irakli, Daphna, Liwi, Raji. I mean, the bio team, I think that you really deserve a big, big applause. Maya, big thanks. They have been amazing because it's not only about the organization. You have seen that it has been completely on time and on purpose, but they have also this commitment with the ethics of science and technology. Thanks to the media for being with us. I will need to leave you, and thanks to our members for being here. Great to see you, ambassadors, and sticking to the whole conversation, coming in and out. I only see that staying state forever, but the French ambassador is there. I'm so happy to see you. The whole point here is that I need to leave now because I'm going to a graduation, but I'm going to leave you with Hervé and with Daphna to make the conclusions. I only want to say it has been an amazing, amazing day for all of us. I hope you share that with me. For me, it has been amazing because at the end, when you bring into the room people that are as worried as you are on certain things, magic happens. Because at the end is bringing the knowledge of each one of you with very different perspectives, with very different ways of addressing the things, sometimes with encountering views, no, of what can be done, what cannot be done. But at the end, I think that we all agree that the amazing technological development that we are experiencing day by day needs to be shaped ethically and needs to deliver for people. And we are honored by our members' confidence to think that UNESCO can help once again, because we have done it before in bioethics, and Daphna has been there, all warrior of these battles. We are doing it with artificial intelligence, and now the next frontier is the neurotechnology. So I really want to thank member states, but I also want to thank all of you. And as I told Nita, we will be picking up your brains. Because at the end, this is a collective effort. We are not going to be reinventing the wheel. What we're going to do is to try to really bring light to something that is not very well known, to make people aware of the issues, to get the information, to get the issues right, the right to know, as we always say, Hervé, the right to know that these things are happening, but more than anything, upping the potential of these technologies to really deliver for people, for more happy lives, for better quality of lives, and for societies that are more inclusive and more sustainable. And so I want to thank you, and I leave you in the hands of the most wonderful people that are really pushing us to do these things. Thank you so much, Hervé. So nice. And Daphnica, linda. Tomás.
OK. Ça marche. Bon. So we are going to have this kind of improvised, but very, no, we were already tasked with this, but we were supposed to be a trio. So we are going to make it a duo. I will try to summarize one of the main ideas I think that were discussed during the day. Definitely, don't take this as a comprehensive summary because it will be impossible and very pretentious from myself. So I will just want to highlight what I think were the most important takeaway messages, and then I will ask Hervé to give some thoughts of what could be the way forward. Because as one of the leaders of the committee, one of the former chairs, and because of our committees are giving us some mandates and we need to know how to move forward. So I think it's good to listen from him the suggestions on how to proceed after this conference that I believe has achieved the goals that we had. We really wanted to bring the very top experts and different from the academia, but also from the governments, to know for the experiences that they have in their different countries on how to deal with this. And we hear from very concrete experiences of how to deal with this at the national level, at the legislative level. I think we have heard, for me, the most important messages were that there is an obligation from governments, from science, from the scientific community, from the international organizations, and from everyone. The most important obligation is to protect human rights and fundamental freedoms, and that should include the private sector, because even if they are working for profit, this is my own opinion, that when private sector is working and dealing with something that is the public good, there are limits to the profit. When life is at stake, when human rights are at stake, even if as members of the society, they have to pay their share in protecting these rights, even if this is above all a responsibility and obligation from governments. And that's why it was very clearly said that ethics should be included in the design and the development of all these technologies when the industry is involved. And most important of this obligation from governments and the scientific communities to protect human rights and fundamental freedom includes the positive rights and the negative rights, meaning to make sure that we are protected from interventions which are malicious, that we are manipulated without our consent, or that we have the right, which is the positive right, we have the right to have access to the benefits, for example, of all these technologies, and we have to have, most and foremost, access to treatments for alleviating the sickness. I think that's what also was the most important, another important message. No one here is against the development of neurotechnology, which, by the way, it's so very interlinked with artificial intelligence. That was also very clearly brought into the discussions, and how the biases and all the problems that we have with algorithms are embedded in these neuro devices. And since we have no mechanisms to do any checks of these algorithms, we are running very high risks of reproducing these biases and these deviations when we use these devices. So nobody is here to hinder the innovation, but we are here to make sure that we promote this technology to two main objectives. One, not to forget the larger context. I think it was a very good call from Judy Illes to remember that there is technologies to alleviate problems, but we have other problems also, and it is important always to have the big picture in it, and how these technologies are also related to this other, like social justice, like climate crisis, and I think for me that was very important. And the second most important is that the most important aim should be to alleviate the suffering in the medical application, and that should be the priority of developing these technologies. When it comes to human rights and the neuro rights, I think we had an extremely rich discussion, and I think what is the most important thing is that we all agreed on this responsibility of the positive and negative rights. We all know, and it was also said also from the experience of the national governments and by the experts, that we all agree that it's not about the brain itself, it's about the integrity of the human being that we are talking here, and that we want to make sure that the harms that these technologies can produce on the body, on the integrity, and on the human rights of the individuals is what needs to be protected. Now, it can be done using and starting from the existing documents that we have to see if they can be adaptable, or because they have been, according to Team Engelhardt, they are adaptable, but we need to, because it has been proven that we have failed in the proper application and implementation of this. And we also have to make sure to see if we have the right interpretation of those rights, or if we need to create new ones, but we need to ensure that are protected and we know what we want to protect. And I think it was important also, everything that was said about the brain data, not to treat it as another set of data, as any other set of data, because it's really the data that is more related to what is more intimate to all of us. It's really what makes us humans in relation to others, as Hervé also said. So it's our relationships that can also be affected by these devices, by these interactions that can be affected, and that's why it's so important. The multi-stakeholder and geopolitically free, multicultural and multi-stakeholder discussion to make sure that we all agree on how to do this is very important. Protecting children, protecting adolescents, which brains are in development and interventions can affect their development. But also, I think it was very important what was said about patients that participate in research, and the rights and the benefits are not shared with them. So they were also considered as vulnerable populations. About equal access to benefits, it's also important to think about the researchers and those who are creating the knowledge, and making sure that we equipped everyone to be able to participate in creation of the knowledge, and participate also on the benefits of the research. Education and awareness raising from the very early stages, from the childhood and adolescent and the young people, to make them aware the resilience that Aurora was referring to. Let me say, and then there was also very important for me to implement mechanisms to protect those which rights are being abused or infringed upon, and it also falls on the awareness, first on the awareness raising. Many people are not even aware that their human rights are being abused. So we need to make sure that they know. And second, we have to put in place mechanisms to be sure that they know that there are instances to which they can go and protect, and to be protected. So I think that is very important. And I would like to end up with the Kanisha's phrase that I really like a lot, is like, how do we inspire to care? Now over to you.
Thank you so much, Daphna. Thank you so much to all of you to have been here today. It's something amazing. Emily certainly should witness with me that when we started the report on neurotechnology, we were dreaming of having an audience like that and a discussion on a day like that, but something that was a dream became a reality. And so I'm not going to say the same thing as already Daphna said the splendid way, but you can see from the website of IBC that we have named our newsletter Ethics as the Global Compass. And we have published a lot of declarations in combination sometimes with WHO during the COVID period to explain what it means, ethics as the global compass. It means that ethics come first, and all the day we have described what are the ethical issues. It needs that also we need to use it as the compass. And Nita first with the image of the fork, and Daphna now with the list of the issues just traced for us a roadmap, which means that I'm not going to conclude. I'm just going to tell you that you were trapped. You came today, which means that you accept to work with us. You came today, which means that you came to do something, not just only to listen, not just only to say, I was there, and to lose to some aspect your time. But it was so wonderful to hear all these people that you gain your time. What it means, the compass, and what it means, the fork? It means that we have to face a real world where a lot of people want to make a lot of money and use our brains as a citrus with some juice. And we have another part of the world that would like to gain more surveillance on our brain, just to control what we are. And the other side of the fork is this human flourishing that Nita described so nicely. You came from all the part of the world, you came with all the expertise of the world, which means that now we need to collect, we need to use this perspective, and we need to go forward. What it means to go forward, now Daphna with her team and Gabriela will go towards the General Assembly to transform what seems to be already a mandate into a real mandate, and to obtain from the General Assembly the idea to go for a declaration. What will be in this declaration is back to you. We need your contributions. We need to deepen the questions that Daphna so nicely prepared. So today, you are returning home with homeworks. We absolutely need the whole world around the table. We spoke of Africa, Asia, Europe, the Latin America, the Americas. We need all the people at stake on the table. We need all the generations. We are not only working for us, we are working for our kids and maybe the kids of our kids. We are needing all the expertise, scientists, lawyers, ethicists, philosophers, politicians, all the expertise. You are this expertise. We need you. We need you on board. We need you with your contributions. We need you with your support today. Thank you. Tomorrow at the General Assembly, in the next months, to elaborate such a recommendation and to make it real and effective. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just to one small clarification, we're waiting for the final mandate for the recommendation in the General Conference, but I really want to thank you for calling everyone to continue in this effort, because in fact, something that I didn't mention is that we also appreciated very much all the feedback that we had from the room in saying that UNESCO is the place to, or the convener to be able to do this, recognizing the work of other organizations, of course, like OECD and all the other UN agencies, like the Office of the High Commissioner. But since we have this specific mandate on ethics, that's why we are trying to take as continuing the tradition with the committees that are celebrating the 30th anniversary this year, and that we're very happy. We're celebrating in September. We will also be inviting you all to join us, the celebration of the 30 years of IBC, 25 years of COMEST, and it has been not for nothing. These committees have paved the way for all the declarations that are the only global instruments in the area. I mean, we have the Universal Declaration of Human Genome and Human Rights. We have the Universal Declaration of Bioethics and Human Rights, the Declaration of Ethical Principles of Climate Change. Then we have the Recommendation of Ethics of Science, of Artificial Intelligence, and hopefully now we're going for this. And we come to URV as well. And thank you very much for your patience and for assistance, and also all the people that are connected. We had more than 200 or approximately 200 people connected through all the day. So I think it is also a very good achievement. And we also thank you, all the speakers that joined online. Thank you very much, and have a very nice way back, and very nice long weekend to those who are in Paris.